2, 1. There we go. There is your lovely YouTube stream. Hello to everybody on YouTube, the cesspool that is the YouTube comment section. Again, if you think that Jesus or Paul existed, back over to the main point of this life, if you think that Jesus or Paul existed, come on up. I want to hear from you. There are plenty of people that are here on the TikTok side. That wasn't me. Yeah, exactly. I didn't say shit. I didn't do shit. Anyways, if you're on TikTok, request up. The request button should be right about there or down there. If you are on YouTube, hop on over on TikTok really, really quick and search for Christ Before Jesus, or check out the link on YouTube for the TikTok page, or sometimes people will actually post it there in the comments, and you can click the link and head on over. Come on over, guys. Come on over. I want to hear from you if you think Jesus or Paul existed. That's the point. Let's see. I'm doing my part. I'm doing my part.
Hey, brother, I know you hate Jesus, but you need to repent or you're going to go to hell after you die.
What? Sorry, I don't know if your mic's working very well.
I know you hate Jesus, but you got to repent or you're going to burn in
You're
hell.
like really quiet. What'd you say?
I said you need to repent or you're going to burn in.
Okay. Anyways, that being said, if you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Let's see. Someone on TikTok chat says, I said to Adam and Eve and Muhammad, no. I don't know what that means. Jamar says Jesus is real because the Bible says so, duh. All right. I don't know if that was sarcastic or if that was serious, but either way. There on the YouTube side, we've got all kinds of people coming in there. There you go. Yeah, you're modded up. There you go. Hey, yeah. It said, repent for what exactly? I think Pringles exist. Someone said, I hope you don't mind. I will share your live stream on my community post. Yeah, go ahead. That's perfectly fine. It's so fun when rabbit Christians haven't read the rabbit Christians or rabid Christians. There's a very big difference. Anto there on TikTok says that means you don't believe in the Tanakh, Torah, Bible, or Quran. I don't really know what you're saying there. That doesn't really make a lot of sense. Rabbi Christians. They're not rabid, they're rabbi. You know, I do like Hannah's Rabbi Hannah's name, like the nickname, the Rebel Rabbi, but the Rabid Rabbi, I mean, that's right there too, right? Rebel Rabbi, Rabid makes it sound bad. Rebel makes it sound cool. Like I think that's the thing. Like it's one is infinitely more acceptable in society. Rabbi Talmud. Yeah, that rabbi. I remember him. YouTube 35-second gain checking in. What is going on? 35-second gain. Rise up. John Smith says, what is your point of spending all? Okay. What is your point of not finishing your... J. Cruz 1996 says, Jesus speaks to me. Get that checked. Come on up. If you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, I want to hear from you. I want to hear from you. Let's see. Rebel Rabbi sounds like South Park people. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's... Oh, well, it looked like there was somebody that was coming up, but I guess not. Stop saying Bofa. Oh my gosh. I had meat this morning. I bet you did, Mike. I bet you did.
Arby's, we have the meat.
Micro Macho. Micro Macho. Are you Pico de Guy, I guess? Oh, Pico de Guy. Oh, nice. Are you like a Hebrew Israelite? Oh 908002 GQYK over on YouTube says you never existed, prove me wrong. Haven't heard that one before. Let's see. Moses never existed from Aleri. Abraham never existed. Alrighty. Bard Lucy says hello there. Well, hello there. Hello there. Again, guys, if you're on YouTube, if you're on TikTok, come on up. I want to hear from you. Request up. The way to request is over on TikTok. There in the chat on YouTube, there is a link to the TikTok page where you're able to come in here, watch the live, and comment or request up. Because I want to hear from you. I want to hear. If there's evidence for Jesus or Paul, I want to get into it. I want to get into it. Pam? Is it Pam? Security guy?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
What you got for me,
How
Pam?
you doing? Well, first and foremost, how you doing?
Hey.
So, your prompt says Jesus and Paul never existed. Prove us wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, I can't prove you wrong, but you can't prove yourself right either.
How do you know what my argument is?
I don't. I'd like to hear it though.
Then how can
you
you be
don't
so
mind.
sure that I can't prove myself right?
Well, I'd like to hear it if you can.
Well, I mean, I did want to quickly tackle the fact that you said I can't do it. Why not? Why'd you say that? Why were you so confident in the idea that I
Well-
couldn't do it?
Well, the reason I say this is because nobody has ever found the body of Jesus. Nobody's ever found his remains or his body. He doesn't have.
What
a
would that have
burial
to do
site.
with my argument?
Well, I'm saying you can't prove.
I mean,
that he
if I
doesn't exist.
if I didn't show his body, how would that? If I said that we don't have his body, how would that prove that he didn't exist? And if I said we did have his body, how would that prove that he didn't exist? So that wouldn't be part of my argument at all. So how were you so sure that I couldn't prove my point?
Well, as I was saying, because there's no proof that he does or doesn't exist. There's no proof either way.
Well, I mean, yeah, there'd be proof either way. Definitely. I mean, do you believe that he did exist 2,000 years ago? Do you believe that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And so you feel like there's sufficient evidence to believe that, right?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I've been up all night, so I'm a little tired.
No worries. So if you feel like there's sufficient evidence to show this, then I guess to you there is proof, like what you would consider, I guess, proof. There'd be proof for it, right?
Well, in a sense, sure.
Okay.
I mean, we believe that air exists, and yet you can't see it. You can't see it. You can't touch it.
You've never gone outside in the cold and seen air?
No, you've seen water vapor.
Air is made of
Carbon dioxide, oxygen.
and water vapor is made of
Water, it would be made of,
oxygen, hydrogen.
H2O.
Yeah, H2O. Yeah, so if you can see it, there it is. Anyways, that being said, yeah, as far as Jesus goes, we can take a look at the Jesus of the New Testament, even the natural one, and we can compare it to what we know from that time, what we see from geography or archaeology or contemporaries. We can actually compare. We can compare what we are presented in the New Testament with what we know about reality from that time period. And we can see that it doesn't line up, which means that the way that Jesus is presented in the New Testament is impossible. It's historically impossible. So therefore, the Jesus presented in the New Testament did not exist. If you want to carve out some other Jesus or something like that, then that's fine. But the Jesus that is presented in the New Testament definitely is not real. Not a chance. Especially when it contradicts itself. When it talks about natural things and contradicts itself, that means that even through technicality, this argument is true. That the Jesus that's presented can't exist if there's contradictions within the lifetime.
Well, I believe that there are so many contradictions in the Bible just because there are so many the Bible was rewritten over and over and over and over again by so many different people
What do you mean
so many different.
rewritten? What do you mean by that?
I mean, the Bible's been written and printed by several different people. You got the NIV. You got
Oh, you mean
the
translated?
yes, it's been translated several times.
Well, that's a little different from rewritten.
So, well, it has been rewritten because whenever you change the wording,
No, that's translated.
then
Not to
you're
mention we
just
have
writing.
codexes that go back, or codices that go back to about the 3rd century or so. So we could always just refer back to those in the
Well, I
Koine
mean,
Greek.
it's been
So it
rewritten in the
wouldn't.
sense of rewritten in the sense of you got your King James version,
Yeah,
and then you got your NIV.
yeah.
They
Those are
don't say the same thing,
translations.
right? They don't say the
Yeah,
same
that's
thing.
not rewritten. That's translations.
Okay,
But they're
sure,
translations of the
translation.
same material. That's the point. Like,
So,
yeah,
so
some might be a little bit more egregious towards like a particular word choice in order to fit more of a particular theology. But I mean, by and large, with very few exceptions, those are translations as opposed to just rewrites of the Bible.
okay, I could go with that.
But nevertheless, the rewrites
the-
are not the issue here. We can still go back to the 3rd century, like Codex Sinaiticus, Codex Vaticanus. We can still take a look at these things. Like, yeah, there might be some interpretation on what word to use in English because there's more English words than there are, Koine Greek words. But well,
Hebrew and yeah.
well, we're talking about the New Testament, so it'd just be Greek. But that's the thing. Like we can go that direction, but ultimately we can still go back to the Codex and see what does it say. And that's what like my data science co-partner and I and my co-author, that's what we do is we take a look at the oldest manuscripts that we have for in the Greek, the oldest Greek text that we have for the New Testament, and we try to figure out whether or not these texts are written in the 1st century, like the church says so, or the 2nd century. And we actually see that it's in the 2nd century that the New Testament is written as opposed to the 1st, which is why it makes these mistakes and these certain contradictions and stuff because they're writing a mythology after the supposed story is done.
Point in saying what I said about it being rewritten so many times is, have you ever played the game of telephone? You know, you tell somebody something and then they whisper it in the next person's ear and the next person's ear and the next person's ear and the next person's ear.
What does that have
By
to
the
do with
time
what
it
I
comes,
just said?
and by the time it comes back to you, it's something totally different.
I mean,
The
yeah, but
reason,
that doesn't really have anything to do with what I just said, unless you're trying to insinuate that by the time that the story was written down, the story had changed or something. But we don't have any evidence that anybody had the story prior to it being written down. That's my point.
gotcha.
Like, there is an argument that is that is proposed quite a bit or presented quite a bit that says, hey, the New Testament was written in the 2nd century, but that's because there was an oral history that was around first and then finally was written down in the 2nd century. And that's great and all, but we don't have any evidence of that. Oral history, by definition, is not something that we can look at and prove existed, really, unless we have someone mentioning that someone else has this story. And when we take a look at the first time that Christians are mentioned, that story is not part of it. They don't have that.
So, do you believe that there is text in the Bible that was not put in to the 66 books? There's other books of the Bible.
What do you mean?
I mean, like the Dead Sea Scrolls. Some of the texts did not make it. Like was either damaged or lost, and they just didn't put it in the Bible.
I mean, it's possible, but I mean, I can't talk about something that we don't have, really.
So I don't believe that we have a full version of the Bible, is what I'm saying.
That's
Like, we
fine,
don't.
but I can't talk about something that we don't have.
It's true. You can't.
Yep.
You're absolutely 100% correct. You cannot talk about something you don't have.
All right. Yeah, that conversation wasn't really going anywhere. So we're going to go ahead and move to somebody else here. This is Breadman53. Breadman.
What's going on, man? It's
Hey.
me again. You made the crazy comment of Kobe being the GOAT a few days ago when we had
Say a
spoke.
crazy comment of the greatest basketball of all time being the greatest basketballer of all time.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
Yeah, I
only
guess
three
that's
correct
pretty
answers.
insane.
Kobe is Nakamoto. But I'm not gonna hold you long. Hope you're having a good day, man. So the last time we spoke, we went through letters of what people wrote, and you kind of went through of saying, this is why you can't take this full grain. So you can't take it at face value because maybe it was modified to sound more Christian or something proved it to not be accurate later on. But my question, I just had two questions really. My first question is with historians, secular or Christians, majority, not all, come to the conclusion that Jesus was a person. And my question is, what's the difference between, what would you say would be the difference between your thoughts and the majority of historians? You have the same information, you're well educated, so you have the same information. How do you come to your conclusion as opposed to them? Do you see a common theme with that, or
Like, why do people say things different from me? Is that what you're asking?
like I'm more so focused on historians. So historians have to go through, check sources, check what people said, check what the timeline was during the time. They found a new rock, and the rock had an engraving, right?
Right.
My question is, majority of historians would say Jesus existed, and some don't, and I do understand that. But my question for you, they have the same evidence that I think you would have, because you do seem like you do your research. Where's the disconnect between them and yourself if you had to give an
So
answer?
you would assume that they would have the same evidence. And I mean, technically speaking, I guess they do when it comes down to it, but it's how they approach it and what they know about it. So, for starters, one thing that I have that a lot of historians don't have is up to date stylometric analysis research on the text. So, trying to figure out whether or not something is authentic or not authentic to a particular author is pretty important. And when they are relying on old information or old opinions over the authenticity of a text, that's going to end up skewing your results. Now, on top, or yeah, skewing your results. Now, on top of that, their assumptions over whether or not a church father or church tradition is reliable or accurate is also a massive problem or a massive difference. Because when Irenaeus says, writing in 180 to 185, when he says, oh, hey, Luke is a gospel that was written first, and then Marcion took a penknife to it and cut out pieces of it or whatever, and then published his Gospel Evangelion in 144. When Irenaeus says this, historians and scholars will say, oh, yeah, that's because he's just true. Like, we'll take Irenaeus' word for it. But I don't. I dive in to try to figure out whether or not that was actually the case or if it was flipped. And so I'm not just going to accept church tradition or church history just because they say it. So there's a big difference there. It's trying to figure out what
Right.
do we actually have any evidence for based on versus am I just accepting this because the church has just been repeating this, or it's backed up by something else in the church? When Bart Ehrman says that Paul wrote in the first century, he doesn't have any evidence of Paul actually writing in the first century at all. Not really. The only sliver of evidence that he has, because Paul is never mentioned outside of Christianity, is Acts, trying to say he wrote or Paul is in this city in this particular point in time. That's it. That's it. There's no other
Right.
There's no other evidence.
And I heard you speak to the previous caller. There are things for me. Now I'm gonna go back. You're 100% right. I do think, and I do identify as a Christian. I do think there's too many Christians that just became a Christian because, hey, your mama told you, your grandma told you, your dad told you. So I
Right.
do agree with that, right?
Okay.
For myself, there are times in the Bible where the information that comes from the Bible does match up to the real world. And for me, that helps me solidify because I did go through and look and read stuff, and I come across things. It's like, oh, that's really cool to know that there are letters mentioning certain people in the Bible. There are geographical things that are mentioned in the Bible that is today, and so that does solidify me. But I just wanted to say I do agree with you. There's too many people that's being told to, as far as go research yourself and come to your own conclusion, not your parents or your grandparents. But this is my segue. This is the last one, and this is not even an intellectual. This is just a what if. Well, I say what if. Where do you think different languages came from? And this is, I want to share this with you. You know, there's a story in the Bible where it says in the Old Testament where people
No.
were coming together
That-
doing
no.
amazing, miraculous
No.
works.
No, that didn't happen.
No, but may I finish?
No.
No, I'm asking. May I finish?
But the Tower of Babel is not a real thing. That's insane. No, we can see that languages evolve over time. So
But what
that's
I
where
guess
they
what
come
I'm
from.
saying, but
We can actually
if
something
the
that's
few
really really
first
cool.
people come,
Something that is really really cool about like language and history and stuff like that, anthropology, is we've actually been able to sort of kind of piece together what Proto-Indo-European languages were, which is really cool. So Proto-Indo-European has some terms, usually really basic terms like he or she or like I or you or like maybe counting to 10 or something. There are some terms that we can actually get to the root of based off of Latin and Greek and Germanic and even like Hindi words and stuff like that. We can go back to it. So it's actually really, really cool. So no, there was no Tower of Babel. That's insane. That's not a real thing. So I'm not even going to entertain
get-
the idea. You're not even going to rehash the story on here because we're not going to entertain that idea.
what I guess if without even using the story, if
Mm-hmm.
someone was born into a family, you would naturally speak, you know, as they say, your mother's tongue or the language your parents speak.
Uh-huh.
How would have languages evolved if we started at the same language? Where would all the other languages come from?
Are you serious? Have you never thought about this before?
No, I'm dead serious because, like I said,
I mean,
if
what
me and
ends
my
up
wife was
happening-
the first two people in the
Okay.
earth.
All right. All right. All right. What did you just say? What did you just
May I
say? The
finish?
first few people on the what?
I said if me and my wife was the first two people on the earth,
Okay.
we
Listen.
would speak one
Listen.
language.
Okay. Yes, I'm aware. But over time, people spread out. And when people spread out and they form their own communities, those communities just end up following that particular thing. That's how we know, like, that, hey, you've got a Southern accent. Like, an accent is like one step towards having a completely different language. But it's just the fact that we all speak English, but eventually that accent just goes, and over time, it evolves into a different language. If America was not as connected as it was, then we would eventually have a different language or a different dialect and then a different language. Like, this is kind of how it goes. Like, I don't know
So
what to tell
saying
you.
the
Like,
accent would
Latin,
evolve.
Latin goes to Spain.
That's like saying someone from New York, would speak a different language. For someone like me, I'm from Georgia.
Yeah,
We're still gonna
if
speak
we weren't,
English. That
no,
won't
no,
change.
no, you dumb motherfucker. Just listen for like 10 seconds. After
Whoa,
time,
that-
yes,
bro, we were
yes.
just casual.
No, we're not casual. It's very clear that you haven't thought about this for 5 seconds and you just keep like prattling on and not listening to what I'm saying. You haven't listened about the religious stuff. You asked a dumb question that's irrelevant to the conversation, and then you just keep prattling on and keep defending this really weird opinion of yours. No, listen. If we weren't as connected as we are, then dialects would change to different languages. That's how that works. It evolves into this. If we were geographically isolated from another portion of people, and we didn't have the internet or phones or a lot of mail that we could use back and forth to retain one particular language, it would eventually change. That's how it works. You would happen across the Appalachian Mountains, and you would find a whole bunch of people speaking some weird language that you'd never heard of before, even though you come from English. That's how that works. I mean, just American English itself has different terms than British English, and guess where English came from? So that's how that works, man. Like it. I don't know what to tell you. Over time, when people are geographically isolated, they will change languages. That's why usually languages reflect where you're from. It's a word that reflects where you're from, like Italian versus Greek, or Italian versus Romansh, or Italian versus French. It's going to reflect the area on the map that you're actually from. So that's how that works. Anyways, we're moving on to somebody else. Jesus Christ. Now, don't come back up. Do me a favor. All right. Jesus Christ. All right. Chase, what's going on?
Hey, brother. How you doing?
Doing good. What you got, man? You got some background noise there.
Hold on a second. Having some problems.
Oh, okay.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Good.
Okay, good deal. Okay, so you're saying Jesus and Paul never existed?
Yes.
Okay. So I was in a live until about 3:00 in the morning last night about this exact topic.
Really?
Some guy came on there, and this is the first I've ever heard of this. Of Jesus and Paul not existing.
You remember the guy's name?
His name's King. King, 3.
Oh, yeah, Spicoli. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he's a friend of mine.
Yeah, he actually shared this. Yeah, he actually shared this live with me, and so I hopped on here. I'm driving in the work truck right now, but here was, I guess, my argument about it, or my defense against this. And so, do you believe that God exists?
What does that have to do with whether or not someone existed in history?
I'll show you, but I'm just trying to figure out if you believe that God is who God says he is.
That has nothing to do with whether or not someone walked on the earth, man. And if your argument is based off of whether or not I accept a God of the Bible, or this God or that God or whatever, if your argument is based off of that, then it's not a historical argument. It's some kind of theological argument. So no, we're just trying to figure out whether or not he existed in history. Your question is irrelevant.
No, sir, it is. Just humor me for a second. You'll understand once I tie it all together.
It's not going to be relevant, man. Like I'm telling you, I've been doing this for 4 or 5 hours every weekday for over 2 years, about 2.5 years. There's not a chance in hell that what you are asking is somewhat relevant to whether or not a person existed in history. And by the way, if I change my mind on God, if I say that a different God exists, or that no God exists, or that a God suddenly exists, whatever, it's not going to change history. Either Jesus and Paul existed or they didn't. Either we have evidence or we don't. Your belief, my belief, Kevin down the street's belief in God doesn't have anything to do with whether or not they walked the earth 2,000 years ago in Judea. What is your evidence for that?
Okay. All right. So say you did believe, I'm sure you do, that you did believe in the God of the Bible, right? So this is how I tie it in. So, God of the Bible in the Old Testament talks about Noah's Ark, right? And exactly where, I know this sounds crazy, but
dude,
exactly
you're
where
having to bring up something that's irrelevant so that you can talk about something that's irrelevant to get to Paul. Like, Paul and Jesus have nothing to do with Noah's Ark or the existence of God. It's just two people who either existed or they didn't.
Yeah, but can you hear me out for a second? Just let me get it all out, and then you'll understand what I'm saying. So God describes Noah's Ark, the length and everything, right? And exactly where
God
it
described.
landed. And
Okay, sure. I guess.
or,
Yeah.
or the Bible did, or the Bible does, right? And so it would have to be God because Jesus didn't exist at that time, right? And so Noah's Ark was built, the exact length or whatever, and then it lands on Mount Ararat. Well, they have found archaeological evidence exactly matching Noah's Ark, right? Well, if God said that and that was accurate, isn't there references in the Old Testament where God says that he is Jesus, and isn't that accurate? And also, why would all the disciples go through all the torment and everything that they went through and the horrible deaths and stuff that they went through, like, Peter being, I guess, crucified upside down? And why would they do all that stuff all the way until the very end and go through all that trouble for somebody that never existed, right? Like, and the boom of Christianity, happening around that time as well. And that's just my thing, is why would they go so far to do all those things and to travel the world as best they could and to fight and die on that hill till the very end, for nothing, or what they are claiming, right? And then my argument with God and Noah's Ark is, if what God or the Bible says about Noah's Ark is accurate, right, we could take that for being truthful, right? Well,
Okay.
why wouldn't everything else that he says, him claiming to be Jesus or Jesus claiming to be God, not be accurate,
All right. Well, for starters, no. They never found Noah's Ark. That's not a thing. What you're thinking of is a rock formation that happens naturally, and there's a bunch of them in that area. So, no.
There's
Ron,
wood. There's evidence that there's
No.
wood.
no. In fact, that
I disagree,
no.
brother.
You are horribly misinformed. Ron Wyatt is the person who said that he went out there and found it, and then literally everyone who went out there with him ended up recanting and saying, actually, no, it was just like wishful thinking. And they actually have done studies, much deeper studies on that rock formation that I'm talking about that you think is a boat, and found that it had no traces of wood. It's not anything like a boat or anything like that. It is a naturally occurring thing. From just like the plates and everything there and around that mountain range coming together. It just pushes the earth up. It's a bunch of rock. It is a rock formation that happened naturally all across the world, and that one in specific just kind of sort of looks like it might be the length that the ark would need to be. But it's not in the shape of a boat. There's nothing from a boat or anything like that. None of the claims of Ron Wyatt are actually substantiated. He's a fraud. He's been shown to be a fraud multiple times. He's not even a real archaeologist or anything. There are tons of videos on how this is not an actual thing. Real scientists have gone to see if they could back up his claims, and not a single one of them has, because it's not a real thing. Now, on top of
Okay.
that, if that, I need you to understand that even if that was a real thing, that is a horribly, horribly shitty argument for Jesus. Because
I know,
even
but, I mean,
if
that's
even
the-
if the Old Testament did say anything about Jesus, which it doesn't, and you even admitted that the Old Testament doesn't have Jesus in it, but even if it said Jesus is coming, that still doesn't mean that he came. That's not how that works. Even if literally every verse of the Old Testament mentioned, hey, there's going to be a Jesus who's going to be born in Bethlehem, raised in Nazareth, flip over the tables at the temple, get crucified by Pontius Pilate, and resurrect 3 days later and appear to Mary Magdalene and then the 12. Even if it explicitly said that in every fucking verse of the Old Testament, that still doesn't mean that the New Testament is actually a historical story. I can write a story right now or write a prophecy right now. That doesn't mean that it ever came to pass. If you prove to me that Jesus existed, I promise you, we can then have a conversation over whether or not he fulfills prophecy, or if he's mentioned in the Old Testament, or he's divine, or he does miracles, or says what it says he says. So
What
that's
about,
it.
What about the Red Sea crossing and the proof of that? Right?
No, my God, dude, did you just go to literally just Ron Wyatt's website? Is that it? Because the spokes
No,
on
no,
there,
I'm just.
that's
it's-
Ron
it's
Wyatt.
there.
That no, No,
there, though.
no, that is Ron Wyatt. Ron Wyatt himself
So
is
what's
the
on
one.
the bottom of the ocean then? If
First,
the Bible describes it perfectly.
listen. No, it doesn't. First of all, the actual wheels themselves do not line up with the how spokes were made during that time period. Secondly, just because there's wheels at the bottom doesn't mean shit. The Mississippi River has a whole bunch of wheels at the bottom of the
They
river.
found bones and horse bones as well.
Cool. So first of all, they didn't. Secondly, even if that was the case, there's a whole bunch of cars at the bottom of the Mississippi River. Does that mean the Mississippi River spread open and people went from Memphis to West Memphis? Just everybody, hey, I'm going to lead the people to the promised land. It's Southland Gaming, everybody. Let's go watch some Greyhounds. That's a little bit of
Well,
trivia
if
there
the
for you
Bible-
Southerners.
If the Bible prophesied that and we found the evidence there, then yes, I would say.
Awesome,
yeah,
cool. Well,
that
we
would
didn't
be
found the
case, but
evidence.
No.
So, unfortunately, you don't know what you're talking about. You've read Ron Wyatt and you fell into some kind of weird apologist trap. There's literally nothing that shows that the Red Sea was split or anything like that. The chariot wheels, and in fact, the actual, I think it's either the son or the grandson of Ron Wyatt said that Ron Wyatt actually planted the wheel that you actually see in those pictures. But even if he didn't, that's still not something that matches the spokes from that time. Ron Wyatt is a charlatan. Ron Wyatt has been proven wrong time and time again. He's not an actual archaeologist or anything like that. He goes over to he went over to the Middle East and found all this shit from the Old Testament in a matter of like 3 months. He's a liar. He's just like a nurse is all he is, and he just went over there because he like really believes the Bible. And now he died. He died in like 98 or 99. But yeah, there's been multiple times that his organization, his museum that's still around, has been sued, and they've had to take things off of display there at the museum because they have lied, and they're continuing to like fraud people. So yeah, there's been times where they've had to actually like officially, like legally redact information or retract information. So it's pretty bad. So anyways, that being said, even if everything you're saying was true, which it demonstrably isn't, that still doesn't have anything to do with Jesus. I told you from the get-go that asking me about God or the Old Testament or anything like that is not going to get us to whether or not Jesus or Paul existed in history, because they're not in there. Even
Well,
if there's prophecies of
was
them,
just-
that doesn't mean that they came to pass.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was going to say Isaiah 53, where it talks about the suffering servant and him to come, right?
Have
That's-
you
I
read
knew you were gonna-
Isaiah?
I know you probably.
Have you
think
read
I was gonna go
Isaiah?
there. Yes.
Okay. Then
Yes.
who
And
is the
then
servant?
Isaiah 44 verse
listen,
6.
listen. Isaiah explicitly tells us who that servant is about 8 times before Isaiah 53. Who is that servant every single time? Who is the servant?
Well, Isaiah 53 talks about him
Sweet.
being crucified on the cross,
It
right?
doesn't. It doesn't say
it's
crucified and it
Jesus.
doesn't say cross. So again, if you said that you have read Isaiah, what does Isaiah?
Bruised and
Okay.
quoted exactly. I don't have my Bible right now.
So
but,
you don't have a good
but
connection here.
Specifically, Isaiah.
Okay, we're talking over each other because you don't have a good connection. I think you're driving and you're out in the middle of nowhere or something like that. You're gonna have to get closer to the McDonald's Wi-Fi or something like that because it's not good. So I've got to mute you really fast because otherwise I got to talk over you. So listen, nowhere in Isaiah.
I'll just get off because you're kind of.
Okay, sounds good. So nowhere in Isaiah does it ever talk about Jesus. It's not a thing. It's not a thing. I don't know what to tell you. It doesn't talk about Jesus in Isaiah. About 8 times prior to Isaiah 53, it identifies the servant as Jacob, the personification of Israel, like the house of Israel. That's all that it says. It identifies this servant multiple times leading up to Isaiah 53. And then when it talks in past tense, not even future tense, past tense, about all the bad things that happened to said servant, you think that it automatically switches to future tense and is talking about Jesus, even though there's verses in there that don't even make any sense. It says that he was disease-ridden. What? That doesn't even make any sense. Okay. Next person up here looks like Dan Gred Baker. Gred? Is it Gred? Are you there? Dan?
I'm not. Hey,
Hey.
can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. What you got?
No, I didn't know I was coming on, but that's all right. I just wanted to get into the gopher wood, like I said in the comments section. Gopher wood, it can only be found in 2 places in the entire world.
Okay.
This disproves the whole arc theory. Okay. And let's just be honest. Gopher wood can only be found in South Georgia and northern Florida. That's facts. All you gotta do is enough research, and then you start finding out the little lies that the globalists want you to believe. And believe me, globalism has gone on since the dawn of days. So ever since the Roman Empire came into power.
What?
No, globalism. It's a monarchy to rule the fucking world. The kings of this fucking world want to run the whole fucking show all the time. They want to be in control. They want to control the narrative. They've controlled the narrative since the beginning of time. It goes through generations of kings, okay? And it not only went from the Romans, it went to the British. The Romans became the British Empire. Let's just be honest. And you all can puke all you want in the comments section. It's facts. You just got to do your own damn research. That's the problem. People have a problem with doing enough research. I've dug and dug for years into this shit. I'm tired of the fucking being led astray because I'm too caught up in religion. Religion don't save you. You save yourself.
So, what? I mean, some of that made some sense, but other parts were absolutely batshit insane. So I don't. What?
No, there is no what to it. It's all about control. That's all religion is control.
I mean, okay.
You want if somebody believes in religion, we've got you fooled. We've got you hooked it's like throwing your rod out there and reeling it in and say, oh, we got this sucker right over here. We got this sucker over here who's going to believe everything I fucking say. Okay? Right. If it's written, I'm believing it. Writing ain't fucking truth.
I mean, man, there are points in there that I'm like, okay, yeah, he's making some sense, but how you got to there is not it, man. Like,
ask me how I got there, then, because I will tell you.
I don't really want to, because you tried to say that the wood that was mentioned in the Bible story of the Noah's Ark is only found in North America, which is that doesn't make any sense.
That's why I said we've been lied and deceived to for so long. That remember the flood of Noah? After it happened, the land moved too, and the land moved and became the new America. Okay. And if you can only find gopher wood in 2 states in America and you can't find it anywhere in the world, common sense will tell you that the ark was built over here. Noah's Ark happened in the Florida, Georgia area. Okay, folks?
Yeah, well, it's pretty clear to me that your mental capacity is just the equivalent of a bowl of soggy cereal and some thumbtacks. So we're going to go ahead and just move on to somebody else real fast. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. What is going on birthday month?
Hi. Sorry, I've watched your live once when someone else was up, but I've never heard like the explanation for Jesus and Paul never existed. Prove us wrong. So if
well, have you heard the explanation of Noah's Ark landing in North America? Because that's what we just kind of sort of heard.
I know a lot of people have very interesting beliefs about what the continent of North and South America is. Like, there's people with different interpretations of that history from like a mythological perspective. But I'm not saying I don't agree with him. I'm just saying there's a bunch of different people that say a bunch of different things about the continent of the Americas.
Yeah, they're usually called Mormons. Now, that being said, as far as Jesus and Paul never existing, I would say that even the natural Jesus and Paul, as presented by the New Testament, as well as the Quran and the Book of Mormon, it never existed based off of issues between the stories there, not only amongst themselves, but also with issues with what we know about history from the first century, geography, archaeology from the first century, that kind of thing. It just doesn't line up with it. Every once in a while, there are things that line up, but then there's other times where we can see that things are not lining up with history, so therefore the stories are historically impossible. So you'd have to carve out a Jesus or a Paul that you would like to see exist, but we still don't have any evidence of that person, so it's just kind of a waste of time, and it's also not the Jesus from the New Testament if you carve out enough.
Do you believe there is like a messianic person that is in that time period?
No, we don't have any evidence of anybody claiming to be the Messiah or anybody saying that someone else is a Messiah.
Well,
The
a lot
closest
of
thing that
people-
we have is Shimon Bar Kokhba in the 130s. Rabbi Akiva, his personal rabbi, more or less, said that he was the Messiah. But other than that, we don't have any Messiah claimants or anybody that is said to be the Messiah back then. Not really.
So what do you think was the person or the group of people that inspired an entirely new religion based on a messianic figure from the time period?
They would be
'Cause-
people who are off the heels of the Bar Kokhba revolt and would be mixing in with a Greco-Egyptian mystery cult that was already around, known as Christianity, that we see like extending into about or coming from about the 1st century BCE is the first time we get any kind of evidence for them.
So like, I mean, I know there's Josephus and what specific historical facts don't align with, like, I don't believe the New Testament is fact or the Bible is fact, but I do believe there are historical figures or mythological figures that align with those people, even if they're not a Jesus or a Paul.
Okay. I'm not really sure what that means. Like, what would you give me an example of what you're talking about?
I mean, if we go back to the Old Testament, there's like the fact that the mythos of a flood or a survivor of a flood and a religious inspiration comes to multiple different people at those times. Like the foundings of religions coincide, the belief in like Hinduism of a Krishna who's a godhead that reincarnates, and the belief of a Jesus who's a son of God, and then whoever they say the Greek and like, you know, Sunday, a lot of things in the Christian religion were adopted from Greece and Rome.
I'm gonna keep it real with you. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I really don't. You're just you mentioned a bunch of things, but I don't really know. Like, what was an example of something that? What? I'm not really sure what you just said.
I asked before you asked me that question, what historical events are the proof that Paul and Jesus never existed because they don't align? What verses in the Bible are you discussing as your basis that they don't exist?
Yeah, so like Matthew 23 has Jesus describing rabbis in detail, where they sit in the synagogues, which is problematic, how they teach, how they act, even what they wear. But the first rabbi is, and the first use of the word rabbi shows up around 70 when the first rabbinic school starts outside of Jerusalem after the fall of the temple. Yohanan ben Zakkai is the first rabbi. So it doesn't make any sense that Jesus would talk about rabbis and describe what they're wearing 40 years before the first one shows up. So, yeah, but that would be an anachronism. It's something that's out of place in the story. Like an iPhone in 1960. It's out of place, so we can tell that the story is bullshit because of it. And we have multiple instances of things like this throughout the Gospels, throughout Acts, throughout Paul's epistles. We see these things. That's how we know that like the Book of Mormon is bullshit, is because Joseph Smith is writing a story. He and his cronies were writing a story about Mesoamerica in like 600 BCE and trying to claim that there's a whole bunch of things like elephants and horses and wheels and steel and stuff like that, when that's not a thing at that time. So yeah, like it's just, it's anachronistic. That's the problem. Like, we can tell that the story doesn't make sense and is fake because someone later on is trying to cast things they're familiar with into the past.
Yeah, Well, the Bible was compiled many different times by many different people, so I believe it's full of inaccuracies because it was changed and rewritten a lot of times and
What do you mean
translated.
changed and rewritten? We're specifically talking about the Gospels. What are you talking about there?
The entire book that we know as the Bible,
Well,
including the New
Jesus isn't
Testament.
in the entire Bible. He's just in
Okay,
the
then
Gospels. So what part of the Gospels would you say would be accurate then? I guess is where I'm coming from. Because if it sounds like you're admitting that there's problems, but how did you determine that the parts that aren't problematic aren't problematic?
the same way you would read philosophy and maybe the philosopher was a bad person, just like I would say King James was a bad person. And the Bible is not fact in its entirety, is a message that has like people that respect the Bible as a text, like Psalms and Proverbs. You're not quoting Leviticus as a way to live your life, just like you wouldn't quote Revelations as a way to live your life. When you view it as a text with good messages in it.
Okay. How does that equate to this person actually lived? Like, I mean, I get what you're saying. You're saying like, oh, like you could find like a message in it. Cool. You could find a message in Harry Potter. What does that have to do with whether or not the person actually existed? Because that's what we're talking about here. I'm not saying that you should, dump the New Testament. And in fact, I can't say you should dump the Bible because as soon as I say it, then Joel Reed's Bible comes up here and it gets on to me and says that it's a, trademark infringement. But nevertheless, what I'm saying here is that like these people didn't exist as presented by the New Testament. So how does the good message somehow equate to that?
I agree that the Bible is not a historical text that proves the existence of a Jesus or Paul. I agree with you that historically we do not have an evidence of these specific people, especially the way the Bible would tell their stories as a specific story with a specific timeline and a specific life.
Okay. Well, then we agree. That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. I was just trying to say maybe there is a source of the message which is a person and we don't know exactly what that person was or what their name was or how, if any of it is put in
and
the
that's
Bible
fine.
correctly.
That's fine. But yeah, because we can't know it, it's just kind of a, all right, cool. Like it's a hypothetical person who may or may not have the name Jesus, may or may not have had any kind of stories that are listed in the New Testament. Sure. Okay. Like, okay. But it just kind of, to me, that's a complete and total waste of time because if they have nothing to do with the New Testament and we don't have any proof one way or another if they existed or not, we don't even know what their name was, then at that point, it's just kind of like, okay, well, cool. He could have been a velociraptor at that point. Like, it doesn't really matter, does it?
I think it matters if you're studying comparative religion and history that there are mysteries in it that might have clues in whatever texts survive from different time periods.
But so what are you trying to get out of this hypothetical person? I mean, if presenting this hypothetical person who you don't have any evidence for is important, what's it important for? Like what do you benefit by trying to think, oh, there's a person who may or may not have been anything to do with this? What's the benefit of that?
I didn't come here to fight. I wanted to know what the topic was. I'm not a Christian who preaches the Bible or or is an evangelist. So like, I've heard you discuss things with people who have not read the Bible. When I was younger, I read the entire Bible. I left Christianity when I was like 16. Mm-hmm. I have read the Quran in the English translation and tried to understand. Like I just wanted to discuss. I didn't want to fight about who's right about the existence of Jesus.
It's not a matter of who's right. I'm just trying to figure out like what you're, because you said that it's important, and I'm trying to figure out why. Like why doesn't like what would be the benefit of talking about a hypothetical person that potentially doesn't even have the same name and doesn't have anything to do with the New Testament?
Because that person, if they existed, or the New Testament in itself, the source of the New Testament, I mean, there was a lot of evil and good that came from the religion of Christianity. And if we want to know what the original pure source of that religion, if there was one, and what that message might have been. I think there's a lot of things in Christianity that have come into the faith from other things. And when we find like older versions of the Torah or older texts from Christianity, we're able to help people change their belief systems from the source of their belief systems. It's interesting from a historical and comparative religion perspective. That's all.
I guess like from like a maybe an anthropology kind of standpoint, maybe like just kind of seeing how there's different influences or something. Sure, but like I don't see how assuming or having a hypothetical person that this all comes from is relevant to that. Like you can still study the influences from different religions and stuff like that onto Christianity. It's by and large a syncretic religion. Like we can see the puzzle pieces coming together over time to make it. I just don't understand why there's like a hypothetical guy in that helps that discussion in any way. I don't know. It's like it's saying that there's a ghost or something. Like
no, because if there, like the idea that there was a God that came into Jesus and a Holy Spirit, we also can look at demigods and reincarnation and Buddha and Hinduism and compare why that is a collective thing that expresses in religion that people believe.
do you have to have the founder in order to do that? Do you have to have the Jesus in order to do that? The person? Or can you not just talk about how the religion influences, how like Buddhism influences Christianity? Can you not just talk about that in general without the need for this hypothetical person?
You can talk about it with whatever level of knowledge you have. But what I'm saying is if whatever source the New Testament came from, knowing more about that helps us better understand every event that's happened because of Christianity since then.
Right.
And so that's why
But that doesn't require the founder. That doesn't require the hypothetical person. I'm trying to see how that hypothetical person is important to this. What you're talking about two different things. You're talking about, hey, there could have been this guy who had nothing to do with it that they just kind of heaped a bunch of stories on top of, and that's fine. And but that's completely separate and mutually exclusive from, oh, hey, we can study the religion and see all the different influences that it has, or all the different things that influenced it and what it has done in society over time. Like those are two completely different things, and I'm not really sure how you made the connection that one needs the other. That's what I'm talking about. Like, yeah, we can clearly see Christianity's rise. We can clearly see where it comes from. Like, I get that, but
if you compare it to Islam, we have a Muhammad, his life, his hadiths, and that puts a perspective on Islam we do not have with Christianity, because we don't have a Jesus who has his sayings, his teachings that we're 100% sure of. And I agree with you that we don't know that person and their real existence. And I'm going to leave because I don't think your audience finds any value in what I have to say.
Okay. I mean, you can leave if you want, but all right. And she left. All right. I mean, I don't know. I think in that particular case, it was very clearly somebody who had deconstructed from Christianity, which of course is fine, but they were really, really, really wanting to hold on to a Jesus. And that was, everybody witnessed that. All 226 people over here and 558 people over on YouTube. You just witnessed somebody grasping at straws to still have some resemblance of Jesus left. There has to be something there. Even if it's not the same name, even if it's nothing to do with it, they just really, really, really wanted something to hold on to, and justified it with a weird philosophical, anthropological kind of musings. Yeah, I mean, okay, like at a certain point, you gotta know how to let go. And I think that's the thing. And I'm not really gonna make fun of her, not at all. It's just, and I don't want to. I don't want to make fun of really. I mean, every once in a while, there's somebody who comes up that's crazy, and I make fun of them. But I'm not gonna make fun of her because I think she just needs to learn that when you deconstruct from something, you need to deconstruct all the way. And then try to build it back if you want. I mean, hell, there's Christians out there who encourage deconstruction from Christianity because they think that if you deconstruct and then you try to reconstruct it, it's based off of actual evidence as opposed to anything else. Good luck with that. But nevertheless, it's like she deconstructed from everything about the religion except for some certain pieces that she really, really, really wants to hold on to. And I get it. A lot of liberals love the idea of Jesus. Because if Jesus actually existed, he could basically be this like, this like rad lib, like rad femme, progressive guy running around Palestine, at the time. You know what I'm talking about? Like it's, yeah. So it's just, yeah. So I mean, I get it. But then again, the conservatives love Jesus because he's just some rough and tumble, like, yeah. I like to run around with my boys and hang out with prostitutes. I mean, it's just dumb. That's how syncretic it is that even today, massive swings in the political spectrum can still want Jesus to exist. That's insane. But anyways, because we all know that if Jesus was alive today, he wouldn't be riding a donkey. He would be riding a Mercedes G-Wagon. That's what he'd be riding. 2 of them into Jerusalem. And everybody, they wouldn't be putting down like palm branches and stuff like that. They'd be putting down, I don't know, fucking Gucci bags or something stupid. I don't know. Anyways, let's see. Subaru. I can see Jesus in a Subaru. But that's just your liberal Jesus. That's what liberal Jesus would do. Oh, God. Jesus had blue hair, right? Right? It says so in the Bible. All right, if oh my God, G-Wagon is the modern equivalent of a donkey? Yeah, because them shits only have about 1 horsepower, and it falls apart just as easily in a car accident. What's wrong with liberal Jesus? Well, there's nothing inherently wrong with the concept of liberal Jesus. It's just that people like to hold on to Jesus as opposed to fully deconstructing from the idea because they like to paint Jesus in the way that they want him to be. People will leave the religion and still hold on to Jesus because they use him as a tool, or they use him as almost like a weapon. It's wild, and I don't know. It's just kind of silly. But hey. This is coming from the guy who's voting for Tallarico, so what do I know? All right, Waffle Stomper. You there? Waffle Stomper? I sent an invite. There you go. What you got?
Hey, so, man, I appreciate you, man. I really do. I want to preface this by saying that I am on your side in this, okay? To a degree, right? I'm an atheist.
Gross.
Okay. I am an atheist.
Gross.
But I want to ask you a question. When you're saying that Paul and Jesus never existed, are you speaking of like an historical figure, or are you speaking of the mythological figure?
Yeah, okay. Historical. Yeah, even the natural Jesus and Paul as presented by the New Testament did not exist.
Okay, as presented by the New Testament.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. I didn't want to straw
Well,
man
even
you.
the natural version, as presented by the New Testament, did not exist. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I wanted to make sure that I understood your position because I don't
Mhm.
want to straw man.
Yep.
All right. So in my world, like I grew up as a Christian, and then I apostated, and I try not to be one of those militant atheists, that tell everybody that they're wrong about everything, right? But I do enjoy a good.
But here we go.
I do enjoy a good discussion, right? so, so my stance on this is kind of the general secular stance, right? Like, we understand that there is a preponderance of evidence that a man named Jesus existed in Jerusalem, right? And was an apocalyptic anti-Roman preacher during this time.
And you say we have
Right.
evidence for that? Is that what you said?
We have a preponderance of evidence, right? It's not
Oh, okay. Like what?
well, so we've got Pliny the Younger, we've got Tacitus.
What is okay? All right. Well, we'll go ahead and start at the first exit. Pliny the Younger. What does Pliny the Younger say about Jesus? Oh, whenever you're off the app, I can't hear you. You teacupped. You can hear me, but I can't hear you. Okay.
Sorry. He was around what 120 BC or CE, right?
No, he dies by that point. But 111, late 111, early 112 is when he writes letter 96 of book 10 of his complete letters over to Trajan.
Yes, and he was talking about a cult of followers of Christianity, correct?
Yes.
All right. So, and they say that Jesus died around 30 CE, correct?
Sure. Yep.
Right. I mean, just as a number, right? So, and then around the same time, Tacitus was there, right? Around 110, 115, right?
Okay. Yeah. In fact, Pliny and Tacitus, they talk a little bit. Yep.
Are you there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So Tacitus was a Roman governor in Judea, right?
Tacitus?
I'm sorry. He was a historian. Sorry.
Yeah.
Wait.
So what happened to Pliny? We're on Pliny. You said that Pliny the Younger is evidence for this Jesus and what we know about Jesus.
Okay. But so they're not talking about Jesus. They're talking about a cult of Judaism that follows a man that they call the Messiah. Right?
No, there's no mention of Judaism there.
Well, no, but that's what it was. Like that's what the Romans considered Christianity to be.
There's no mention whatsoever between Judaism and Christianity there within Pliny.
No, but I'm talking about not in Pliny, but the general sense of the Roman concept of what Christianity was when it first started.
No.
So
there's no. I don't know what you're referring to then.
Well, that's not important to the argument.
Literally nothing supports the idea that there was Judaism and Christianity together. Christianity is mentioned void of Judaism.
But they were talking about a cult of people. Then we'll forget.
Pliny
Judaism
was, yeah.
Yes, that was following a Christ-like a figure that they called Christ or Christos, right?
Sure.
All right. Now that was what 2 or 3 generations removed from that, right?
Yeah. If you think that it starts in 30, then sure. Yeah, but of course Pliny doesn't mention that, but
so you've got a very in a game of telephone in oral tradition, right? 1 or 2 to 3 to 5 generations is not a great stretch, right? But the big thing that I think in this argument is Jesus was not a uncommon name at all.
Right, but of course Pliny doesn't use the word Jesus, so I'm still trying to figure out what Pliny says about this character that you think that we can. There's a preponderance of evidence, and you mentioned Pliny the Younger. That was the first historian out of your mouth, or the first name out of your mouth that talks about him. What does Pliny say about this Jesus person? In your knowledge,
he was talking about a Christ figure, right?
Okay.
That they were working. he was talking about Christ. Okay, he used that word, right?
Okay.
And then we know that this cult there also they consider Jesus to be Christ, right? So
No,
Pliny
it doesn't say anything about Jesus.
No, Pliny did not use the word Jesus.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep. And where is
I
this,
am-
by the way? Where on the map is this?
This is in what do you mean in the map? Like in the world? Like
Yes.
literally? All right. He's talking about Judea.
No.
Where's he talking about?
He is the governor of Bithynia and Pontus, which is on the northern tip
Right.
of the region of Asia Minor, so modern day Turkey. So right under the coast of Black Sea.
So it has spread a little bit.
Well, I mean, he doesn't say anything about Judea. He doesn't say anything about the spread.
Yeah, but I mean, like we know the epicenter of Christianity, and we know.
Nope,
where
we
Pliny
don't.
is, right?
That's what we're trying to figure out. And the epicenter of Christianity is not Judea. I haven't heard any proof yet so far that there's any mention of a Jesus or any information about his life or anything from Judea or anything about Judaism. We're still on Pliny, and we're trying to figure out how you got to the preponderance of evidence. And you mentioned Pliny, and it doesn't seem like he has anything to say about Jesus, Judaism, Judea. What's going on here?
But like, so we're not trying. I'm not trying to like. All right. So the first thing we need to do is, or I need to do is understand like we have to agree on a set of facts.
So here's where Judea is at the time. He is in Bithynia and Pontus. He's up here. Biggest city is Sinope.
Okay.
All right. And Sinope is, by the way, where three decades after Pliny the Younger is writing, we get the first gospel from a guy from this city.
Yeah.
Marcion. So, that being said, what does the governor of up here
Have anything to do
mention about a guy from down here?
He's talking. He is mentioning a cult from that started in Judea.
Nope. We don't
Right.
have any evidence that they did. He doesn't say anything about the
Yeah,
idea that they started
No,
there.
he doesn't. But I mean, we can trace it.
How?
There are Roman records. There are Judean records.
Like
there-
what?
Man, I don't have it all in front of me.
There's no Judean records of Christianity down there.
No, but there are of cults of that area of that ilk, right? And it's
Not in that area. I don't know what you're talking about.
And it's common knowledge that there were an extreme amount of anti-Roman apocalyptic preachers claiming to be the Messiah.
No.
Yes.
Nope. There's only one person who is even remotely close to that description. That is Shimon Bar Kokhba, who does not claim to be the Messiah, but rather Rabbi Akiva in 130s calls him the Messiah. Then he promptly gets unalived, in which case I guess the Messiah sucked. But nevertheless, there is no one in the first century that the Romans say claimed to be the Messiah. Or anybody claims to be the Messiah.
Okay, then we'll just say preachers, right?
Okay.
Like there were a lot. I mean, that was just the sentiment back then. You had a bunch of Judeans that were standing on their soapboxes, speaking a bunch of anti-Roman stuff and getting killed for it, right?
All right.
I mean, like, so we know we
Don't
know
really
that-
have a lot of proof of that. I mean, the
there
biggest
is
one, I
evidence.
guess, would be maybe Judas the Galilean, who led a revolt. He's mentioned in Acts. To some extent, you have maybe Theodos, but he doesn't really say anything about like I don't know, like anti-Roman. You have Jesus of Gamaria, or I believe that's the place he's from, and he's in 70. He says, "Woe to Jerusalem!" He defends Jerusalem against the Romans and dies from an overdose of Roman catapult on the wall of Jerusalem in 70. But other than that, I don't know too many people who are like. You could maybe say John the Baptist, I guess, but John the Baptist doesn't really say anything about Romans. He just shit-talked Herod Antipas.
True.
So I don't really know what you're referring to about these like people from the first century who are like, yeah, Rome sucks, and then Rome has to go and off them.
Well, you can say you can say that being anti-Roman doesn't necessarily mean saying death to Rome or anything like that, right?
Right. I mean,
It's like
the
they say
whole
that-
purpose of Pliny the Younger's run in with the Christians in 111 was literally because of the fact that they were meeting together in secret without a permit. He actually, before then, he had to break up a volunteer fire department. We have a letter where he talks about that because they didn't have the right permits. Because things would get really political very quickly, and people would say, "Hey, let's revolt against Rome." If we go back to this map here, you'll see that the area he's in is kind of on the outskirts of the Roman Empire. Rome, of course, is more centered over here, but he's over here, and so he's having to put down a whole bunch of rebellions and whatnot all the time. He was actually the second most powerful man in Rome. He had been a procurator. He'd been a senator. He'd been a lawyer over in Rome. He'd served under multiple dynasties. And now, near the end of his life, he had actually been placed out there by Trajan because of his power and because of his governing experience. So he was able to put down rebellions pretty quick. So, there are some rebellions and everything like that, but he's not in Judea because that's not really the source of most of their issues, really. Kind of, sort of. He's writing right before the Second Jewish-Roman War, but he doesn't mention any kind of connection between this group that he runs into called Christians and the Jewish people. You don't think it would be odd that, someone from way up here would be worshiping someone from down here or, sympathetic to their plight? He doesn't mention anything about it.
No, not. It odd, yes, but impossible, no, right? Now, obviously, we don't know everything that happened because we're relying on just what people wrote down, right?
Okay.
And the reliability of that information that is written down.
Okay.
Right. So
what is this preponderance of evidence that you were talking about? Can we get to how we have just this mountain of evidence for Jesus?
I am saying that there is a preponderance of it, not a mountain of it. Okay, all right. To me, have you ever heard of Useful Charts?
Yep.
All right. Have you seen his video on his series of videos on whether Jesus and Moses and Muhammad existed?
So when I said a mountain, I understand that you didn't use that term, but preponderance. Let's take a quick look as to what the hell that even really means. So when we talk about that, when I mention that idea, let's see here. We're looking at. Let's see here. We're looking at the definition here on what I've got here. Preponderance means it refers to having a greater amount, number, weight, influence, or importance than something else. It describes the state of being the majority or the dominant or most prevalent element in a given situation.
Exactly. Yeah.
So where's the
basically
preponderance
saying
of evidence here? What?
It's basically saying that it is more likely that that this person existed than him not having existed.
Okay.
Right.
But so far you've mentioned a person who never says the name Jesus and never mentions any connection to Judea or Judaism or anything like that.
Then we've got Tacitus, who was talking about he didn't mention Jesus, but he was talking about the Christianity, right?
Was he talking about Christianity, or did he potentially use a different term?
Well, he was talking about he used the word Christus, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he was talking. He wrote about Nero's persecution of the followers of Christos.
Okay.
Right. And he is particularly during the at the hands of Pontius Pilate during Tiberius's Caesarhood, right?
Okay.
When Tiberius was so again, there's not a mention of Jesus, but of the followers of Christos.
All right.
Right. And again, the other evidence would be Josephus, which I don't necessarily consider him to be Uh, he's both the biggest supporter of Christianity and the biggest like deterrent from Christianity from an historical sense. It's he lives in this weird paradox zone because he can be both very reliable and very unreliable
Yeah,
at
well,
the same
let's
time.
not worry about Josephus at the moment. Let's go ahead and worry about Tacitus. So right here in front of you is the oldest manuscript that we have of Tacitus's Annals. All right.
Mm-hmm.
It dates originally written in 116. The oldest manuscript that we have dates to about the 11th century, sometime in the 11th century. All right. So what we can see, I'm going to zoom in here. What does this word right here? What does that look like to you? What word does that look like?
It looks like Christians.
Yes, and that's what it is.
I'm assuming
Why do you
begging
think
the
that?
question.
Why do you think that the Christians is in the margins here?
Because it is a note by it doesn't look like the same handwriting, so it would be an additional note from someone else.
Okay.
That would be either clarifying or trying to change a narrative.
Yeah. Well, at least trying to clarify or trying to change it, because right over here in the text, we have this word. That's the word Christians.
Yes.
We have a space right here in the middle of this word, because this used to be the letter E. Here's an I in the word Christus. Here's an I in Tiberius. Here's the E in Tiberius. This used to be an E, and they tried to erase part of it. You've got a pretty bad echo. I don't know what's going on. Take me off of Bluetooth or whatever.
Is that better?
Probably. Maybe.
Okay, go for it.
We still hear a bit of an echo. Yeah.
How about that?
Hopefully that's better. Yep, that's much better. Okay, so the point is, we see this word Christians in a Latin inscription in Rome that dates between 16 BCE and 37 CE. It's called CILVI 24944. On top of that, the word Christians is actually used in the oldest codex for the New Testament, Codex Sinaiticus. It's also used by Justin Martyr, one of the most prolific early Christian church fathers who writes there in the 2nd century. It's used by even Marcion, the first person to publish a gospel, uses the word Christ. So yeah, I mean, this is pretty weird that this Christianity seems to date back prior to the supposed birth of Jesus. That's really weird. It wouldn't make a lot of sense now, would it?
No.
It also tries to say that this person, that the person who you're talking about, Christus, it tries to say that Christus was the source for the name Christians, which doesn't make a lot of sense. The Christians with an E wouldn't get their name from Christus with an I. Also, the reason why Tacitus is actually considered one of the best ancient Roman historians is because of the fact that he used to be a senator, so he had access to the Roman archives, the Senate records, the crucifixion or arrest records that they would possibly have. Do you think that they would have used the word Christ or his name Jesus, like Yeshua, Yehoshua, or his Greek or Latin variant of that? Do you think they would have put Christ or Jesus?
I mean, it depends, right? It really does.
Okay.
It does.
Pilate doesn't even put the word Christ above his head on the cross. Why would they arrest him and say, you know what, we crucified 2 thieves and then we also crucified the Messiah?
But so that term Christ, or
it's a title,
Christus,
not a
right?
name. Yeah.
It's a title, right? So
do you think the Romans called him Christ, or do you think they would have called him Jesus on their arrest record?
I mean, in their arrest records, they would have used his name.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So if Tacitus is taking a look at any kind of record, he would have seen the name Jesus. At best, he could have put like Jesus, who's called Christ, or something like that. But nevertheless, even if for some strange reason he's just taken somebody's word for it, cool. Christ would not be where the Christians got their name. That doesn't make any sense. Also, I'd like to point out that while he continues talking about all this kind of stuff, he mentions Pontius Pilate, but calls him a procurator when he was actually a prefect. Judea didn't even have a procurator until the decade after Pilate was dismissed.
When they're referring to these Christians, right? They're not referring to the followers of Jesus. They're referring to the followers of the Christ. right?
So you think that Christ
So
means something else than Jesus here in this passage?
I believe that Christ is a title that was given to Jesus.
Cool. So
Okay.
why would
Right.
the Christians with an E call themselves the Christians if they were following the Christ with an I?
Well, I mean, that comes down to the way the way that language has evolved over the years.
That would make a lot
Right.
of sense. If he thought that they were saying Christians with an E and they followed Christus, why wouldn't he put Christus with an E?
Because, well, I'm not a linguist.
Yeah.
But
So it tries to say that they got their name from Christus. What I'm trying to point out is that this line that says they got their name from Christus or Christ is problematic. There's red flags all throughout it because it's not actually authentically from Tacitus. We can actually take a look at the text and compare it to similarly sized lines from Tacitus and see that it doesn't even come up with him. It's something that is written by someone else. The first time that it's alluded to, this passage about like Nero blaming the Christians, it's actually mentioned by Tertullian, the first Christian that we know of who wrote in Latin there around the year 200. He says, consult your history books or read your history books. We were blamed for the fire in Rome, all these different punishments and stuff like that. He talks about all the punishments, talks about everything in that passage about the Christians, except for the idea that Tacitus mentions Jesus, because that's not authentic to Tacitus's annals. That doesn't get mentioned until the early 5th century by Cephalus Severus, a Christian in the early 5th century who says, oh, Tacitus said this line. But no, that's not authentic. That's the problem. Sometime, and there's actually scholars who would agree with this, sometime between the start of the 3rd century and early in the 5th century, we get an interpolation into this text. Which makes sense because in the 4th century is when we get the interpolation known as the Testimonium Flavianum, which you were already sort of kind of talking about being problematic.
Yeah.
And even Christian scholars acknowledge that the Testimonium Flavianum had been interpolated into to some degree. But we can actually take a look at that one and we can determine that that was Eusebius writing in the early 4th century. So we see, in that case, who actually interpolated it. We can see that the Christians are actually trying to change history and insert things into history to make Jesus sound real. That's the problem.
I mean, so I'm not disagreeing with you with the problematic nature of proving Jesus, right?
Okay.
Like I'm not, but like my point with all of this is, the big question that I ask myself whenever I'm like talking to a Christian, right, is why does it matter? Right. And for me,
again, you were trying to say that Jesus actually existed. That's why it matters in this case. I'm not talking to a Christian, and that doesn't really matter to me. How you approach a Christian is not part of this conversation. We are talking about whether or not Jesus or Paul existed, and you were trying to defend the idea that they did exist, and you said that there was a preponderance of evidence. We're going through said evidence, and I am eviscerating it. That is all that we're doing here. If you have any kind of information that I can't easily dismiss, or we don't have a ton of problems with, please present it.
I'm not saying that there are not problems, right? And there's always going to be problems with one way or the other,
Well, a
right?
preponderance doesn't really jive with the idea of there's problematic passages that talk about a guy.
Then why do secular, atheistic, New Testament scholars and historians all mostly say that there was a man in Jerusalem named Jesus that was alive during this time that fits the natural description of what the Bible says?
That's a good question, and the answer comes from a unnecessary, unwarranted level of reliability that is placed upon the early church, as well as texts that we can now determine are inauthentic to these particular authors, or not written at that time. This is the issue. The majority of historians, if you ask them, well, generally, like about Jesus, they'll generally point you to scholars anyways, but the majority of religious scholars or scholars on religion, they would say that Jesus either existed or likely existed, probably existed, that kind of thing. There are obviously secular scholars. The majority of religious scholars are religious in some way, but there obviously are secular scholars like Bart Ehrman who say, hey, Jesus definitely existed. And that's fine. That's great. That's cool. It's whatever. But the issue is the fact that they are leaning upon church tradition. They are also leaning upon texts that they believe are authentic that we can now see just isn't the case. They're using more or less outdated information for these particular claims. That's the issue. It's not that Bart Ehrman's an idiot. No, he's far from it. It's just that he is using outdated information and outdated assumptions and also compromising with the church, where I'm not going to do that. I'm just not going to do that. For instance, his gotcha about Jesus is the idea, and I'm going to quote him directly, you can't have a brother and not exist, because he believes Paul met James, the brother of Jesus. But the only way that he assumes that Paul exists is because he's assuming that the church tradition is correct when it talks about him. Because we don't have any evidence of Paul outside of Christianity. None. Zero. Zilch. Nada. So that means he's relying at some point on church tradition. And in order to put Paul's letters into the first century, he can't rely on Paul's letters themselves because there's no information about the first century from there. He's got to rely on Acts, which we already deemed, from a scholarly perspective, is historical fiction at best, and utilizes a bunch of works from like Josephus that were published in 99 at latest. So that's really problematic. So, on top of all of that, the oldest iteration of Paul's letters that we can now determine, like from Stilometry and like a Christian scholar, M. David Litva, here recently, when he takes a look at the text, he sees that the earliest iteration of Paul's letters come from 144, published by Marcion, and these things don't include the line about James, the brother of Jesus. So, no, it's outdated information. It's just... I mean, there goes his strongest argument. Bart Ehrman's strongest argument goes out the window when we actually press and say, where is the evidence of this? It comes down to either accepting church tradition or compromising some way with church tradition. That's it. That is
one
it.
way or the other. So one way or, to make Jesus exist, you're essentially just taking things that, that
they present,
to use a very bad term, on faith.
Kinda. Or you're relying on a particular group of people who have faith in it. Like you're relying on Christianity. In order for Jesus to exist, you have to rely on Christianity. That's the thing. And when we can see that like texts like Tacitus or Josephus are edited by later Christians, it's just furthering that concept. You're relying on Christians in order to get to Jesus being real. And
man, I can get on board with that 100%. All right, I got you there. All right. So yeah, no, I did not call it. Like I did not want to talk to you to convince you that you're wrong. I wanted this, right? And I greatly appreciate it, man. I really do.
Yeah, I mean, not a problem. Hey, now, really quick, if you want, a little bit of a shameless plug here. But Christ Before Jesus is the book. Yeah, the book from me and my co-author. We're data scientists. We take a look at the New Testament, and we take a look at the oldest versions that we can find there from Greek, Codex Sinaiticus, Codex Vaticanus. We compare it with itself, split it into chapters or pieces, compare it. But then we compare it with other things from Greek that we can get our hands on from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd century CE and the 1st century BCE, and find that the New Testament is actually written in the 2nd century CE. So what that does is it changes a lot of how we view how it comes together and the evolution, the rise of the religion. It changes how they view certain things, the theology, the characters, the stories. They evolve over time. So a lot of people view Jesus as this historical person who got deified over time, but in reality, he's more of a deity that is talked about like in this mythology type way that gets historicized over time. Over time, we get a genealogy. There's stories about his birth, different stuff like that. The stories about him growing up later on. Over time, they start applying human characteristics to this deity that they're worshiping. And when Pliny runs into them in 111, they don't have the story yet. So they're still worshiping like a deity known as Christ. That's why Pliny doesn't say anything about a man, doesn't say anything about the name Jesus, doesn't say anything about anything. There's no Jesus concept yet. He just mentions this cult that worships a Christ, because Christ is a title, as you pointed out, and it means anointed. It applied to multiple gods. It applied to multiple people. It's just it's a title of a god as opposed to a person, and that's the thing.
All right, I got you. All right, cool. Man, I'm 100% on board with you on this, right?
All right, that's good. That's good.
My approach is, like I said, I like, if I'm talking to a Christian, which all of my family are Christians, right? I grew up in Kentucky. You're Tennessee, right? I grew up in Kentucky. Uh,
Well,
but
I was born in Tennessee. I've still got family out in Tennessee and everything like that. But I'm in
okay.
North Texas. Yeah, so we're good.
Okay, all right. But so you know how the strife of being an apostate or an atheist in those types of areas, right?
Right.
But I take the stance of like, all right, I will give you that Jesus exists, right? I don't care if he existed, right? Like that is not important to our goals here. Our Bible says he is real, right? If he is the Son of God,
Okay.
right? That is my stance, right? And then if the timeline, if the story of this Jesus is real, right? And like hell, enough now to you can disprove the Bible just with the Bible, right?
Right.
The timeline with Herod the Great, or the lineages of Jesus, or there's a bunch of different things that you can use to just like arguments from authority, right? They hold the Bible as an authority, right? So to disprove that Jesus was the Son of God, right? I don't care if he was real, right? What I care is was he God, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if we can disprove that he was God, then we can disprove the rest of it, right? The rest of it falls apart. It doesn't matter, right?
Right. I guess, but I mean, ultimately, if he didn't exist, then why even worry about whether or not he was God?
I agree with that sentiment as well, right? But when you're talking to someone like, for me, because like I said, I talk to Christians, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or I'll talk to my family, right? I have to assume, I have to start where they're at, right? You will never convince a Christian that Jesus did not exist.
I think
Right?
it's been done before.
Well,
I think there's people in the chat who maybe consider themselves Christian and then have now understood that Jesus didn't exist. I mean,
well, the likelihood of it is low, right?
Well, I mean, stick around here and you'll see it enough.
You have had great success, and I'm grateful that people like you do exist, truly, right? But so for me, it's more of like, this is why the Bible doesn't make sense, right? This is why all of this is bullshit, right? So the foundation of your beliefs are wrong. So once you start to build that one little seed of doubt, you're starting from a different location than I am, right? But once you plant a single seed of like Jesus wasn't real, Jesus never existed, or the Bible as you know it is unreliable, right? Two different avenues to reach the same goal, if that makes sense, right?
I mean, so I guess. But anyways, that being said, thank you for coming up. I do want to get to some other guests, but thank you very much for coming up and enjoy the conversation, man.
Yeah, me too, man. You have a good one, man.
All right, thanks. That was Waffle Stomper, everybody. Waffle Stomper. All right. Just checking the chat really fast. Right Counter 5042. Oh my God. I assumed he existed until I joined CBJ Lives. Well, thank you very much, Dooley, for joining the lives. Let's see. We also got, Love Aguilera's. Jesus Christ. Dropped the Jesus thing in one day. One lecture. Atheism came later from Blue Cajun. Factualist says yapping. Success is an evident fact. I'm not really sure what Soli was talking about, but I think so. Emily Neptune said, so why are we here with guest if he doesn't think people change? I'm afraid that the baby doesn't think people can change. Please tell me you got that reference. Anyways, what's the hat brand? This brand is, I think, 7-Eleven brand. I think I got this at 7-Eleven. I'm pretty sure I did. I think this is a cheap straw hat. All right. How do you call in? Well, you call in. You request up over on TikTok. I know that sounds really bad, but if you have a YouTube, if you're watching on YouTube and you're like, I want to give this so-called cowboy piece of my mind, come up on TikTok. The link. Let me see if I can get a link over there. Can anybody put a link into the chat over there? One of the mods over on YouTube. But yeah. Let's see. Spooky Ghost 61 says, get a job. Well, aside from turning out your mom, this is my job. So thank you. Thank you for acknowledging the fact that I'm working. Let's see. Debating you would be wasted breath. That's actually really kind. Jessica Roberts says debating you would be wasted breath because I'm such a good debater that Jessica would not be able to have a leg to stand on. So thank you very much, Jessica, for acknowledging that I would absolutely mop the floor with you. Thank you very much, Jessica. Thank you. We applaud you. Okay. Let's see. Jessica Roberts then put a comment that said Seattle immature is do not listen to the crap. All right. Well, the English language has never met such a formidable opponent, and I don't think that the English language could stand a fight against Jessica Roberts. All right. Factualist says, is there good debaters on TikTok? Maybe. There might be. What would host be? Pepperjack. Oh, my God. All right. Is Breeze in here? W. Jessica concession.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Also, let's see here. Apostate Ape is in here. That's for you. Also, I think I saw Nerd in here, so I wanted to make sure that they were recognized.
Go outside, nerd. Get out. Go. I ain't got time to be distracted by your worthless chime-ins. Go on.
Dr. Pepper, baby, is good and nice. Doo-doo-doo.
Because you, my precious little bitch boy,
Stop it,
are
sir.
tripping balls.
Bella, where the hell have you been, Loca?
All right, that's enough for that. Oh, no, Breeze in here. All right, if you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, request on up. Other than that, I've got someone coming up that I'm sure that a lot of you are champing at the bit to hear from. I want to hear from this person, this lovely person of mine. Here she comes. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes?
6,000 years old.
That checks out. And also, what is your religion?
Kemetic.
Kemetic? Is that like a metric or something? Because we use the imperial system here in America.
The Egyptian gods.
What the fuck is a kilometer? Anyways, what do you?
You can't be serious, right?
what do you got for us today, Hanji?
So I got a new theory that was placed upon my lap the other night, that therapists might actually be based off of a mix of Socrates and Plato, as far as iconography goes.
Oh, nice. What do we got there? Where'd you get this theory?
Greek report.
Man, it sounds like
And they're able
that's
to,
where you get the
like-
majority of your information from.
Well, not really. A lot of the other channels that I use, they don't stream in the States.
Where are you getting your information from? The DPRK? Like, what is happening here?
I have a list of outlets that I can send to you. But they're in Greek, though. There's no
okay.
English
Well, then please
translation.
do not send those to me. They're going to be of no use. Also, I don't want to be put on some kind of weird list. Yeah, I can't be put on some weird like, oh, he reads that particular Greek paper list. It's going to be me, you, and John Stamos, and I can't be put on that kind of list.
First of all, fuck John Stamos.
I would if I could.
He's a... not the life for that.
Anyways.
No, he's a piece of shit human being.
Oh, I had no idea. I just see him on Full House, and I see him on Drummy-O drumming, and I'm like, that guy seems.
I'll put it to you like this: he knew what was happening to Mary-Kate and Ashley, partook in it, and didn't say anything about it. Leave it at that.
Oh, well, I haven't heard anything about that, so my apologies, guys. Don't cancel me for wanting to boink John Stamos. So, There you go.
Oh, shit.
Okay. All right. Anyways, that being said, if anybody out there has any evidence for Juicer Paul, come on up. Come on up. Again, you gotta use TikTok. I understand that people on YouTube don't really like TikToks, whatever. I get it, but man, I get it. For people have this weird disdain for TikTok. I understand. But there's a link, I'm pretty sure, there on the YouTube side. Did somebody ever comment that? I'm pretty sure they did.
I don't know, but whoever this person is, they request
Yeah, they
every
did. Let me
day.
see if I can copy that. Can I copy that message? I can pin the message. Hopefully that works.
I need to hear my Theo, please. Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
Oh yes, absolutely. That's the problems with the guest.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
That's how that works.
Ella.
All right. If you've got any evidence for Juicer Paul, click that link there on YouTube or request up here on TikTok. I want to hear from you. We can have a good conversation there. Chaos Engine over there with the fart sound. There you go. Yeah, I went ahead and pinned it there. Click that link over there on YouTube and then come on up.
I sometimes stream you on YouTube, but it's too chaotic. And I don't like the fact that I have to physically type out someone's name just to tag them. No, I don't like that.
Well, as Everlasting Godsupper said, it is absolutely hell on the front lines of the YouTube chat. The YouTube chat is unhinged. And I like it because of that. Because I'm all for, I'm all for being able to express yourself a little better. But I mean, there are boundaries that we have to keep, for civility and stuff like that. But nevertheless, I'm all for people, maybe talking a little bit of shit about me. It's perfectly fine. I don't care. Talk shit about me.
Well, I see giblets in the comment section. I'll send you an invite to come up. It's letting me let you, so clearly followers isn't an issue.
Let's see. Well, you can send the invite, but sometimes TikTok will still not let them come up. It won't let them accept it. It's really weird.
That's probably why he's crashing out in comments.
Yeah, it says 10 of y'all follow me so I can go up. Yeah, I know that it sounds weird. It sounds like a weird cop-out or something, but no, sometimes you can invite them and they still can't come up. It's weird. Let's see. Somebody in the chat. Oh, man, it got deleted. I was going to read it. They said, let's see. All right, let's say, yeah, okay. Someone with a Japanese name said, "Why are you a homosexual Christian?" I mean, look.
During the month of Pride is crazy work.
Well, maybe. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they're saying you shouldn't be Christian because they're anti-LGBTQIA+.
I can agree with that, actually.
Maybe.
People who are LGBT and still follow Christianity, they're a masochist.
Oh, yeah. But, I mean, maybe that's what... I doubt that's what they actually meant. But maybe that's what they meant. So, hats off to... I can't even possibly say... It looks like a whole bunch of sideways sevens and a couple dashes. But nevertheless, hats off to you there on YouTube for sticking up for the LGBTQIA plus community. Thank you very, very much. And if you didn't, go fuck yourself. And also, happy Pride. All right. Emily Neptune says, "I don't get why women would be Christian either." At this point, I don't know why anybody would want to be.
Literally.
I mean, you know what I mean? Anyways. Over on YouTube, we got ZHuff56 saying, "LMAO, did George Washington exist?" That's the exact same argument you're making. You didn't spell "your" correct. You didn't use any punctuation at the end of the last sentence there. And George Washington is not George Washington. I have no idea what kind of autocorrect your phone is using. But what?
George Washington was his brothel name because he knew how to wash stones.
Chopping down that cherry
Benjamin
tree.
Franklin. You know the anachronism in there.
I don't even want to know. Okay, it's his OnlyFans username. Washing his stone. Oh man. Anyways, Jesus is a fictional character. Can't fix stupid. If Jesus didn't exist, why am I still stupid /
What does that even mean?
I don't know. It was someone just making a joke, but it was funny. El Gekon or something says Paul who? Well, Paul is yeah, Paul is supposed to be the author of multiple texts over there in the New Testament, like half of it. Bree says, get 10 followers, then request up. Bree, so savage.
Finish him.
She's been saying that for a minute in the chat. You're slacking.
Well, I mean, Miglo says, hey, Hanji.
Hey, Miglo.
Where was Hanji's sound? Oh, here we go.
Sometimes when I wipe,
What the
I'll wipe
fuck?
and I'll wipe and I'll wipe and I'll wipe 100 times. Still poop. Let me check that.
Ew.
It's like I'm wiping a marker or something.
That's fucking nasty. That sounds like you, because men think that washing their ass is gay. So that's really a thing. I wish I was fucking joking.
All right. Let's see. If you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. If you're on TikTok, the request button should be right about here-ish, right above Hanji's head or down there. And if you're on YouTube, click the little link there that's pinned. It is the link directly to the TikTok account.
How are you gonna drop that sound and not sing?
What? That's called getting G-noted. You hear that note, and it immediately puts the song in your head, and I'm not going to sing it. We're not going to finish it. That's how that works.
I love NCR so much. Never got the chance to see them.
By the way, does the Taco Bell... That's the Taco Bell sound, and that sounds a lot like one of the bells in One More Time from Blink-182. One more time.
Probably.
Anyways, all right. Request up, Christians. Jaren doesn't let women finish confirm. Oh my God.
Yeah, see, there you go. There you go.
No, that is not true. What? Come on. Bree says the Taco Bell sound is one of the reasons my husband likes you. Well, I haven't played that in a long time, so I apologize to. I'm gonna go with Arthur. I think maybe that's his name. I don't know. Bree and Arthur sounds pretty nice. Bree and Arthur. Arthur and Bree. Gus.
Gus.
Steve, Kevin is another one. Arthur the Aardvark. AARDVARK. Shout out to all the 90 kids. Okay. Let's see. All right. Well, we're not getting any traction over here. Also, a lot of it's because of the fact that I got like a flag or whatever. I was flagged for not having anything moving on the screen. And then I appealed it, and I lost
Do
the
they
appeal.
not see your ADHD ass on
I don't
this
know.
panel? Like,
I don't know. I have no idea. No clue. And then I appealed it, and apparently it was like, nope, we still don't see anything moving. I don't know. I have no idea. It was really strange. So I think I've got to do a restart over on the TikTok side.
just do it. Your little cheesy Swedish dance. Is this Swedish?
Swedish? The
Whatever
Borat
that
dance?
song is that. Oh, that's where that's from. It sounds very Swedish. Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I got this one, though. All right, so we are restarting over there on TikTok. Restart for the cesspool. Oh, yeah. All right. if you are on YouTube, I'm gonna have to. Well, I don't know if that's. We may have to repin that. Maybe, I don't know. So, whoops. I didn't mean to actually delete it. Jesus Christ. Just meant to unpin it. But we may have to do that again. Here, I'm gonna restart over there on TikTok. There we go. Hey, welcome in, everybody. Welcome back in. They're on TikTok side. Again, if you think that Jesus or Paul existed 2,000 years ago in Judea, come on up. If you're on YouTube, request on up, and hopefully we will be, receiving some kind of evidence for Jesus or Paul soon, because I don't want to have to keep doing this every day. You think I like doing this? I actually do. It's kind of fun. It's kind of my thing. Okay. Anyways, request on up. If you think that Jesus or Paul existed, come on up. Come on up. Kevin something says the difference Caesar was a man. We know they exist. Fair enough. Let's see. Mike. And then the last name, Oxlong. We know how that's working there. Says rage baiting for views and y'all falling for it. Well, you're commenting, so thank you. All right, over there on TikTok, we got Hanji Targaryen dancing. Mazikeen, and just like that, we're back. Yes, and we're back from Mazikeen. Lady Huggy says, hello, lovely humans. What it, YouTube? What it do, YouTube? You think he likes dealing with my BS? Jake, no. Hello. Giblet says muting me constantly. I need 7 more followers. Your mods are shadow banning me? What are you talking about? I don't even know what you're talking about. Again, if you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. If you're on YouTube, join over on TikTok and request up. I'd love to talk to you. Storm says, I need a giggle. Play my sound, please. Let me see if I can get to that sound.
I know what's wrong with it. Ain't got no gas in it.
Ain't got no gas in it. Oh, man, that is a southerner through and through. Giblets engaged with the topic and you won't be muted. You got Giblet. That's fine. All right. Let's see. Tone police get muted. Absolutely. Do it. Done but book. The best he can say, we can't 100% approve it. To say they never existed, he's a straw man theory. Rohan, request up on TikTok because I want to hear what you got to say. I don't really know what you're talking about there. I'm not really following it. Some Christians I can lure in here. Just like throw out a little Hanji bait and just, reel them in. Oklahoma credit card. What does that even mean? I found Jesus. He was hiding behind the couch the whole time. There we go. That's the problem.
One eternity later.
MP1 says, John 39, they study scripture thinking it will give them eternal life, but scriptures point to me. I don't know what you're talking about. The way you read slowly tells me everything about your education. I'm reading slowly because I'm trying to make sure that I'm reading the direct words that people are writing. That's in Bible Don't Run. John 39 isn't a thing. John stops in chapter 21. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh shit, am I on panel?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, can you mute me for a second? I just got groceries. I have to put them away.
Oh shit. Well, either way, you just got groceries. You get your groceries. Yeah. Anyways, if you got any evidence, oh, very nice. If you got any evidence for Jesus Paul, come on up. All right. To the person in the chat. Yeah. Thank you, Hetty. The bid, whatever your name is there in the chat. It starts with a B and then there's a D word or whatever. If you think that Jesus or Paul existed, come on up. You can't type anymore in the chat, but you can request up if you like. Trying to debate the host, not a chat. Oh, well, there we go. Over on YouTube, Shino Benim Bop or something says, go back to your country, you dark-skinned idiot. All right, give me a second. All right, I'm there. Kiyomi on Kiyomi, I guess. Kiyomi says, whether you believe Christ is God or not, Jesus is still a historical figure. Well, come on up and we'll talk about it. If you are on YouTube and you want to request up, click the link that is in the pinned comment, and you can request up over there on TikTok. That's how we take guests. What's going on, business page?
What's up, man?
Into all business.
Yep. All right. Why you say Jesus never existed?
Because even the natural Jesus presented by the New Testament doesn't line up with what we know about the first century, or early first century especially, from contemporaries or geography, archaeology, that kind of thing. And there's other reasons, but yeah, for the most part, that's in a nutshell what we have.
But since it was so long ago, isn't it possible that like it was just inaccurate?
Well, it is inaccurate. That's what I'm saying.
But like stories can get twisted though, right? Like, so does that necessarily
Well, if
mean
it's
that
so twisted that it's inaccurate now, and it was accurate before, we don't have any evidence that it was accurate prior. That's the thing. Like, I understand that the argument could be that like things change over time, but if it's changed so much that what we dive into and see that it's not accurate or whatever, or see that it's problematic and ahistorical, if that's what we're seeing now, then how could we make a decision as to whether or not it was accurate before? We don't have the accurate version. That's the issue.
You're Christ before Jesus. Does that have anything to do with like the Gnostic?
To some extent, sure. Gnostic is an umbrella term that basically means anything that's not part of the Proto-Catholic or the sect of Christianity there in the 2nd century that would eventually become like the Catholic Church. Anything that's not like Proto-Catholic would be Gnostic, even though Gnostic technically includes a whole bunch of different views. But the first gospel that is published is Evangelion, which was published, or Evangelion, which is published by Marcion in roughly about 144. So, I mean, yeah, you have later Catholics that try to say their gospels are first, but they're definitely not. That being said, yeah, kinda. What I mean by Christ before Jesus is that there was a Christ deity that the Christians worshipped prior to the mythology of Jesus showing up in the 2nd century. But even then, the first Jesus that's presented would still be a Gnostic Jesus, if you will, because it's not what the sect of Christianity that like brings us or gives us the canon that we have today. It's not their version of Jesus. So you could say that it's still a Gnostic Jesus, but regardless, yeah, I mean, kind of, sort of, it's in relation to Gnosticism, kind of, but
I thought Gnosticism was like magic stuff, like things that allude to like you being your own god, and like
some of it,
things like that.
Some of it. Again, Gnostic is an umbrella term. It's like pagan. Pagan is a term that we tend to kind of have an idea of, but in reality, it just means it comes from the Latin paganus, which means like country dweller. It was a term that the Christians used basically means redneck. It says, yeah, these people from out in the middle of nowhere, they still worship like the Roman or Greek gods, as opposed to the people in the cities who were influenced by a whole bunch of different people and different cultures that worship Jesus, because Jesus is like more syncretic, like bringing in a whole bunch of different influences. So people out in the middle of nowhere back then would have been more tied in with their own older religion, like Greek religions or Roman religions, that kind of thing.
Okay, so you're saying like Jesus being like a Jewish man is what is non-existent.
Yeah, I would say that even the natural Jesus does not exist. Yeah. Right, as presented by the New Testament, at least.
Is there something else? You keep saying like as presented by the New Testament. Is there something else that you're
Yeah,
like?
well, I mean, if you think that there are Jesuses that existed, or at least,
okay, I see what you're saying.
in the sense that like that's a name back then.
Okay.
So if you're saying like, ooh, Jesus didn't, I can't say like no one named Jesus existed, but the Jesus from the New Testament, like that natural Jesus, he didn't exist. If you want to say that there's a Jesus that this is based off of, it would need to be a Jesus in name only, or a Gino, as I like to call him. And it just wouldn't tie in with the New Testament, so it wouldn't really matter.
Okay. So what do you say about like people who claim that he existed, like Josephus and Tacitus and stuff?
I would say that those texts were interpolated into by later Christians. For Josephus, we actually know who did it. The Testimonium Flavianum, found in Antiquities of the Jews, Book 18, Chapter 3, Section 3, talks about Jesus, Pilate, crucifixion, miracles, resurrection, disciples, everything like that. But the point is, that is a paragraph that is added by, or written by, a person named Eusebius. A little over 200 years after the death of Josephus is when that's written.
How do you prove that?
Yeah, so he's actually the first person to mention it, despite the fact that multiple church fathers before him talk about Josephus, and they quote Josephus and even quote that same book. None of them mention that paragraph even in pieces. He says, "Let us now make use of Josephus the Jew," and then randomly claims that passage is in the book. On top of that, we can see that there's certain phrases in that passage, in that paragraph, that Josephus either wouldn't use or uses in a different way. So that, like, the phrase that gets translated in English to miracle worker or doer of good works, or doer of good deeds, this is a phrase that Josephus uses to mean poet elsewhere. But the person who uses it to mean miracle worker a bunch is Eusebius in that same book when he first presents it. On top of that, the paragraph before it and after it go together, so much so that if you remove it, it flows perfectly. And then in another book from Josephus called Wars of the Jews, he talks about the material before it and after it without the Jesus portion put in there. It also glazes Christianity a lot. It doesn't say, oh, hey, Jesus was just a dude. It says he could have been a god. It said he was the Christ, or at least called the Christ, and then says that the divine prophets foretold his resurrection, which doesn't say like, oh, I just heard that it happened. It just says he resurrected, which is an insane thing for a practicing Jew to say, living at the Roman emperor's compound. It's because that's where Josephus was. It doesn't make a lot of sense. It's pretty clearly something that's been interpolated. And even Christian scholars know that pieces of it have been added or edited, but they can't really agree on how much of it was edited, because we don't have any version of it that's unedited. Like, we always see the problematic pieces. We always see the parts that are glazing Christianity, and that's pretty bad.
Why do Christians say that it's like? How do Christians know that it's been like things have been added in?
Because they understand that Josephus was not a Christian, and there's things in there that are extremely pro-Christian. Like it says he resurrected after 3 days, as the divine prophets foretold this and 10,000 other wonderful things about him. That's clearly not a non-Christian who writes about Jesus. It's very clearly a Christian person who writes about him. So the Christian scholars are aware that that is something that's been edited. But what they try to do is say, oh, we're just going to kind of go through like a buffet and then like draw a line through all the parts that we don't think he would have said, so that we can keep a core message that he did say. but we don't have any evidence that that core message was ever there. The first time we get any reference to it, it includes all the problems. And the next time that we get it, it includes all of the problems and then like tweaks one of them. Like it's really bad. Like over and over again, we see that this text, we don't have any version of it that doesn't include the problems.
So have you read like all like the Josephus' book, the Antiquities of the Jews? Like, have you read the whole thing, or like
I
just
haven't read the
parts
whole
of it?
thing. It's a pretty good sized book. I have read a good portion of it, yes, especially around those particular books, like books 17, 18, 19, 20, those books.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. And then, so like those like Josephus and Tacitus is like basically the ones that are, I guess, popular. What do you say to like Pliny and like
Pliny doesn't
those?
say anything about Jesus, just mentions Christians worshiping a Christ. Christ is a term that applied to deities and gods. He never says that Christ is a man. He doesn't say Jesus. He doesn't mention anything from the New Testament, despite the fact that he's writing in late 111, which is after the Christians say that all the New Testament was written. And in fact, the Catholics, the early Christian church fathers, said that there were already 3 popes by the time that Pliny is writing, but he never mentions anything about a text, never mentions anything about Judea or Judaism, the name Jesus, nothing. Doesn't insinuate this Christ is a man, nothing.
Dang, so the whole religion is based off of the integrity of Eusebius or Josephus?
Well, I mean, you kinda. I mean, I don't know how you got that particularly from what I was saying, but I mean, sort of, kinda. Eusebius is actually one of the earliest Christian historians. He's commissioned by Constantine in the early 4th century to write a history for the church. So he's a church propagandist. He even admits that basically, and he quotes Plato to kind of defend himself here. And Plato had said that, or presented the idea that a lawyer is justified in lying for his client in order to possibly like get his client or defend his client or get him off. But as far as Christianity goes, he's trying to say that it would be useful, like there's useful lying. So you can lie to suddenly convince people to do the right thing, like because they want to, as opposed to being felt like they needed to be forced to. So he justifies lying, basically. He says that he's lying for the advancement of the church because he sees a benefit in it. Yeah. So, I mean, that's just kind of how it goes. And a lot of what we know, not only about Christianity, but just history in general, is unfortunately funneled through Eusebius. Because the Christians, soon after Eusebius, in 380, they became the official religion of the Roman Empire. So at that point, we end up with a ton of Christians going around and like unaliving people, destroying statues and documents and temples and whatnot. And so we, unfortunately, other than like trash heaps and shit, we don't really have a lot of cool stuff that we can look back on the past and say, hey, this is how we know this is how we confirm this. I mean, yeah, there are some things that survive, but there could have been a lot more if it wasn't for Christians going around and destroying a lot of things and pushing a particular narrative.
You're saying Christians destroy Christian evidence?
Sometimes, yeah, because they would destroy certain like sects of Christianity they deemed was heretical, like the Marcionites.
What is that?
The Marcionites. So the first person to publish a gospel, his name is Marcion. In 144, he publishes a canon that includes a gospel and the letters of Paul for the first time ever. But he had a different view from what like the proto-Catholics had. He said that Jesus was the son of an unknown God known as God the Father, who is separate from Yahweh. And
is
later
that
on,
kind of like Gnostic?
I
Sorry.
mean, kind of, but
okay.
only because of
It's
the
an
fact
umbrella
that
term.
like that's where the stories come from. But what we know as like the canon, the non-Gnostic parts, is just a sect that ends up winning. They're one particular sect of Christianity gives us the canon that we have today, and they just deemed everyone else heretical and said that they're Gnostic. And Gnostic is an umbrella term, like I said, that it includes a whole bunch of different groups of a whole bunch of different sects of Christianity. So later on, though, in 380, one particular group known as the like the Nicene Creed or like the Catholic Church, they're the ones that actually become the official religion of Rome and decide what's Christianity and what's not, or what's true Christianity and what's not. And so they destroyed a lot of stuff.
What was their like position? Like
What we have today, more or less. I mean, over time it kind of develops, but their position was that Jesus was human and God kind of at the same time. Their position on the Trinity was pretty similar to what we have today, basically the same, that kind of thing.
I meant more like their position of power. Like what like why do they get to decide? You know,
because Constantine he had a soft spot for Christianity, and so he says I want a history of the church written down. So he commissions Eusebius to do so. Eusebius lies a bit, but quite a bit actually, but whatever. Then he also puts together the Council of Nicaea that helps start determining like certain theological ideas, like just to kind of get together and get everybody on the same page. And then the Nicene Creed is the particular like type of Christianity that, if you will, that the Roman Empire became in 380. Like that's basically what it is. It's based off of these councils that would come together and just kind of try to get everybody on the same page. So if you weren't on that page, your goose was cooked.
So by that time, like in 380, since the Gospels were already published in 140, there's already like a bunch of people who are Christians, but these guys just they made it popular in Rome. They made it like the official thing in Rome, right? Is that what you said?
I think.
You were saying I think the Council of Nicaea, they're the ones who like made it official, right?
No, they're the ones who kind of work on like the theology. They try to get everybody on the same page, if you will. They take votes to determine like whether or not this is what we should believe, this isn't what we should believe, that kind of thing. They're trying to get people on the same page.
Are they the ones who took out like the Gospel of like Thomas and Enoch?
No. The Council of Nicaea, for some reason, and I guess it's because of the Da Vinci Code. Somebody told me it was from that. I don't know why. I've never seen that movie, but they try to think that the Council of Nicaea is the one that determined books. Books were already pretty much determined by that time. There was already different canons. Later on, they have like a little bit like the Council of Trent kind of decided a little bit more about books, but for the most part, there were already books that were accepted. It was just trying to figure out how to interpret them, how to agree on theology that the Council of Nicaea was more concerned with.
So by 140, they had already taken out like the Book of Thomas and stuff?
By 140? No, the Council of Nicaea is in 325.
Oh, that was just the Gospels that was in 140, right?
Yeah, no. In 144 is the first time we get a gospel.
So that would just be like the 4 books, or just one of the?
No, it's a book called Evangeline, a gospel called Evangeline. It's in 144. Yeah, the Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. The proto-Catholics tried to tell us and try to convince us, and scholars today unfortunately fall for this shit. I don't know why, but in the first century, they try to say that these Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were written in the first century. They're not even close. They're written in the second century, with the first gospel being Evangeline, published in 144, and then Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John come after that.
And you said Evangeline was from Marcion?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's a Christian theologian who is the first to publish a gospel or a New Testament canon. He publishes a canon that's got a gospel known as Evangeline or Evangelion, means it's Greek for gospel, and then 10 books written in the style of letters attributed to Paul.
He published that too?
Yeah, he's the first one. No one mentions Jesus or Paul before him.
So no one questioned it? Like, why did that get popular?
It just got popular because it was a cool story. People liked it. Some of them didn't necessarily believe it, but I mean, we don't have those people anymore because, again, once 380 comes around, you're a Christian, and if you live in the Roman Empire, you're a Christian, and you specifically believe that Jesus was a human and also God and the Trinity and all that kind of shit. That's explicitly like what you're supposed to believe in 380. That's starting in 380. So we don't have evidence of the group that never accepted the story of Jesus because they don't have any texts. It's not around.
One last question. I'll let the other guy talk. Marcion, he kind of had like the same ideas that were already floating around at that time, right? Like people had people to buy into it.
No, not necessarily. I mean, the first person to come up with the story of Zeus had to, publish the
That's
story of
actually
Zeus.
where I was gonna go. So have you studied like those religions and like where they come from, or like how?
I
how that
mean,
gets
over time, these things kind of pop up, and eventually people start writing down. I mean, very clearly with the stories of Zeus, like the worship of Zeus goes way before people started really like writing down things within like Greek like epics and poems and stuff like that. But nevertheless, any religion, the first time that it's like the stories get published is the first time in many cases that a lot of the stories are first heard. Like no one had heard of the angel Moroni before Joseph Smith, but his religion now has 20 million adherents.
Oh, the Mormons.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, man. Yeah, I'll let the other guy talk. Appreciate your time, man.
Oh yeah, yep, no problem. Thank you for coming up. Is that Fox Sports Next? What? Anyways, it's because your name's Brian Fox. Brian Fox, what's going on? Oh, you muted. There you go.
Okay. Yeah, I was just listening to y'all's conversation about those writings. So would you, and just hearing the last thing that you said, so do you, not only would you say you don't believe Jesus existed, Paul existed, but you don't believe in any of the world religions? So no Muhammad, no Muslim faith, no...
What do you mean, no Muhammad? What do you mean? Like, I don't follow the teachings of Muhammad? Is that what you're asking?
No, that Muhammad didn't exist.
Muhammad did exist.
But his writings were, the people that wrote about Muhammad were hundreds of years after he existed. Right?
No.
The earliest manuscripts.
Oh, the earliest manuscripts? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah,
or like,
of
no,
the Quran
well, the actual...
were like hundreds of years after Muhammad had already been dead.
Well, I don't give a shit about the Quran. It's just specifically about like whether or not Muhammad existed would need to be like contemporary evidence. And we have contemporary evidence dating from the same century as him. So no, like there's absolutely people who talk about him who like interacted with him in some way. He was like a warlord, more or less. And so they acknowledge that he like came through militaristically and like kicked our ass.
And if he acknowledges that there was a Jesus, then if he existed and he was real, and he acknowledges that there was a Jesus, then what do we do with that?
I don't know. What do you do with Mitt Romney, who acknowledges that Joseph Smith was a true prophet of God and that he translated golden plates filled with Reformed Egyptian, a language that's never used anywhere else in history, and then Jesus and God took the golden plates back?
I mean, I get that, but we're talking about somebody that you're saying existed, is saying that this
Mitt
person
Romney
existed.
Yeah, Mitt Romney believes that the golden plates existed for the Book of Mormon, and Mitt Romney exists. So what do you want to do there?
Then it just becomes an argument of whoever disagrees with your point is just wrong.
No. What happens is we dive into their accusations and where they got their information and whether or not that's actually historically reliable. We can dive into Mitt Romney's claims that Joseph Smith is a true prophet, and we can take a look at Joseph Smith and see that he's an idiot. And he very clearly is somebody who is just making shit up. For Muhammad, we can see whether or not this belief that gets attached to him, because I don't think that he actually wrote anything or anything. I don't even think the Muslims think that. But nevertheless, whenever you dive into the claims of the Quran and stuff like that, you see that they are based off of Christian claims. I guess the guy left. I don't know why he left. But they're based off of Christian claims, and the Christian claims don't go anywhere because they're based off of just mythology. The guy left. I don't know why he left, but all right, next person up here. Sorry for the wait. Hopefully you're able to connect. He was an idiot is your argument to prove he wasn't a prophet? Yeah, Joseph Smith, yeah. Well, I say he's an idiot because it's easier to say that than he made tons of anachronistic blunders in he and his cronies' book called the Book of Mormon. He did a false representation, or made a false representation of the Egyptian Book of the Dead for the Pearl of Great Price, specifically the Book of Moses or the Book of Abraham. And then when it comes to like Doctrines and Covenants, he's just clearly like a crazy person who's going on some kind of like tyrannical rampage. Yeah, and then he falls for a Greek Psalter. He falls for the Kinderhook plates. I mean, it's pretty clear that he was an idiot. All right. Anyways, abstract silence. I thought that said science, but silence. What you got, man?
Hey, so I mean, I'm not really. I know I'm gonna be fucking out of my depth here for sure.
Why'd you say that?
And I'm not really like here to necessarily disprove like what you're saying and everything like that, because I mean I'm fairly open-minded even as a Christian and everything. I just kind of more want to hear like what your thesis for this argument is, kind of just like concisely explained.
Even the natural Jesus and Paul, as presented by the New Testament, Book of Mormon, Quran, did not exist because they do not line up with what we have from the first century based off contemporaries, geography, archaeology. The stories are lifted from prior works. That's going to be supernatural stories, natural stories, and the teachings. Let's see here. It's also written in third-person omniscient, like the Gospels are, where you're able to hear behind walls, which would be indicative of fiction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I would say that, like, I mean, when it comes to stories about a lot of historical figures, especially from that time period, like, as far back as Jesus lived and everything like that, probably a lot of stories about historical figures heavily embellished and everything, and kind of
not
like
necessarily
up for scrutiny.
No, not necessarily. There's plenty of mentions of people who were just normal people who did X, Y, or Z there within the writings of Josephus, people that he personally knew and everything like that.
Okay. I mean, Josephus, he existed like around the time of Jesus Christ and everything, like, or like around that period in time when he was supposed to have existed.
Kind of. He was born in 37 in Galilee. Jesus supposedly dies in like 30.
Okay, so it would have been fairly recent history as to where, like, people around that area, especially in Galilee, would have, like, known him and stuff like that if he had been walking around and everything. Right?
Unfortunately, yeah, Josephus,
okay,
the one mention that he has of Jesus, like, dealing with Pilate and stuff like that, we can tell is actually an interpolation added by a later author who writes a little over 200 years after the death of Josephus, named Eusebius, an admitted liar who was commissioned by Constantine to write a history for the church. As far as the rest of stuff from Josephus goes, he never mentions Nazareth, despite the fact that he's from Galilee, and he mentions towns next to Nazareth in multiple books. He never mentions anything even close to Nazareth, which is really weird. I mean, there's a bunch of reasons as to why the story of Jesus does not line up with a contemporary of the time. He was the contemporary of the time that I was mentioning that the stories don't line up with.
Yeah, and I would agree. I mean, with Eusebius, especially because, I mean, with being commissioned by Constantine, historically that lines up with, I mean, Constantine wanting to push his sort of own narrative and everything like that. because Constantine was the man. I'm like stretching my brain on my remembrance of history here, but he was the Roman emperor who was basically in charge of the area that's now like Turkey and everything like that, and he sort of built the Roman Empire off of Christianity and stuff like that. Correct?
I mean, kind of. I mean, he is supposedly the person who Constantine makes Christianity legal along with other religions with the Edict of Milan in 312. Now, his mom was a Christian, which is why he ends up with a soft spot for Christianity.
Right, yeah, and he wanted to bring Christianity into the Roman Empire and make it popular and everything. So, I mean, that would line up with basically sort of pushing a narrative and everything. So realistically, what it sort of comes down to with whether Josephus is actually correct is the fact that we know that you were mentioning before that we know that his texts were heavily edited and everything by people who had a vested interest in basically
and making Jesus seem authentic,
like saying that Jesus existed. Is it possible that it could be that, I mean, he could have been a real guy, but a lot of things that basically are stated about him are very infallible and stuff like that? I mean, just because like it seems like people of that time and of that era were aware of his existence and stuff like that. But specifically, it's sort of more so going in the direction that Josephus's and his writings on him were heavily embellished by someone else. We don't have the context to know whether or not what like Josephus's original intentions were. Is that kind of where we're at with this?
Kinda. I mean, overall, if you want to say that Jesus existed, you're going to have to carve out a Jesus from the New Testament that is either vague or at the very least something that you like that we don't really have a lot of evidence for. And so therefore it's not really going to be the Jesus that is presented in the New Testament. It's just going to be some weird characterization of him. But again, we don't have any evidence for that person. Now, if you want to say the only part of the New Testament or the only part of the Gospels that I'll accept as historical for Jesus is just some guy named Jesus. Okay, well, that's great. There were multiple people named Jesus, but we don't have a Jesus that lines up with even half, even a quarter, even 10% of the stuff that the natural Jesus does or is said about him and naturally in the New Testament. That's the problem.
Could it be in a way that like there were, I mean, this is kind of, I feel like this is a reach. This is sort of like kind of an out there theory, but it could be in a way that like these were feelings that a lot of the people who were of the Jewish church and stuff like that of the time that were sort of rebellious towards the Jewish church and not really wanting to adhere to the things that they believe and stuff like that. And these were a lot of the things that they were feeling and they were ascribing it to a fictional character and stuff like that.
I mean, kind of, sort of, that's kind of what it is anyways. I mean, it's mythological, I would say. It's not a real person, but they're putting a lot of beliefs from different cultures and everything like that onto this. It's a syncretic religion. I mean, it's kind of what I'm saying. I'm saying that this is a fictional person who didn't exist, and we don't have any evidence for this guy, but you can see like influences from different things coming together to make this character, but the character's still not real. I mean, like, you can see influences from prior works that J.K. Rowling pulls from in order to come up with her character. She's not the first character to invent the idea of a wizard, or really even a wizard school. Like, that's not something that starts with Rowling, but nevertheless, Harry Potter, despite the fact that there's influences before him, still isn't real, but you can see where she's pulling the ideas from.
Right, yeah. I just feel like philosophically, there in that case then would be I feel like some merit at least to like the things that are taught about and the things that are the feelings that those people had who wrote about him, even if he's not a real person, basically presenting those ideas through this character as sort of a parable and stuff like that. There's things that can be gleaned from that. I feel like it still has value then, right?
I mean, kinda. I mean, if you want to try to find the needle in the haystack, or really the hay in the needle stack, whenever it comes to like the benefits or the good parts of the Jesus story or the Gospels or anything like that, I mean, you can. But I mean, you could do the same thing for, well, Harry Potter. You could find all kinds of things there within Harry Potter. You can find things within Star Trek.
Yeah.
You can find
I mean,
things within the Odyssey.
That's with any fiction.
Yeah, but okay, like
yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean?
I
it's just
would
kind
agree
of
with that because I mean that's
kind of there.
That's the power of narrative. I mean, you can glean a lot of things about life and a lot of truth about out of life from things that are fictional and everything, and you can learn a lot about your world.
Again, I feel like it would be like
philosophy
finding
from
the hay
that.
in the needle stack when it comes to the Gospels, because like Jesus gives into a racist trope about Samaritans, calls a Canaanite woman a dog because she's not the right ethnicity. I mean, it's pretty rough. Like he says that he didn't come to bring peace but a sword, tells the disciples to buy swords, he says that I came to set the world on fire, I wish it was already burning. I came to divide, father from son, mother from daughter. It's pretty rough.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of things that the Bible talks about that aren't necessarily like applicable to life nowadays. I mean, they were coming from a very, very different worldview and a very, very different culture and everything like that. So, I mean, there's like, you kind of have to very much, I mean, that's with anything that was written a long time ago, though. You have to sort of read in between the lines and glean like what the core message of that is and whether or not it's valuable and everything. I feel like at least to some degree, the Bible and the message is trying to get across has value and everything. Obviously, when you nitpick a lot of the things that it says, though, a lot of like the specifically like of the time things that it says, then of course it's like, yeah, those things don't have value. Like the fact that like a lot of things like hating gay people and thinking that you should have slaves and stuff like that is indicative of its time. And also it's just, it's something that was written a very long time ago, so it's going to have
as Aaron in the chat there
perspectives
on TikTok
on those
said,
things.
I mean, so do you pick the corn out of the poop and you eat it? Like, that's just not, like, it's not beneficial to really approach it that way. I mean, I get that you could pull anything good, like if you really tried hard enough from really anything, but I would be more in favor of viewing the New Testament like the Iliad or the Odyssey or the Bacchae or something like that, and read it as if it was just a classic, like something that was worshipped at one, or read as religious, or read as true as one point in time, or a particular religion viewed it as their like holy text at one point in time, but it's just not applicable today. It's a product of its time. If you can get anything out of it, great, but let's move forward. That kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, art is subjective. So, I mean, if you feel that way of thing, I mean, I'm not going to be one to be like, yeah, you shouldn't feel that way and everything. Personally, I mean, I feel like you can.
Can anybody hear him? He was having some problems with connection, but did. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Yeah, I'm gonna go. Yeah, it was a problem there with something. I have no idea. No idea why. But anyways, we'll bring up someone else there. Banish to the Shadow Realm. I don't know. Someone divided by 0. What's going on? Silly demon mayonnaise or something. What's going on?
A demon mayonnaise, bro? Are you crazy?
What?
Silly demonio. It's like a devil pepper.
Yeah, it sounds like mayonnaise to me. What you got?
No, you're very white. Like that means it's spicy.
Yeah, man, mayonnaise is spicy and missionary is the best. All right, what you got?
I love you, and I hate you.
Sounds
so
good.
let me ask you this. So most people they come here because either they have no idea what you're talking about, right? Or they have a very religious, identified type of opinion. Is that true?
I think maybe, I don't know. Sounds like a overgeneralization or a pretty reductive way to view a lot of people. But
Everything can be taken that way. But I'm asking you. So like mostly, it's like people agree with you or disagree with you. That would be 100% factual. But most people disagree with you. And they hold these straw man arguments about why. Is that true?
I mean, I guess. So, really quick, I apologize here, whatever your name is, but what's your point? Like, what are you getting at?
My point. Okay, fair enough. So my point is, listen, God. I will say this. It's my opinion. It's not a fact. It's not a fact.
Have you ever had a dream that you want him to do you so much you could do anything?
Land the plane, man. We are on MH370, and I want to see my loved ones again.
All right. So, as a man, can you say that when you manifest something, like when you speak it, when you act it out with your body language, it does not...
I apologize for anybody who had to listen to that for a while. Spicy Demon Mayo, not a clue what you were trying to get at. What's going on, Jesus King 777?
Yo, what's up? How you doing?
Doing good. What you got?
Yeah, so I just have a quick question for you. Well, a couple of questions, but my first one is what's your criteria for someone existing in antiquity?
My criteria? I mean, there's
Yeah, your
different
criteria.
there's different levels of confidence that we can have based off of different levels of evidence, if that makes sense.
Yeah, of course.
And the highest level would be like, well, obviously, in antiquity specifically, where there's no pictures or audio recording, that kind of thing. The highest level would be like descendants, or it would be like actual archaeology, like things that we could date to that time period, things that they owned. Their remains would be decent, I guess. Remains or things that they owned, stones or tablets or something that we can date definitively to that time period. That mention them, coins, busts, statues. That's pretty good. Things with their actual likeness on it, like consistent likeness, so we know exactly even how they looked. Like Julius Caesar would be a good example of this. We know what he looked like because he posed for statues and busts. And then your next level would be like written testimony about them. So letters to them, things stylometrically proven to be from one particular person and not anybody else. That's not filled with anachronisms that come from themselves. Things written about them from contemporaries of the time. That's pretty good. Then you finally get people after their life who talk about them in mundane ways. That's generally fine. Eventually, after you go through all this list and then a little bit of dog shit, you finally get the Gospels, which is talking about Jesus in a way that is not only supernatural for most of it, but also includes anachronisms which don't actually line up with the time period. So concepts in the story don't line up with the time period or the area. You also get third-person omniscient, where you're able to hear behind walls, like when Jesus is praying in the Garden of Gethsemane before he gets arrested and everyone's asleep. How the fuck did they know what he said? Issues like that. And things that you can very clearly see come together over time through other cults and practices and teachings and stuff like that. So that's pretty bad. But also, the first gospel that we get is about 114 years after the supposed death of Jesus. So, and published by a guy who didn't even think Jesus was a human being. So it's pretty bad.
Well, I would say just at the end of 150 years, and isn't that far away?
114 years is pretty far, especially when you have a book that's filled with magic and is published by a person who didn't think this guy actually was a human being. It's pretty rough.
Not really. I mean,
yeah, really. And
When it comes
also,
to
there's no
certain
gospels or
things
anything
of
like that
people
that
in
say that they're
history,
from
we don't
eyewitnesses or
have,
anything.
well, for Socrates, for example. Sorry.
No, we have proof for
I
Socrates. It
believe
comes from Xenophon
John
and Plato.
does at the end of his gospel. But
Okay, so really quick, I don't know if
yes,
you
but I'm
have a
saying
bad
his
connection or
surviving
not.
manuscripts.
You need to change your. I don't know if it's my connection or his connection. I don't know what's going on, but you need to change your Wi-Fi or take it off of Wi-Fi because there's a huge delay there. I don't know what's going on. It's him. Okay, yeah, I don't know what's going on. Take it off of Wi-Fi or put it on Wi-Fi or something because there's a huge delay.
Yeah, I do apologize
Okay.
for my service.
Hopefully that might be better or something. A child's Wi-Fi or a Chili's Wi-Fi?
Yeah, how's that?
Maybe. Hopefully it's better. Okay, let's continue. So for Socrates, we do have actual contemporaries who talk about him. Oh, you muted. Oh yeah, now it says you have bars. So
My fault. Of course, this happens when I want to talk to you, you know.
okay. Well, it doesn't say that anymore, so I don't know what happened. So, okay. We have contemporaries of Socrates who talk about him. What contemporaries do we have that talk about Jesus?
Well, what would you define as contemporary?
I'm using the word contemporary, so at the same time. Like
Yeah,
alive
what would you?
at the same time.
Would you? Oh, alive at the same time.
Yeah. What else? What other word?
Josephus.
What other mean? Well, when do you think that Jesus died? What year do you think Jesus died in?
Oh, alive at the same time. Oh, I do apologize.
That's what contemporary means.
Yeah, my fault. I thought it just meant as in, yeah, sorry. Anyways, who was alive at the same time as Jesus? Well, Paul writes about him.
Okay. And how did you determine that Paul was writing in the first century?
I guess we date the manuscripts.
No, the oldest manuscripts of anything from the New Testament go to the 3rd century, with the oldest fragment
That's
going
not
to
true
the year.
at all.
Yep, it is.
It's not.
Yep,
what
it
do you
is.
define
Let's
as a
take a look.
manuscript? What do you define as a manuscript?
All right. Well, just hold on, buddy. We're going to go ahead and bring this back up. So, right
Yeah,
here
but
on
what do you
your
define
screen.
as a manuscript?
1 second. Right here on your screen is the oldest piece, the oldest fragment. Manuscripts are more like complete text, but fragments we have older, they go older than manuscripts. Right here in front of you is the oldest fragment of the New Testament. It's called P52.
P52.
Yep, and P52, as held by the John Rylands Research Institute and Library, that's where it's held right now at the University of Manchester. We are on the University of Manchester's website, and it says, widely regarded as the earliest portion of any New Testament writing ever found, it provides us with invaluable evidence on the spread of Christianity in the provinces of the Roman Empire in the first centuries of our era. The first editor dated the fragment to the first half of the 2nd century, between 100 and 150. In other words, the first person to come out with the information dated it then. The date was estimated paleographically by comparing the handwriting with other manuscripts. Recent research points to a date near to 200, but there is as yet no convincing evidence that any earlier fragments from the New Testament survive. So congratulations, even the oldest piece of the New Testament dates to the last year of the 2nd century. So I don't know what the hell you were talking about. When it
And
comes
how
to
do you know- and how do
manuscripts,
they know
that
this?
goes to the 3rd century.
How do they know that?
Again, it's dated paleographically. Did you want me to explain what that
Okay,
means?
and how does that? Yeah, and how does
Okay.
that prove that?
Paleographically paleography is a last resort, and what that means, what it is itself, is comparing handwriting. So if you see like somebody who writes like, I'm going to use English letters here, like an A with a little bit of a tail on it or something like that, they try to figure out when did people write like that, and they try to compare it with things that have dates on them. Unfortunately, a lot of these things are administrative text, but never because those are things that actually have like the official date at the top of it or something like that, or the end of it, or somewhere in the text. So the point is, more data has to come in after somebody starts like trying to figure out when this was written based off of the handwriting. And as more data came in, they ended up moving that date from about 125 roughly, if you take the middle of 150 or 100 and 150, all the way to about 200. So no, that's the thing. More data came in, and over time they realized it was later. They do not use carbon dating on the fragments or the manuscripts because that destroys some of the papyrus, the papyri.
Are you sure?
Yes.
According to what?
According
Not the
to the
destroying
John
part.
Rylands, am I sure that carbon dating destroys some of the papyri. Is that what you're saying?
No. Are you sure they haven't carbon dated it?
Yes. Yes, that's why it says paleography. In fact, what it used to say here, as far as the text goes, it used to say on the University of Manchester's website, before they went through and did like an update to their site, it had a little bit more information on paleography, and it said it is not an exact science, and it is not dated carbon dated because it destroys some of the papyri.
Amazing. So, because we compare it to other texts that have similar handwriting at this time, therefore it's written at this time?
Yeah, that's what paleography means, and unfortunately,
Yeah,
that's how they date.
so-
Unfortunately, that's how they date anything. So the only possible way that you could possibly date anything earlier is based off of paleography. Unfortunately, all manuscripts and fragments of the New Testament are dated that way.
Amazing. Well, it's good for me because I'm not a Protestant. I just don't take that. I can take the early church fathers, how they quote the New Testament as well. So,
I don't give a shit. And the earliest church father is writing when?
first, second century?
Nope. Second century. Middle of the second century is the first time that we get any of the church fathers' writings. The first mention of Jesus or Paul is about 144, which is what I kind of mentioned earlier if you've been listening to the previous conversations. But yeah, sweet. After the Gospels are first published by somebody who doesn't think Jesus was a human being, we start getting stories of Jesus and church fathers talking about Jesus. Cool.
No.
Yep. Do you have any mention
So
of Jesus
Polycarp
prior to
wasn't
144?
writing in the first. Sorry, was Polycarp not writing in the second century?
That's what 144 is. And Polycarp
Mhm.
dies in 167, so okay.
Yeah. And you're saying, by the way, who's this person that says the first person to publish this gospel thought it was a human? Who was that?
That's Marcion.
Marcion, right.
Mhm.
Okay, amazing. So, wait a second. Marcion.
Yep. Unless you
Sure.
want his like old or the old pronunciation would be Markion, which means little mark.
Fair enough. I think I was researching him not too long ago. But anyways, so yeah, that's not true because we got early church fathers quoting Jesus, talking about Jesus. Sorry,
Prior to 144, who?
I can get it up for you if you want.
Go ahead.
Okay, give me 67 seconds. I'm back. 6-7.
Oh, Johnny on the spot. Thank you very much. So
Yeah.
what'd you got?
Pardon me. It was Clement of Rome.
Clement of Rome writes when?
The first century, prior to 144.
Sweet.
Sorry, second century.
How
Second
did,
century.
the second century prior to 144?
Yeah.
Okay. How'd you determine that? Also, according to Christians, Clement of Rome dies in the early 90s. So I don't think he was writing in the second century. That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, I was just giving you anything before 144.
Yeah, I know. You did like a quick Google search and you found a lump of dog shit.
I mean-
So if you think that First Clement was written in the second century, then Clement didn't write it. So that's problematic, which makes sense because it doesn't mention Clement in it. So nowhere
Does it mention Clement in Clement's writings?
Correct. In First Clement, it never mentions Clement. I don't think you've ever read it, have you?
Doesn't matter.
Okay. How did you determine it was written by Clement?
Other church fathers?
Okay. And the first one to say that it was written by Clement is in when?
Probably
180
is.
Yeah, 180. Okay. Also, on top of that, Clement, even if he did write it, unfortunately, is mentioned in the Shepherd of Hermas, which is written by the brother of Pope Pius, according to the Muratorian canon in the late second century. That means that Clement would have been alive in the middle of the second century, about the 150s or so, if he wrote it. That's if he wrote it. The reason why it's dated to 95 or 96 is because there's an opening line that says, recent tragedies and hindrances that have befallen us. And a whole bunch of Christians really like the idea that that could potentially be the persecution from Domitian in the 90s, Emperor Domitian. Unfortunately, for said Christians, we don't have any evidence that Domitian did anything to the Christians. He just punished or persecuted Jews as opposed to anything to do with Christians. That is a later Christian claim that has been debunked pretty soundly by multiple scholars starting about the 1950s, 1960s. So no, that's just not the case. So even if that was a mention of the persecution under Domitian, which it doesn't actually say anything about that kind of stuff, it didn't even say violence, or doesn't even say persecution, or really Domitian. Even if that was that, it's still debunked, so it doesn't really mean anything. So we're left with First Clement, potentially not even been written by Clement, and definitely written later than the 90s, because the first time it's even mentioned is
what
about
are you bringing
180.
up, bro?
So we have Clement later than, or First Clement at least, after 144. Do you have anything else?
Wait a second. How do you know it was? How do you know it was written at 180?
I didn't say it was written at 180.
How do you know it was written at 180?
I didn't say it was written at 180.
Yes, you just did.
Nope. I said that Irenaeus mentions it in 180. Anyways, it's been real, it's been fun, but it hadn't been real fun. Gonna move on to somebody else who potentially has some evidence for Jesus. What's going on, Jordan?
I'm good. How are you, bro?
Hey, doing good, doing good. What you got, man?
I'm just wondering, what are you trying to preach?
What am I trying to preach?
Yeah, what's your point of this live stream?
My point of this live stream is to get people to believe as many true things as possible and stop believing as many false things as possible.
So what's the truth in your opinion? I'm not here to
That
debate.
Jesus
I'm
and Paul
just
never existed. I stated up there in big red letters.
So yeah, I see that, but like what truth is setting them free when they hear that? Like what is the truth behind
setting
that?
them free. The truth behind it is
Setting
that
them
Jesus
free
and
of
Paul never
what?
existed.
Like
having
what?
to believe
Like-
something that's false.
You're a funny dude, man.
Cool.
You're
I
pretty
don't think that you can
straightforward.
wrap your head around the idea that Jesus
No,
and
I
Paul never
can, bro,
existed.
but I don't get what your what your goal is. Like
My
how are you
goal is
helping
to
anybody?
my goal is to help some people believe true things and stop believing false things. That's the idea. We benefit as a society if we believe as many true things as possible and stop believing as many false things as possible.
So you
Believing false
believe
things is
that
how we get Mango Mussolini.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
sorry for interrupting. You believe that if everyone stopped believing in Jesus, the world would be better? That's what I'm assuming.
I believe that if everybody stopped believing in false things, if we actually took a look at why we believe things and see if there's any evidence behind it, and if there's not any evidence, at least be agnostic to the idea of it and try to see if there's evidence one way or another. And if there's evidence to suggest that it is false, stop believing in it. That's how I believe the society has benefited.
So Jesus is a historical figure, just like Abe Lincoln, and you're saying that he's
well,
not.
we have descendants of Abe Lincoln. We have things that he owned. We have writings from him, writings to him, and pictures of him. What do we have for Jesus?
You have eyewitness testimonies of,
Sweet.
of
What is an
over
eyewitness testimony
500
of Jesus?
people, and you have
An eyewitness testimony of over 500 people. Is that what you said?
No, I said I probably did. It's probably the wrong number. I think it's actually in the thousands. But
Okay. Could you
either
name
way,
one
it
of the
doesn't
500?
matter.
Can you
Well,
name
can
one
I
of the
finish?
500?
Can I finish anything I'm about to say?
Well, you've
Did
already
you
made
just
some
interrupt?
claims. You've already made some claims that are demonstrably false.
Well, I'm
and
trying
I'd
to
like
give you
for
multiple claims and then
I
go
know,
back.
I know. Well, the first one that you made out of your mouth was false. Could you please provide evidence for it?
Bro, you deadass think you're a debater, bro. You're funny as hell, bro.
Cool. So,
You
what
deadass
was
think
the
you're like
eyewitness
that, bro.
testimony for Jesus? And he left.
Victory. Fatality.
Hello.
What you got there, Merkstar?
Hello.
Merkstar, what you got?
Hello.
Yep. I can hear you.
Good. Yeah, how are you?
I'm all right, I guess. What's up?
Okay, so I can see Jesus and Paul never existed. Prove us wrong. Okay. So so what is your evidence that Jesus and Paul never existed? You have any evidence to give us that they are never existed?
Yes. The stories of Jesus and Paul in the New Testament do not line up with the first century history.
So you are very sure that there are no historical evidence of Jesus and Paul? You are very sure of that?
Yeah. Do you think that we have some kind of historical evidence for Paul?
Well, I'm also a student of history, right? And I've studied a lot of history that
And where
prove
did you
that
see Paul?
Jesus and Paul existed. There are a lot of historical evidence, right?
For Paul?
There are a lot. Yes, Paul, both Jesus and Paul. There are a lot of historical evidence. So before you can come out and say
Everybody knows
Jesus
what
and Paul
time it
never
is.
existed, so you have
Let's
to
get
stop.
ready to rumble!
Please name me a person
hello.
who says, hold up.
Can you hear me?
Please name me one person outside of Christianity who ever mentions Paul.
I'm telling you, there are a lot of historical evidence that
Please.
there are many.
Give me one person outside of Christianity who mentions Paul.
Not person, there are history.
Yeah,
There are
sweet.
history,
Give me a
history.
historical document outside of Christianity that mentions Paul.
I can't categorically name any now because I did not plan them. But if you give me time, I can also prove to you that there are a lot of even ChatGPT, right? If you go to ChatGPT,
Sweet.
and
We'll go to
other online
ChatGPT and
stuff,
see
will
what they
tell you.
have. What evidence outside of Christianity mentions Paul?
All right, right. Too. And then secondary, apart
What
from that,
evidence do we
I
have
want to
outside of
ask you-
Christianity that mentions Paul?
No, I told you historical evidence. A lot of historical evidence.
Like what?
And right, there are a lot,
Like what?
a lot of historical evidence.
Like what?
I said I did not cram them, right? So if you give me time,
Okay.
I will prove them to you, right?
Go ahead.
Then second,
I will give you time. Go get it. Go get it.
To also ask you.
Go get the
so
evidence.
What do you think? Yeah. So
Nope, we're not.
if
We're
you-
not going off of questions. You go get the evidence for Paul that's outside of Christianity. I will be here
Not
when you're done.
now. I can't go now. I can't go and be searching for documents, right? I cannot exactly now. I'm sure today is not the only day you come. But another question I want to ask you is,
Yeah, I don't even know what you're really talking about. I don't think you do either. So we're gonna go ahead and move on to the next person. That was hard mode, everybody. All right, what is going on, Seth Umberger? Seth, you there? Seth, my buddy. Buddy bud. Seth, you're off the app, so we can't hear you. You gotta be back on here. I don't know if you got a call or I don't know if you jumped off the app there, but we can't hear you. And then he left. I guess that's a. All right. If anybody else has any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Yay. Pink Boy in the chat on TikTok says, I asked a pastor why they worship the cross, and he said, quote, because we worship sacrifice. Oh my God. Best evidence so far. I don't know what happened. I have no idea. Already teacupping. As soon as he went out, I guess went limp quick. One punch on. Sunlight and Sorcery says, yikes. Yeah, I don't know. It's really weird. Again, if you are on TikTok, the request button should be somewhere about here-ish or down there for the request button to come up and provide evidence for Jesus or Paul. If you're on YouTube, hop over onto TikTok. The link should be pinned there on the chat. You can request up and we can have a conversation about it. I'm looking forward to hearing your information. Mazikeen over there says, can you give a breakdown as to why you believe this for the people of YouTube. Yeah. So on like why I believe like what I'm talking about here. Yeah, it's because Jesus and Paul just don't line up with the first century history. Like there's a mountain of reasons as to why that's the case there. What's going on, Seth Umberger?
Yep, I'm back.
Hey, I don't know what's going on there.
I don't know what's going on either. I think my internet went out, but
seems to be a really bad echo.
Really bad echo. Let me check. Can you hear me better now?
Hopefully.
Hopefully. All right. So what's the point of this stream, man?
Right up here. Jesus and Paul never existed. Just talking about it.
I got you. So we're gonna talk about like people outside the Bible who met Jesus, or
yeah, sure. If you have anybody who had met Jesus, who do you got?
I mean, I think a lot of people did.
Okay, could you name
one? At the time that Jesus was alive, not a lot of people really believed in him.
Sweet.
You know?
Well, can you name one person who at least met him though?
One person?
Yeah.
The apostles.
Okay. So where do you have any kind of testimony that from them that says that they met him?
From them? They wrote of him.
Who?
Did you read that in the Bible?
Like who?
John, you got Peter, you got...
Okay.
I mean,
where does...
He had 12 people
So really fast,
him.
I don't know. So you think John wrote about him?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, and Peter, you said. John and Peter wrote about him?
Yeah.
Cool.
They wrote about him.
So right here in Acts 4:13, I'll go ahead and bring this up here for you. So in Acts 4:13, it says, as they looked on Peter and John, so fearlessly outspoken, and also discovered that they were illiterate persons, untrained in the schools, they were surprised, and now they recognized them as having been with Jesus. In other words, they couldn't write shit, let alone in a language that they didn't speak. Like
They
Greek.
couldn't write?
Yeah, they're illiterate.
How does that mean anything?
Well, then I guess they didn't write because you tried to say that Peter and John wrote, and I guess in a language that they didn't speak, like Greek. Why'd they do that?
Greek?
Yeah.
How do they
spoke
do
it.
that?
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, like,
Here comes
a lot
the
of
magic.
people were bilingual around that time.
Okay. And so an illiterate bilingual person would be able to write?
I don't know if they would be able to write, but they
Well,
could
you just said that Peter and John were
bring
able to
their
write.
claims to the church, and somebody could write for them.
Okay. So
If they could,
where are we
write,
getting
somebody
anything
could
that
write,
says,
you
hey,
know?
this is what they told me? Where do we get anybody saying that?
Where do you get anybody? What about the other apostles?
Okay.
What about the rabbis at the time who?
There were no
told-
rabbis in 30.
told
The
them
first
to
rabbi is about 40
nail
years
them to
after
a
Jesus.
cross.
Nope. The word rabbi doesn't even appear until 70. So there's no rabbis in 30 when Jesus dies.
There's no rabbis.
Correct.
Then who was the chosen people at the time?
What?
Who were the chosen people to bring the gospel? I mean, do you know what you're talking about? Have you read the Bible like fully? Like all these things just don't correlate, dude.
Yeah. I think that you're one fry short of a Happy Meal there, buddy. Because I'm not really sure what rabbis and the chosen people to bring the gospel have anything to do with each other.
I don't know, man. I just think it's stupid.
That's what you came back up here for?
Lie detector test determined that was a lie.
All right. Bill 266. Or what you got? Yeah, let me send you an invite to unmute there. That was really weird.
All right, I just have one. It's called Clement of Rome.
Okay. What about it? Or what about
He
him?
had mentioned Paul probably once or twice.
Really? When? Thank you for the little cowboy hat there.
My church that my pastor was talking about. He had just talked about Clement of Rome's.
Okay, and
a little bit.
What does Clement of Rome give us? Like
He
what
just had
text?
mentioned him. I
Like,
can
when?
look it up a little bit so that way I can give you further detail.
Not a problem.
So I'll
You
come
wanna-
back.
Yeah, I mean, you can
and
hop
talk
down
about
really
it.
quick as long as you're, just hopping off the app really quick to take a look. You can come back. That's not a problem. You just gotta.
Okay. Yeah, I could do that.
Yep. All right. And in the meantime, we'll go over to Stuart Cormier. I guess Cormier. What you got there for us, Stuart? Stuart, you there? There you go.
Hey, yeah, there we got it. I unmuted. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah. What you got?
First of all, I just want to say you are immaculately patient with a lot of these people, and I appreciate that. Especially the ones that seem like they should have just been listening 5 minutes ago because you kind of already went over Clement. But anyway, I just wanted to say that I appreciate you coming on here and doing exactly what you just said, which is help clear up things that people believe in but really don't have any reason to believe in. I absolutely agree with you that the world would be a better place if we didn't just go along with the things that people have told us our whole lives. And that's regardless of religion or whatever you talk about. That's very, very true. Very important to not just go off of predetermined things that you don't know what your hell you're talking about. And I just want to say I appreciate you, man. I really do. I don't. Go ahead, man.
However, is there a however showing up? Is there a but?
No.
Oh, okay.
No,
All right.
not at all.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your kind words.
I'm not going to take a lot of your time. I didn't want to come debate you. I just want to say I appreciate your viewpoint, and I hope you keep going with this. I feel like, in general, religion at its heart would be best if people looked at the teachings instead of the having to believe in a person. Why can't we just believe in what was said about the person? Why can't we just try and do what they were supposedly doing instead of just believing in somebody, physicality or not? I just don't understand why that matters,
Gotcha. No, I mean, I understand, and thank you for like I said, your kind words there. Was there anything else that you had a question on, or you disagreed with me on, or something like that? Before we get back to the guest who was looking for something.
No, brother. I'm probably going to get your book here pretty soon. I'm off for the summer,
right.
so
Yeah.
I'm going to delve in and
Mention this.
yeah.
But yes,
Just wanted to say
shameless plug, Christ Before Jesus. The ebook is just $3. The link is in my bio here on TikTok, and it's on the YouTube profile as well. There is a print version, obviously, and an audiobook version read by me and my co-author on Audible. But yeah,
is there a link to buy the physical copy?
Yeah.
On your page?
Yeah, on the page. Yeah, it just takes you to the Amazon page, and you can get the ebook for $3. I think if you're in America, the print version is $14.99, I think. And then I don't know how much the Audible one is. I think it might come out to like $16 or something. It just kind of depends on Audible. But if you have an Audible subscription, I think there's like a free book a month or something. I don't know how it works.
Yeah.
All I know is that I don't get paid for the audiobook unless someone listens to the thing. Like it's weird. Like they have to listen to the whole thing in order to get the money. It's strange. But regardless, yeah, you can check it out if you like.
No, that's awesome. Best of luck to you. Keep going. Keep doing what you're doing, and stay strong, brother. I appreciate you.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Thanks for coming out, man. That was Stuart Cormier. I think it was Cormier, maybe? I don't know. Might be French. Hold up. Oui, my name is Stuart Cormier. Thank you for doing what you do. That's I think my French accent is getting better, guys. I think it is getting better. Kind of sounded Cajun, but that's, par for the course. All right. So, let's see here. Bill, were you able to find what you were looking for?
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
Just a little bit.
Like Bono and the Edge, I guess you were out there looking for it. Hopefully you found it, though. What'd you find?
Yeah, I think so. So Clement of Rome, who was a bishop of Rome in like the late 1st century and considered one of the earliest leaders of the Christian church.
Okay.
He had mentioned Paul in his first writing, 1 Clement.
Okay. How did you
which is-
determine that was written by Clement?
Pretty
It
much.
doesn't say Clement's name in
has
there,
his
does it?
name on it.
It does. Where?
1 Clement.
So he put one Clement on it?
I mean, maybe him or someone else. I don't know.
Yeah. So how did you determine he wrote it then?
I didn't. I just looked it up.
Yeah, so nowhere in the text does it mention Clement at all. In fact, doesn't even allude to the idea that it's written in the 1st century. Ever. In fact, if Clement had written it, well, unfortunately, we have somebody mentioning Clement and saying that they tasked him with delivering a letter for them in the 150s. That's the author of the Shepherd of Hermas, whose brother was Pope Pius, who was the Pope around the 150s, 160s, somewhere in there. The point is, if Clement wrote it, it would be in the 2nd century, not the 1st. And there's not really any indication that he actually did write it. In fact, M. David Litva, a scholar that I recommend quite a bit to anybody who's interested in reading about this kind of stuff in 2nd century, what we can see about 2nd century Christianity and whatnot. M. David Litva actually says that no, Clement definitely did not write that letter, seeing as the letter is in the middle of the 2nd century, and he believes that Clement lived in the 1st century like you do. So if that's the case, if Clement lived in the 1st century, then he didn't write that letter. And if he lived in the 2nd century, then he wrote it in the middle of the 2nd century. So, wouldn't have anything to do with establishing Paul prior to Marcion there in 144.
Okay. So so in the 2nd century, what would that change between being between the 1st and the 2nd century?
So what that means
just
is,
like
so what me and my data science co-partner, our position is that the New Testament doesn't show up until the 2nd century as opposed to the 1st. And after Marcion presents these characters, Paul and Jesus and stuff, people take these stories, the IP, they take the intellectual property here and they change things or they take it in their own direction. And that's fine, whatever you want to do. But nevertheless, that doesn't make them historical. And we can see that over time, people are adding to these texts and adding to the stories and developing the characters. Hell, the first person to give us the names Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John for the 4 Gospels is a guy named Irenaeus in 180 to 185. He says that Jesus lived to be 50. Why? Why does he makes a decent argument for it. Why does he say that? Because they haven't finished the story yet. They're not completely down with their theology or the understanding of these characters. They're developing it over time.
So it's like a fan fiction or like
a mythology, and then later on people just kind of are fans of it. There's a fictional story, and then people write more fan fiction and fan fiction. Celsus, writing in 170, actually accuses the Christians of doing this. He said you had one gospel, and when people pointed problems out with it, you wrote more.
Right. Okay. It's a lot to consider. All right. Well, I thank you for your input, and I'll be looking into it. Of course, being Christian for a long time, it's kind of hard to just
Understandable.
get up and go. You know?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily expect you to just like flip a switch and you're like, oh, perfectly fine. But no, I mean, it can be something that you got to look into. And big props to you for even admitting that, hey, you'll look into it. Can we get W's in the chat for Bill? Is that possible? Can we get a W Bill in the chat? But that's really cool that you would admit that, hey, look, this can take some time, but I will look into it. And check it out. See what you find. And if you find anything that disagrees with me, come back up here. I'd be glad to have a conversation with you later on.
Sure, of course.
Yeah. Thank you very much to Bill266. That is Bill266. All right. Let's see. Honor Maroff? Honor Miroff?
Got my whole name on here. Probably shouldn't, but how you doing?
Doing good. Honor? I barely knew her.
Yeah. What's that?
What? What'd you say?
No, I just didn't hear what you said.
Oh. What'd you got?
I don't really have any claims here at the moment. Of course, I've got ChatGPT pulled up. I've heard a couple people mention the typical things, but yeah, I'm curious as to like why you think he didn't exist.
It's illegal for you to
regardless
ask me
if
that.
there's like Wait, what? I didn't hear that little audio clip that you just shot out there.
What?
Well, why do you think he didn't exist? Regardless of if the evidence is strong, why do you think he didn't exist?
Because the information that we have for him and the text about him do not line up with history.
How so?
Because it mentions anachronisms in the text. Anachronisms are things in the story that are out of place in time. So we have elements like rabbis in 30 when the first rabbi is in 70. We have the Pool of Bethesda with its 5 porticos where sick people lay in order to get into the water to be healed, which is part of a Serapion or Asclepion that gets built in the 130s. We have Nazareth mentioned throughout, which is not a place until after 70. We have, let's see, Pharisees in Galilee, which isn't a thing until well after 70. Man, there's a whole bunch of things. The Moses seat inside the synagogues, that's something that's anachronistic. Synagogues in Jerusalem during the Second Temple period, that would be anachronistic.
Could a lot of those just be translating, to use like the terminology used in the future? Like there were
What would it
people of
translate
Jewish-
synagogues to?
temple?
There's multiple temples in Jerusalem.
Well, I don't know. I'm just saying, like you're saying
Well,
there weren't
in,
any
in
synagogues,
Acts,
but
it
what is
says
a
that
temple?
Paul was in all the synagogues or multiple synagogues in Jerusalem as well as the temple. So he's saying
So there
I
were
was
no
in temples in
there were
Jerusalem
no
and the
temples
temple.
so there were no temples for the people of Jewish descent in that area at the time?
In Jerusalem, there was the temple, like the temple.
You don't think there were other prayer centers?
In Jerusalem at the time?
Yeah, it's
No.
a large city. You don't think there were other prayer centers?
No, they'd go to the
That could be
temple.
called temples.
You'd go to a synagogue if you couldn't make it to the temple. That's why they have synagogues in like Alexandria and Rome.
Okay, so you think there was just one prayer center in all of Jerusalem?
In
for people to
Jerusalem,
pray?
like the temple?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I don't have any evidence to dispute that, but I think it sounds pretty absurd to think that there weren't more prayer centers or temples in
How
a
big
city.
do you
like
think?
Jerusalem.
How big do you think the population of Jerusalem was?
I actually don't know. How big was it?
I think at most it had like 50,000 people or so.
That's a lot. My town the town I grew up in is 50,000 people, and there's like 4 synagogues and 9, 10, more than that, like 20 churches. And at the time, religion was so important to the people that
Yeah, the temple would
You
be
don't ex-
akin to
you don't
like I
expect-
don't know,
you don't
like
expect-
the
wait,
Taj
so-
Mahal
so-
or some shit. Like, you know, if
yeah,
you're talking about
yeah, of course, right. Yeah, there's going to be like a large central temple, but like you don't think there could have been other Jewish centers of worship for people to go so they don't have to walk hours every day to get to the temple to
in
pray?
Jerusalem? No, no, you're not
Okay,
walking
that's what-
hours through Jerusalem. Jerusalem's not that big. The hell? How big
Well,
do you
it
think
could-
Jerusalem
I mean,
was?
if you're a farmer outside the city and you want to go to a temple, like maybe you go to it.
So you go to Jerusalem to the
Center.
temple. That's where it says
go
that
to a
Jesus
prayer
went
center
to, and he
on
was
the-
from Nazareth, according to the story. He goes to the temple. He
Okay.
doesn't go to a synagogue.
So then Nazareth, did Nazareth not exist
No.
until 70, or did they only
Correct.
call it Nazareth?
Well, then,
So
if
it-
they didn't
it
call
was
it
just
Nazareth until then how do people talk about Nazareth in the story?
Because like, well, we can both agree that the Bible's been translated a bunch and over, so it's like, wait, what
Well,
city
they
is that?
still
Oh,
use it
it
in the
was
Greek,
called-
and that's what it was written in.
It was called X, but now it's called this, so we're just going to call it
Well,
Nazareth.
Matthew
So-
tries to connect it to a prophecy in the Old Testament, so it would need to be called that.
Well, I mean, that's just a signifier of the place, not the name of the city. The name of a city is a human construct. Like, that's you
Well,
could.
it says right here in Matthew 2, at the end of this text, it says, There he, that's Joseph, made his home in a town called Nazareth, so that what had been spoken through the prophets might be fulfilled. He will be called a Nazarene. So, sounds like he has to be from some place called Nazareth.
So Nazareth.
Also, I'd like to point out that the word Nazareth and the word Nazarene is not in the Old Testament. It's not even in a prophecy. So, author of Matthew is stupid for two reasons. But nevertheless, sorry. Nazareth isn't a place mentioned in any kind of maps or lists at the time. It's not mentioned by Philo of Alexandria. It's not mentioned by Josephus, who was born in Galilee in 37, by the way. He mentions a town next to it called Sepphoris or Sepphoris in multiple texts, multiple times, but never mentions anything remotely close to Nazareth. It's not mentioned in the Old Testament, Jewish Apocrypha, or Intertestament books. It's not mentioned by anybody outside of Christians until about the 5th century or so. That's really weird. It's not mentioned in the Mishnah. It's not mentioned in the Torah. It's not mentioned in the Talmud. Both Talmuds. It's not mentioned.
So
but yet there's a prophecy that says that he needs to be from Nazareth? That's weird. In fact, if there was a prophecy that said that he would be called a Nazarene, which means someone from Nazareth, then why in the Gospel of John do people shit talk it and say, what good can come from Nazareth? That's weird. Also, if it was just some like little town or something like that, then how did Jesus go to a synagogue in Nazareth in all the synoptic gospels? How does that happen? How do they have enough men to mob Jesus? How does that happen?
So there's a town called Nazareth now.
Yes.
What was it called then? It didn't exist.
It didn't
was just
exist.
a
There's no evidence that people were living in that area at the beginning of the 1st century. We do have evidence of people living in it like later on, like after the first Jewish-Roman War that ends in 70. Like people would leave Jerusalem and go into more surrounding areas around the area, like Galilee and whatnot. But we do not have any evidence that Nazareth was a place inhabited at the beginning of the 1st century, let alone called Nazareth at that time. But the way that the New Testament presents it is it's a place that people know about so that they can talk shit about it. It's a place that has a synagogue. It's a place that has enough men to mob Jesus. It has cliffs, which is weird. Let's see. It's part of a prophecy. Like it's an important place apparently.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just wondering if like the name could have changed, like, but if you think if it wasn't even a city,
well, then why would they be called a Nazarene? Why would they call him a Nazarene?
I mean, because they changed the term because they wanted to call him that of that place. But
what's really weird is that the Babylonian Talmud, which is the only Talmud as opposed to the Jerusalem Talmud that mentions Jesus, calls him Jesus the Nazarene. It even calls the Christians Nazarenes, but never mentions Nazareth. So it's pretty clear that the Babylonian Talmud, when it talks about Jesus, is just referring to what the Christians call him without ever making the connection that he's from Nazareth, because Nazareth isn't a fucking place. It's really bad. Like the evidence for Nazareth is dog shit. Like awful. Again, we don't get any kind of evidence that he's like anybody lived in that area, and especially that it was called Nazareth until later on in the 1st century, like after 70. And Jesus supposedly dies in like 30.
I mean, if that's all true, then that's definitely
it's pretty damning. Like it's pretty bad. Like I'm not blowing smoke up your ass. Go look for it. Like anytime that we get anything where people go, oh hey, we have evidence of people living in Nazareth. Keep following that story, and you'll see that they end up finding more stuff around that material or around that the like pottery or around that stuff that dates later into the 2nd century, or is that later into the like the end of the 1st. It's like finding something, like even if we did have some pottery or something like that that dated to the 1st century there, that's not indicative of people living there. That's just indicative of people living around the area. What's really weird is the silence of Josephus. He writes multiple books. He's from Galilee, and he like recruits people from the area in order to fight in the First Jewish-Roman War. He's one of the commanders, if you will, in that war, and he doesn't mention Nazareth at all. At all. He writes multiple books about it. Nothing. There is radio silence when it comes to Nazareth. That's really weird.
Well, because, I mean, if that's where Jesus was born, that's not where like he grew up necessarily. So what's
Jesus is supposedly born in Bethlehem. He grows up in Nazareth.
Okay.
Yeah, like if we go back to this
I mean,
passage here,
my
he's from Nazareth because his home is in Nazareth. He's born in Bethlehem.
have you heard of the claims that Jesus was in a scene?
That would probably tie into why they're calling him a Nazarene, if we're really being honest. Because according to Epiphanius, a later Christian historian, there's a particular sect of Judaism called Nazarenes, and he says Jesus couldn't, that doesn't have anything to do with us or anything like that, because they date prior to Jesus. But unfortunately, that may actually be where that word comes from, because Nazarenes seems to be something that would be closer to like the Essenes or something like that. So I would be perfectly fine with when the Jewish people they're banished from Judea in 136 by Emperor Hadrian, and that's the end of the Bar Kokhba revolt, the Third Jewish-Roman War. They're banished and they have to go to surrounding areas. So this would include places like Asia Minor and Egypt and shit like that. So the point is, it's after that, about a decade afterwards, we get the first gospel. And so if there are Essenes or if there are like more Hellenistic or Gnostic Jews that are leaving that area and bringing some of their culture and stories with them and mixing in with this mystery cult known as Christianity that we have evidence going all the way back to 1st century BCE that they've been around. But the point is, if they're mixing in with these, it would make sense that Jesus would be tied in with the Nazarenes or the Nazarenes, if you will, this cult or sect of Judaism. So there's probably a little bit more truth to the idea that it's not so much that Jesus existed and was an Essene, but the ideas come from these particular viewpoints of this particular sect of Judaism. Like, so they tie him with that group as opposed to him being a real person who was part of it.
My understanding was formed that he was an Essene, and he was part of this kind of.
Yeah, but we don't have any evidence that
outside.
he existed. That's the problem. You would have to prove to me that he existed, then we could determine whether or not he was an Essene.
Well, I mean, I
but we
think
do
it's
see
harder,
the connection
I think it's,
to the.
I think
to
it's
the
actually.
group.
I think it's harder to prove that he didn't exist
No,
because the
it's
only
pretty
way
easy.
that you're
I just
trying-
did it.
You're trying
I mean-
to prove. You're trying to prove that he doesn't exist based on errors from a book.
Do you have any
which-
other evidence that doesn't include errors?
I mean, I don't think it not including errors is the key here. I think.
Well, then what evidence do you have?
I mean, we have a book, the Bible, that
Okay.
has thousands of different,
errors,
groups of believers, and multiple translations. And
No, the Greek is
completely-
what it's written. It's written in Greek, and we can take a look at the Greek and we can determine that they're still making errors.
Yeah, but where was that? This book is like a bunch of different accounts put together of a story.
I mean, what do you mean
So-
accounts? Like just someone writing a book? Is that what you mean?
I mean, it's claiming the accounts of the apostles of
No,
their
it's not.
experience.
No, it's not. Where does it do that?
What do you mean it's not? It's
nowhere in
inferred
there
that
are
it's
the
their experience.
nowhere in there do the authors ever say I'm an apostle or a disciple or anything like that.
I think I disagree there, but
Okay.
I mean,
Well, I can tell you right now, I've been doing this 4 or 5 hours every weekday for the last about 2.5 years. I have yet to hear any verse where a author of the gospel says, I am a disciple. So I understand you disagree, but you're going to be hard pressed to try to find a verse that says that.
I mean, it's like they get going with. They're just like, and he was the fucking man, and here's my story about
Nope.
Jesus.
Never
Come
says
on.
anything about the authors never identify themselves. Not once. And the gospels? No. In fact, it doesn't even really make a lot of sense that it would even come from them. I mean, hell, it's written in third person omniscient. When Jesus is praying in the Garden of Gethsemane, everybody was asleep. So how did they know what he said?
I don't know what that is.
You don't know what the Garden of Gethsemane is?
No.
It's the garden that he... Have you not read the Bible?
I've read parts of it.
There's like 4 gospels and they all talk about the garden.
All right. Well, there's different translations, or I don't remember that part.
Well,
I'm
literally all of them say the Garden of Gethsemane, so I don't know what translation you were reading. Like, what were?
Yeah,
what,
I mean,
what
it-
version of the Bible were you reading that doesn't mention the Garden of Gethsemane?
If I read it, I glossed over and didn't really ask myself about it. I haven't been
Okay,
trained
well,
in
regardless,
reading. I'm just
does Jesus pray and say like, "Oh, please, not my will, but your will be done, but please let this cup, pass from me"? He's like pleading with God to not really go through with the crucifixion. Like you know that story, right?
Okay.
This is right before Jesus
What
comes
about-
out, and Judas comes out and like makes out with him for a little bit and says, "Hey, look, this is the guy who you should crucify." Are you not familiar with that story?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. All the disciples are asleep while he's praying. So how do they know what he said?
He resurrected and taught them after.
Oh, okay. So according to magic, he's capable of coming back and saying something. So if you appeal to magic, then it makes sense. Checks out.
I
Sweet.
appeal to. Yeah, I do appeal to the spirit.
Cool. Yeah. So as
And
long
that
as magic
manifests
is involved, then anything's possible. Thanks. Well, we're trying to figure out whether or not Jesus existed in history. And I mean, I guess if you read it like magic, then cool. Do you have anything for Jesus or Paul, like within reality, or what?
Yeah, I think it's all reality, and to reduce it.
No, it's
down
not,
to,
because if you have to appeal to
books.
magic in order to get the like reality or like the natural explanation, it's not going to work that way. That's how we determined that, like Harry Potter's not real, because fucking
No,
magic.
that's completely different.
Oh, it is.
That's
Yeah. So a young boy who grows up and does magic with his friends, is that not Jesus' story?
You're starting to sound a little ridiculous.
No.
Bring Harry
A young boy grows up and he was chosen from birth to be the one person who is going to save humanity.
Does
and he does
anybody
magic with his
claim that
friends.
Harry Potter is real? Does anybody?
Where does it say in the story that it's fake? Hell, where does it say in the story of the Gospels that it's from people who
completely
knew the guy?
implied that it's in the fantasy section of the bookstore.
Yeah, and you know where the Bible is? The religion. That just means that it's fantasy, but a bunch of people believe it's real. That's how that works.
Did you also not believe that the Buddha was real?
The Buddha? I haven't looked into the Buddha.
Yeah. So do you not believe that Muhammad was real?
Muhammad, we have contemporaries. You haven't mentioned a
Do
contemporary
you
of
not
Jesus.
believe that Lao Tzu was real?
I have no idea who that is, and I don't give a shit. For Muhammad,
Yeah,
that is the current
you don't know
project
who-
of me and my
well, you should
data
check out
science
the Tao
cohort.
Te Ching.
I don't give a shit, dude. I don't care. We're talking about Jesus and Paul, and you have not presented any evidence that they actually existed. You just kind of prattled on for a little bit. But then you name some
Well, I'm-
people who we do have contemporaries who talk about them. Muhammad,
Well,
we
you're
have a
getting
contemporary who
frustrated.
talks about him. Do you have a contemporary who talked about Jesus? Because you tried to say that the Gospels were written by apostles, and you never showed me any verse that says that they were.
I'm curious as to, I mean, I just think that
I'm curious as to what
history-
evidence you're using. What contemporary do we have? Because now that you compared it with Muhammad, what contemporary do we have of Jesus who talks about him? Well,
it's an
we're
interesting way
waiting.
to experience
Well,
life. And
you
think
said
about
you
things.
said Muhammad. You compared
Is
it.
to judge-
It is interesting. It's interesting that you brought up someone who we have evidence for and tried to say, hey, this is on par. No, it's not. We don't have any evidence for Jesus. What's the contemporary? Who's the contemporary who mentions Jesus?
I mean, I think the movement speaks for itself.
Cool. Where's the evidence that the movement had any stories of Jesus in the first century? I'll give you the entire first century. Jesus dies in 30, so I'm giving you 70 years to play with.
I mean, the start of the church, wasn't there like a church in Spain, France, and Glastonbury all within 3 years of his death?
I'm surprised you didn't mention the Shire. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, no, no, there's not. What kind of evidence do you have for that?
I mean, there's some stories about like Joseph, his uncle, and that's who he was going away with between his
Please,
young age and
please,
33.
please
Who was
supply
like
the evidence
a
of
tin
this.
merchant.
What
He's like a
evidence do
tin
you have of
merchant or
this?
something like that. I don't know. I've heard this shit. I don't know. I mean, it seems like these stories. I mean, there's so many different stories out there. It's just whether you accept them or not. And I mean,
And
I
it sounds
think
like you've accepted all of them without looking into them.
yeah, I have accepted a lot of them.
Well, that's the problem, man. You believe things without evidence, and then you like try to make it on par with things that we do have evidence for, because it sounds like you haven't looked into that one either. That's really weird. Why did you do that?
All right, people really want to get me off of here.
No,
and,
well, I'm
else
not
you
kicking
can.
you off. I'm enjoying this conversation. I don't, don't let the haters bring you down. Give us evidence for Jesus.
I'm not here trying to give you evidence for Jesus. I don't have it.
Well,
I don't think
you
that
see
you
up
have
here where it
evidence.
says Jesus and Paul never existed. Prove us wrong. Well, that's exactly what the entire point of this live is for: is to give
Okay,
me
then
evidence
I
for
probably
Jesus.
shouldn't have jumped on. But I
But
really
you made
like.
it sound
I
absurd.
don't
You
think
made it
your
sound
evidence.
absurd for me to say that Jesus didn't exist, and then you provided no evidence for him. And then you said a whole bunch of things about the Bible that just aren't true. Like the idea that it says in the Bible that these gospels were written by disciples. No. Like, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, you're trying to defend something that you don't have any evidence for and try to take down my position and make it sound absurd. I'm the only one who's actually asking for evidence here.
All right, the evidence I have is very high level. Like the Romans spoke of him.
Like who? Who?
I mean, King Herod, Pontius
King Herod, we
Pilate.
do not have any writings from. Pilate, we don't have any writings from. These people existed, but we don't have any writings from them. They also weren't Roman, so I don't know why you mentioned them anyways.
The movement happened so quickly, like it just took over. And
what's the evidence of that?
Yeah, I should jump. You should let somebody else jump on here and chat with you.
I mean, it's not like you're not saying
definitely
something
not
that I've never heard before. It's just, where are you getting that idea?
It's just something I've heard before.
And you just believed it?
I mean, I believe certain people.
Okay. Do you believe me when I say that we don't have any evidence that this actually started in Judea? Or am I the first person who you've actually talked to where you're like, you know what? I'm going to dig into that. I'm actually going to ask this person for evidence. Everyone else you accepted because they said something that made you feel good about the idea of Jesus and Paul existing? And now the guy who says they didn't exist, you're like, let me actually take a look at this. Where's your evidence? Like, what? The buck starts here? Like, what's going on here? Why am I the lucky guy who you're like actually like digging into?
This was an interesting live, and I wanted to chat about it. I really don't have any evidence, so I shouldn't have jumped on.
All right.
But I enjoyed the conversation.
Well, at least, and you've been fine. I mean, I'd be glad to listen to you and have a conversation with you in the future if you look into this kind of stuff and find some evidence for Jesus or something like that. That's perfectly fine. Just request back up. Hell, you might even find me and my co-author's book interesting on it. We data scientists, we take a look at the New Testament, determine it was written in the 2nd century as opposed to the 1st. It's $3 for the ebook. It's not even that expensive. But nevertheless, I'd like to talk to you in the future. But
well, maybe I'll listen to your book and I'll come back on your show sometime.
The only thing that I would recommend, the one thing that I want to leave you with, is please, for the love of Darwin, please, just take a look at what you believe and try to figure out if it has good evidence behind it. And if it doesn't, then at least be agnostic to it and say, I don't know. And try to find out evidence one way or another. Because there's some things in life that we're never going to be able, at least in our lifetime, we're not going to be able to find out the answer to. And that's fine. That's okay. But that just means you shouldn't necessarily pick a side. It's no real reason to do that. I mean, I just find that we shouldn't make a habit out of believing things with no evidence. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. The only side I pick is that I continuously believe that Jesus was a real person and that there was some significance to that figure. But I'd love to read your book and be persuaded otherwise if that's the truth.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, look into it. Come back. Request up. I'll bring you up and we'll have another conversation. I remember your name. You got a crazy ass name.
Thanks, man.
All right.
Pleasure talking.
Thank you very much. All right, let's see here. We got another person here. This is a River Faye, I think. River Faye. Didn't check the Discord. What on earth is going on in the Discord? It's just a big picture of Brie. I think I clicked the wrong button. Why did I click that? Okay. The next person didn't request up or didn't connect. Hard mode. What is? Why are you showing me? Oh, it's the sticker ID. Oh, okay, cool. Dante, what's going on?
Yeah, how you doing, man? We've talked once before up here.
Did you have the shirtless pic before?
Yeah. I've always had this picture. But you talk to a lot of people, so you don't remember.
Well, I don't talk to a lot of shirtless people, so I thought I'd maybe remember you there. I have no idea.
Trying to be funny. That's just a picture, man.
It's your picture, but maybe some of us got it.
I mean, I work out, so you know what I'm saying.
Well, ladies or men, I don't know which way your gaze weighs.
Hard work, hard work pay off.
There we go. Dante Sanders. He is single?
Yes, sir.
There we go. So, slide into the DMs. All right. So, what you got for us?
Hey, man, Jesus and Paul existed, man. It's archaeological evidence also. I know that's the big thing, evidence. But it's archaeological evidence. That's people who better than me get paid to do this research.
I have a feeling that you're not really defining archaeological evidence in the way that English defines it.
Well, I'm saying the people who do it who do the research. They get paid.
So you're saying like historians say this? Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Okay, I thought you meant that we actually have like archaeological evidence for him.
Well, archaeological evidence meaning like biblical records and inscriptions in the ground, and so there's physical evidence also.
Okay, well, yeah, okay, so that would be archaeological evidence. But what do you think the oldest inscription that we have of Jesus is? What do you think that is?
I mean, I don't have the document in front of me, but obviously
I can tell you what it is.
It would be something that happened probably just maybe 50, maybe 200, 300 years after he left Earth, I would guess.
Well, then how would that be archaeological evidence for him? That'd just be archaeological evidence of people who believe in him.
Well, archaeological evidence, as you know, don't have to be evidence from people who lived during Jesus' time.
But then it wouldn't be archaeological evidence for Jesus. It would be archaeological evidence of people who believed in him later on.
Well, they have, like I say, they have different findings and
okay.
Authenticate.
If someone was to find that, like, I don't know, there was a memoir, like 2,000 years from now, if someone finds a memoir of Tom Cruise, that doesn't mean that Lord Xenu is actually real and Scientology was legit. It just means that a follower of Scientology existed.
Right. You need evidence from people who actually live. But again, I'm talking about just the history that comes from it, because obviously we only can go off of the historic evidence because it was a time before.
Well,
it's an
right, but I'm not
time,
saying that
ancient
Christianity didn't exist. Of course it did. I'm just saying that there's no evidence for Jesus. It's just a mythology that the Christians eventually have in the 2nd century. But like the oldest piece of archaeological evidence, or like an inscription of Jesus specifically, would be in 239, the Megiddo prison. There's a mosaic on a floor. This prison was converted into a church, and so you see Jesus as God on a.
And again, the archaeology is just one aspect of it. It's also other evidence that say that Jesus lived, because of the fact that the apostles lived. And I know you probably heard this before. The apostles lived. They wrote the Bible. They wrote most of the apostles and prophets wrote most of the Bible, which is God's word, which is what generations after that time have attested to as far as their life and their lives.
Wait, are you saying the apostles' documents are God's word? Is that what you said?
Well, the apostles wrote the Bible.
Where does it say that?
Wrote the Bible. Peter, John.
Why does Peter and John get first mentioned every time we talk about this kind of thing?
Peter,
so Acts 4:13 here on the screen says Peter and John were illiterate. Like illiterate. That means they can't read or write. So I don't know how they're reading and writing in a language that they didn't even speak.
Well, this is the thing, host. They wrote from their experience. They were from firsthand.
No, okay. They can't write. That's what I'm saying. Like they're illiterate.
Okay. Somebody could have wrote it for them, but what I'm telling you today is that it's their experience. So you do know that people can write books and somebody else to write for them. I wasn't there.
So how did you determine that people were writing for John or Peter?
I don't want to get into semantics and the side things and stuff like that.
Semantics? You mean evidence? How did you determine that someone was writing for them?
I want to stay on script. I want to just tell you the facts, and you do know that Peter, of course, wrote chapters of the Bible.
No, it says that he's illiterate in the Bible. Acts 4:13 says that.
Okay, if it says that, host, again, I'm telling you that they wrote from firsthand experiences. So somebody
They
else
can't
could have
write
wrote
if okay,
somebody
well,
else could
but
somebody
then
else
who?
could have wrote it.
Who?
There were people who were literate. Everyone was not illiterate.
Well, I mean, I get that, but like, it never says in anywhere, "Hey, I'm writing based off of what Peter's telling me."
Yes, the Bible does tell us that it's the things that in those chapters were experiences. It tells you in the preface of a book, the introduction, who wrote it, and it tells you in that preface.
Yeah, well, okay. So you're aware that the preface is not in the original like text. You know that, right? That was just added by people here recently. You know that, right?
Okay. What's the point?
Well, if you're relying on the preface to be able to be the evidence for who wrote the text, that's not going to get you anywhere. That's like writing somebody's recent book report of Hamlet and saying this is somehow, concrete evidence for Shakespeare being X, Y, or Z. Like that doesn't mean anything.
And again, I'm saying I hear that point, but I'm saying to you that it could have been translated and wrote by somebody else. Obviously, you know that. You know what I'm saying? It could have been wrote by somebody else. These were just, again, these are letters. These are letters from the people who wrote them at the time, and they were firsthand experiences. They were actually with Jesus.
Where is it saying that okay, even if, let's say that somebody is an amanuensis, that they are being dictated to them the gospel story. Like Peter is just standing there in all of his, petrified rock, like glory and everything like that. And he goes, hey, I saw Jesus. Make sure to write this down. I saw Jesus and I shook his hand and he was really good. Like that's really cool and all. But where does it ever say in the text, I saw Jesus? Because if they're just writing down what he said, then why aren't they saying I saw Jesus? Why isn't
that's a great question,
anybody admitting that they saw him?
Again, you have to understand the context of the time. Many of these people, like Peter and Paul later on, the people that may have wrote this text for him were also living during the time of Jesus. So they experienced a lot of the same experiences that he had. I know that every experience.
So why isn't anybody saying that I saw this? It doesn't say okay, the Gospel of Mark is supposed to be like, this is the closest to your argument that Christians even come up with. Let me actually kind of let you know a little bit of history that will kind of sort of help your argument, I guess, but ultimately not get anywhere. The point is, the early Christians, like Papias and whatnot, said that the Gospel of Mark was written by Mark, an interpreter of Peter, who shows up in the story later. He's not a disciple or anything like that, but he's an interpreter of Peter who wrote down as best he could from memory what Peter had told him. All right? So, if that's the case, why does he never say, I got this from Peter? Why does he never say, my name is Mark? Why does he never say anything from Peter's perspective? Why does he never say these things? In fact, he talks about the story of like Jesus and stuff like that getting crucified. Peter wasn't even there. He was running off like, he fucked off and said, oh, hey, like I'm not even part of this group. He literally denies Jesus 3 times.
He did, but not to sound corny when I say this, but it's also something called the Holy Spirit.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
Not to sound corny, but it's the truth.
When you're up in a corner, use the magic. When you don't have any evidence, use the magic.
It's something beyond just
when your shit is really bad and you're feeling kind of sad. When you're up in a corner, use some magic. Yeah, that's how that works.
Okay. Well, hey, I can only go off the evidence of what I've been taught, and you know what I'm saying, in the Bible.
Well, so, okay, cool. Do you believe that Joseph Smith was a true prophet of God?
Well, Joseph Smith, that's a whole nother argument. That's controversial.
Yes or no? Do you think that Joseph Smith was a true prophet of God?
I don't know. Listen, that's controversial.
You don't know? Okay. Do you think that Jesus, after ascending into heaven, hooked a sharp left and showed up in America, roughly about Mexico or so?
See, if that's Joseph Smith, those things are controversial.
I don't care. I just asked you, do you believe that happened?
Well, that's not biblical.
Okay. Do you believe that it happened? Yes or no?
You said that Jesus, after ascending into heaven, went to Mexico?
Yeah.
As far as in like in the context of being a human being, like he was on Earth.
Yeah, he descended down into what is now Mexico and started preaching
No,
to the
sir.
Native Americans.
No,
Okay.
no, sir.
Well, that's
I
in the
have
Book
not
of
been taught
Mormon,
that.
and the Book of Mormon has the same magic that yours does. So how does their magic not work, but yours does?
Well, again, Joseph Smith was controversial, and we
I don't care how
subscribe.
controversial it was. Was it not controversial to be a Christian in your view in the Roman Empire?
In some eyes, it was, but we don't
Okay, well
subscribe.
then I don't give a shit what you think about controversial or whatever. How does their magic not work, but yours does?
It's a great question. We don't subscribe to the book. I can't. I don't think most.
There it
Christians
is. There it
subscribe.
is. Their magic doesn't work because you don't believe in their magic, but your magic works because you believe in it. So in other words,
It's not.
you just kind of pick which magic you like, and that's the one that works. That's how that works.
It's not. It's not magic, and I know
It
you
is
got other
magic. You just
people
don't
get
call it
to
magic.
It's not because it's from the Bible. It's God's word. It's God's written word.
And where did you see that it was God's word? Where does it say
It's
that?
God's written word.
Where does it
written
say
by
that?
God.
Where does it say that?
It's in the Bible. It's in Titus.
So in
We
other
can
words,
go to
because the book says it's
10.
the word of God, then you believe it's the word of God. So if I write
we
something
have
right
to-
now that says it's the word of God speaking through me, then you'll believe that too? By the way,
Okay, so-
the Book of Mormon literally makes that claim as well. It says this is actual God's words to Mormon. And then he writes it down, and it's truer than the Bible and the Quran. It says it's the truest book that had ever existed in history. So whenever it
Okay.
makes the claim that it's God's word and it has magic, why is it bullshit? But your book that says, hey, it's God's word and it has magic in it, it's legit. How,
Okay,
how,
and
how
when
did
you-
that happen?
And when you say magic, what's magic? What do you mean in the context of magic?
Fine. When this book has miracles and says it's God's word, that's bullshit. But when this book says it has miracles and it's God's word, you go, yeah, I'll take it.
Yes, because it's something called paganism. So that Mormon, that Mormon, and you can
What?
laugh, host. That you can laugh, but that Mormonism, that's the devil. Those things are paganism. Those are pagan
Tell
gods.
me more, Miss Boucher, about the devil. Like,
They don't-
what is
they-
going on?
If it's a God, it's got to be a devil. So you know I'm gonna believe in it because
Because it's more magic. In other words,
Well-
in order to explain how your magic is good and their magic is bad, is more magic.
Well, that's a good way of putting it. It's magic, but it's good magic, host,
man.
and it's bad magic. You know, and more
Yeah.
evidence, host. And I know you,
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
What are you talking about? Sometimes
good
there's
magic
good
in it?
magic, sometimes there's bad magic.
I mean,
Come on, man.
that means in the context of that is magic. I'm saying in the context of things that's beyond human reason, things that happen that are miracles. The devil can do these things too, host. He can make people do demonic things and have made people do demonic things that's inhuman. And God, of course, has created miracles like the Noah's Ark and so many different miracles in life, especially when he was on earth as Jesus Christ. So that's good magic and that's bad magic. But see, here's the thing about atheism.
All right,
Every
all
atheist
right,
is
all right,
different.
all right. You're just kind of rambling at this point. So listen, quick question.
Yes,
You
sir.
mentioned that the devil is capable of doing all this kind of crazy stuff. So I guess he's just another god, I guess. That's all that it is. It's just a bad god. But regardless, we're not going to get into
No,
that. So the devil, he wants to try to trick you into believing the wrong thing, right?
That's something he does.
Right. Okay. And he also can influence people to do things, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So how did you determine that Satan, who, by the way, I guess he's the god of this earth, correct? Like he's over this earth, right? He's
Yeah, he the prince of this world.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So how did you determine that Satan didn't have people or convince people to write the Bible, and you've been reading like something that actually was from Satan the entire time?
That's a great question because the Bible was written. The Bible was written by people again that was had firsthand experience.
Oh wait, hold up. No. Says
Well,
what? Says
let me take
says
that
the
back.
Bible?
Well,
But if the Bible says that and the Bible's from Satan, then why are you believing it?
I'm gonna take it back. What I said. On
Okay,
the
yes, please
aspect
take it
of
back.
The Bible. I'm gonna take back. The Old Testament was obviously here before Jesus. Jesus even
Right.
preached as a rabbi.
You know who was also here before Jesus? Satan. So did
He was.
so how did you determine Satan didn't write that too?
And that's a great question. I would say that the reason I determined that Satan didn't write the Bible from the Old Testament on is because God wrote the Bible. And
Oh
because
no. The
it's
idea
God's
that you
written word.
the reason why you think God wrote it is because it says that in the Bible, right?
It says that in the Bible.
Yeah, but if Satan wrote the Bible, then you can't trust it.
And host, I could give you evidence that God exists too. I
Oh, that's for yeah. We're already in that hypothetical where Satan and God and all kinds of shit exist.
I can
But
give you
no,
evidence.
listen. So if the Bible is what tells you that God wrote it, but if Satan wrote it, then you can't trust it. So how did you determine that God wrote it and Satan didn't?
That's a great question.
Yeah,
I could only articulate to you, host, that the Bible because the evidence of generations of thousands, hosts of generations, or hundreds of generations before me that have attested to this and have lived
yeah, but
great lives.
okay, hold up. But there's other religions as well, like the
There
Greek
is.
religions, the Roman, all the pagans. They've had generations of pagans too, right?
That's true.
So what that means is that there can be entire generations of people who are deceived. So how are you not deceived, and how are the generations before you that say that this is from God are not deceived as well? They could be just as deceived as you are.
To get specific with you, the Holy Spirit, which
Yeah, but the Holy Spirit, the only reason you know about that is from the Bible, right?
Not only
Right?
that, host,
But if
Well,
Satan
that-
wrote the Bible, then unfortunately the Holy Spirit's not good.
but host, also, if you hear me out, I have experience from the Holy Spirit from my own
Yeah,
experience.
but how did you determine that wasn't from Satan? Because again, the only reason that you think it's the Holy Spirit is because it lines up with the Bible and it lines up with what the Bible's saying. But if Satan wrote the Bible, then it would be from Satan. So how did you determine that Satan didn't actually do that? He deceived a lot. That's his intention. How do you know you haven't been deceived from Satan?
Because again, my experiences and my positive experiences, host, the positive experiences I've had daily with God, where I listen to God.
But unfortunately, how do you know that wasn't Satan? How do you know that wasn't Satan? Like a sheep,
because I know-
a
I
wolf
know-
in sheep's clothing.
I know abysmal is the fact that it's evil, that he is evil.
Oh
And I know that-
no. In the Bible, how many people does God unalive? How many deaths are there in the Bible?
Well, that's a whole other ballgame. There have been holy wars.
Yeah. So
There-
okay, so sweet.
there are holy wars.
Does God make the earth open up and swallow people whole?
He did.
Okay, sweet. Does
told
Satan
them-
do that?
Well, let me
No,
ask
slow
the
down.
question. Ask the
Does
question, though.
Satan do that in the Bible? Does he ever
Satan
have the
is-
earth open up and eat people?
Not in the Bible, but Satan has done worse than that.
Okay. Listen. How many people in the Bible does Satan unalive? Total.
Well, it's not nobody in the Bible that he's unalive, because the Bible don't focus on Satan.
Okay, so you think that the book that says God is bad and Satan doesn't unalive anybody, you think that book is somehow not from
because
Satan? The
we
one that says Satan not unalive anybody is the one that's from God? The one that
Yes,
says
sir,
that
'cause
God unalives people and Satan doesn't? You think that's from God and not Satan? That's trying to make Satan look pretty good to me.
No, it's not. It's telling people who read it to focus on God and what God does.
Yeah, I know,
And
because it's trying to
also-
trick you, right?
No, and
Right?
it's telling you also what happens when you don't follow God. See, it don't have to mention Satan, because anybody reading and most people that read it understands that if you don't do as God wants you, it's something called sin that's going to happen.
Right, but sin
And-
is only talked about in the Bible, and that's from Satan, potentially. So that's the issue.
Because Satan is the temper, is somebody who tempts people and
Says
lies.
who? Says who? Satan?
It says the Bible.
Yeah, but that's from
It says
Satan.
the
So are you
Bible.
trusting that?
It says God Almighty who wrote the Bible.
Yeah.
It
Well,
says
no, there's no evidence that he wrote it, though. Where's your evidence that he wrote it?
he wrote it. He wrote it through the Holy Spirit.
Yeah,
freely,
but that's what the Bible
through
says, and that's
God.
potentially from Satan.
Yeah, host. But again, that's the Bible is not from Satan, sir.
Yeah.
The
Well, how do
Bible
you
is-
know? How do you know it's not from Satan?
Again, from my experiences and testimonies, of
Which are
thousands of
tricks
people.
from Satan.
No, sir. No,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah, they could be. How did you determine they weren't tricks from Satan?
Because people can attest how God has changed their lives for the better.
Here on Earth? Here on Earth? Yeah, that would be
Right.
exactly what Satan wants you to do, is to have a better life here on Earth because he's the prince of this earth. So that would be something directly from Satan.
No, he's the principle of this earth.
Yeah. So he wants you to have a better life here on Earth.
No, these
Wouldn't he want you to have a better life here on Earth? Wouldn't he?
God wants you to have a good life on earth.
No,
folks,
no,
but also,
I don't see any evidence that God wants that. That would be Satan because he's the prince of the earth.
No, you're not letting me. You're not letting me. You're asking questions that you answer yourself, host.
It sounds like it's from Satan. It sounds like you might need to worship Satan.
God want this is Satan's world, but this is
Yeah,
Satan's
exactly.
world.
So he wants you to have as much fun as you possibly can here, doesn't he?
Satan
Doesn't
wants you
he?
to sin as much as you possibly can. Yes, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. So enjoy your life here, and I hope your life gets better. And follow Satan. I guess
No,
that's.
sir.
I
It's-
guess that's what the Bible wants.
It's
Because
a
it
new
was from Satan.
land called paradise. It's a new land called paradise beyond this life.
Have you
That
seen it
people who-
before, or do you see the earth?
I get. I'm not an atheist.
Well, it sounds like it sounds like there's this.
everything
It sounds like there's this prize that you don't have any evidence for.
I would
The
have
only
to
evidence
see
you have is
everything to
Earth, and
believe
Earth
it.
is where Satan is the prince, which is what you said. So I guess I don't know. Hail Satan, I guess.
see my life and other lives change for the better, host. After you
Yeah,
see
but
those
that's
before
lives
after
for the better
pictures?
here on Earth. I don't know. It sounds like
Hold-
it sounds
hold-
like if there's a
before-
paradise, the people whose lives would change for the better are the ones who die.
See, so host,
If your
this is
life
why y'all
changes
don't
for the
believe in
better here
God.
on Earth, that would be what Satan wants.
This is host why y'all don't believe in God, because you don't want to have.
I believe in God. I
self-control.
didn't say I didn't believe in God. God's real. Satan's real. Oh yeah, Donatology and Serapis
Y'all,
and
y'all
all kinds of
host,
shit.
y'all don't want to have self control. I listen to you. Let me rebuttal. If we're
Okay.
in court and your defense is against God and mine is for God, and we're a defense and prosecutors in court,
Yeah.
we all have our different time to be able to speak.
You know
right?
what? You know what? That's a good point. I'd like to call to the stand God.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right. Well, anyways, I rest my case. Moving on to somebody else. Let's see. Trying to see if anybody connects. I know that you've been sitting for a while, so I apologize.
You got me on?
I think so. This is B Media,
Let's
I think.
do this. Yes, let's do this. So what's your beef with Jesus?
I don't have any beef. He just didn't exist
Oh, and you know this why?
because of anachronisms.
Oh, is that how the why? So
Well, I can't hear you if you pop off the app. Maybe you got a text or a call or something, but I can't hear you.
I sent the message.
Oh, okay.
So Tacitus, he didn't write about it. You know, he didn't write about his death. No.
What are you familiar with in regards to?
Oh God, no!
Tacitus's-
You're the one making the big claims. Let's go.
Okay.
So let's do it.
What
So Tacitus didn't write about him.
Nope. There's an interpolation into Tacitus' Annals, Book 15, Chapter 44, if that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's cute. Yeah, yeah. So he didn't write about his death, right?
Nope.
Oh wow, that's funny. All right, so next thing, and Josephus was a joke. He didn't write about him. No.
Josephus wasn't necessarily a joke, but we have an interpolation
like
known as
you
the
made him a
Testimonium
joke.
Flavianum. The Testimonium
just made him a
Flavianum is
joke.
written by Eusebius a little over 200 years after the death of
So let
Josephus.
me ask you a question. Are you an atheist?
No.
Okay, so what's your faith background?
I'm a Christian. So what you got for Jesus or Paul?
No. You're a Christian, really?
Yep. Sweet.
Why?
What do you got for Jesus or Paul?
No. I'm asking you a question. Why? Are
I
you a
answered it.
Christian?
I'm a Christian. What do you got for Jesus or Paul?
Very simple. It's Isaiah 53.
Okay. So that says Jesus in it?
It talks about his life. Yeah.
Oh, it does. Okay. So it's talking about like Jesus' life because Isaiah is writing after Jesus?
So you actually believe at least this part, that the Torah, right?
Okay, so
existed, right?
Isaiah 53 mentions Jesus in it? Is that what you're saying?
It mentions exactly. There's also the order of Melchizedek.
Cool.
There's also
So what we've got here is Isaiah 53.
go ahead, read it out
Where do we see the word Jesus? I'm going to go ahead
Why
and let
didn't you hear the name Jesus?
Oh, okay. What
It's
name did
there.
you think he was talking about? Who did you think the suffering servant was? I mean, the servant's identified multiple times prior to Isaiah 53. Did you want to see who it was?
Right. Yeah. Well, who was it then? Teach
Sweet,
us.
yeah.
Mighty
So it
one.
is actually, we're going to look up the word servant here, and we're going to take a look at specifically the book of Isaiah. And leading up to Isaiah 53, we have the servant identified multiple times. It is Jacob, the personification of Israel. Isaiah 41:8 says, "But you, Israel, my servant, Jacob, 41:9. Servant. Let's see. Servant. Servant. It's not identified here. Servant. Let's see. O Jacob, my servant Israel. O Jacob, my servant.
one example of it.
O Jacob and Israel, for you are my servant. I formed you. You are my servant. O Israel. Servant not identified. Servant Jacob identified. The Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob. 49. Here we go. Servant Israel. 49:3. It identifies the servant multiple
So it's
times. Never
interchangeable.
changes.
Jacob and oh no, it has
So,
been very
Jacob and
So
Israel
wait a minute,
would.
so Jacob was put on a tree, and Jacob.
Okay, cool.
you
Yeah,
know,
yeah. We're going to go to
right?
Isaiah 53. We'll go to Isaiah 53.
do it.
And where in Isaiah 53 does it mention a tree?
Well, it talks about he will be. Go ahead. Let's read the whole thing.
Sure. We're going to look for the word tree.
Let's read it rather than cherry pick, because that's just how you like to take things.
You
out of
said that he was going to be put on a tree. Where does it say he's going to be put on a tree?
He said he was going to be suffering, so let's go through it.
Where
I'm
does it
gonna
say
go off the
tree?
app.
What-
Listen, you want me to go off the app and read it for you because you clearly don't want to go
What
there?
verse do you want? I'll read
I
it.
can't go there because so read the whole thing.
We're not going to read the entire chapter here. What verse do you want?
There you go. You don't
Okay.
want to go in context.
Sweet. I'll go ahead and let the whole thing play. We're looking for the word tree, everybody.
Right. Okay. So he's going to go.
We're
on the
looking
word tree.
for the word tree.
You're not a historian, are you?
We're looking for the word tree.
I mean, if you were, I would ask for your money back from school.
Sweet. Do you have
Yeah.
anything?
Yeah, there's plenty of stuff here. It's
Where?
all right there.
Where does
The
it say?
fact that he's going to be a suffering servant.
Looking
fact
for the
that
word
he's gonna
tree.
be-
Oh, did anybody see the word tree? Nope. All right.
I'm going to go check it for you because you clearly missed it.
Sweet. Now hurry up though, because we actually want you to get back on here so that you can provide to us some evidence here.
Okay. Stay tuned, buddy.
Okay, go ahead, go find it. He left. He left. What the hell was that? Sorry, everybody. This is your brain on Christianity. Read a book, not have any idea what it says, and then make a whole bunch of claims out your ass for it. That's how that works. That is how that works. Run away, run away. We actually do have a sound for that. Go ahead and bring that up. Somewhere in here. There it is.
Hey, what's up, man?
Salacious Crumb.
Dude, I love your soundboard, by the way.
My soundboard? No, this is just natural.
Oh yeah, love it. So I had a question for you. Do you hold to like archaeology as your primary way to determine if the Bible is like true or not?
I mean, I find that archaeology is a pretty good determiner of certain things. If we have any like text from contemporaries, that would be good too, or even text from like shortly after the death or something. Tiny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, the only reason I asked because like you said previously that we have no evidence of Jesus existing. So
yeah,
I kind of wanted to ask like, what is that like standard of evidence?
What are you talking about? What evidence do you think we have for him?
Well, I mean, your
if you
evidence
want to
can
stretch
mean
the word
something
evidence to
completely
mean
different
anybody
from
who talks about him later on, I mean, Billy Graham is evidence for Jesus then. I mean, okay. But if that's how you want to define it, that's how you want to define it. But in the definition that I'm using for
but I'm
evidence
asking
would be
you, like,
something
how
that
do
shows
you
that he
define
actually
it,
did
though?
exist back then, as opposed to just someone writing about him later. Go ahead.
Which would be archaeology then, right? Or what is
or
that
from a
something that shows that
contemporary
he
or
actually
someone
existed?
who's talking about him shortly after his life with a, in a mundane way with no anachronisms. I mean, the fact that we have writings about him over a century later
Well, then
that
we
are
could
filled
just use
with
Billy
magic
Graham
and
as that, though,
anachronisms would
then,
show that
right?
that text is not historically reliable. Go ahead.
So you just said that an evidence would be someone talking about his life after him. Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's not filled with anachronisms and magic, but okay. Well, what do we got?
So why can't I use Billy Graham as an evidence then?
I mean, you can if you want to stretch the word to of evidence to also
How
apply
is
to
that,
something
how
else.
is that stretching
But
it though?
I mean,
How
you
is
could
that
also
stretching it though? Because
it's stretching it
I'm
because
using your
Billy Graham
definition
is
of evidence.
because Billy Graham isn't actually there, and he's just relying upon people and text that also weren't there. That's what I'm saying. Like Billy Graham wouldn't have any earlier reference to Jesus than the second century church fathers did or the second century authors did. That's all that it is. He's just relying on that stuff. So he's just regurgitating old hat. So he wouldn't be any closer to evidence than the texts themselves. That's the problem. Now, if
When you
Billy
say
Graham
you
was
have
somebody
to
like
be
an
there,
actual
what do you mean by
archaeologist or
that,
something
though?
like that, who like dug up something that predates the Gospels or something, then yeah, sure, Billy Graham's evidence or the evidence that he presents would be good evidence for Jesus, but he didn't. He's just replying or relying on the church fathers in the second century who don't present good evidence for Jesus.
Okay, and then if I were to use a church father from the first century, then how would that still be wrong in your view?
Yeah, sure. What do you got from a church father in the first century?
Well, no, I'm asking like how would that be wrong? Because
Oh,
obviously, like
it would be
you
terrific.
don't hold
What do you
to
have from the
church
first
fathers
century?
and what they say. Saint Ignatius talking
Okay.
about Christ.
All right, and Ignatius is from the first century. How?
Well, I mean, his writings are from the mid first, second century.
You think his writings are for a span of 50 years?
Well, they're dated to be around that time.
That doesn't make any sense. Especially since modern
not make
historians
any
today say Ignatius dies in like the 140s to the 160s, and even Christian scholar M. David Litva says that Ignatius's writings show up in about 170. So try the mid to late second century as opposed to the middle
Yeah,
of the first.
I actually got my dates wrong. You're right. You're right on that. You're right on that.
So, okay. I mean, the first writings of Jesus and Paul show up in 144 with Marcion's New Testament. So I don't see how that would be relevant.
So how is that not evidence though? Because you said specifically that they would have to talk about Jesus's life shortly after he lived.
Sure, yeah, and they would
Which
need
is
to have
in
something.
history, in
It would either
historian
need to be
standards,
something
that's
that is
pretty- that's a
mundane or
pretty
something
small
that's not
timeframe.
filled with magic and anachronisms, and the texts that they're talking about and referring to have anachronisms and are filled with magic. So, and they're written well over 100 years after the death of Jesus, so it's not necessarily shortly. But even if you wanted to consider it shortly, it's filled with anachronisms. So I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Saint Ignatius's writings are filled with anachronisms?
The information that he is reliant upon is filled with anachronisms. Do you have any evidence that Ignatius is pulling evidence of Jesus or anything like that from something else other than the Gospels?
Yeah, oral tradition.
Where did you mention that?
He doesn't have to mention it. I mean, it's
Okay,
mentioned in
where
the
does
Bible
he quote
that
anything
clearly
that is not from
that
the Gospels?
The faith was obviously spread by oral tradition first, rather than
there's
writings.
no evidence
I mean,
whatsoever
most
of
of the
that.
people in the ancient.
In fact, the most.
Yes,
in
there is
fact,
outside the
no,
Bible.
no,
Most
there's
people
no evidence
outside-
whatsoever
most
of oral
people in the
history
ancient world
prior
were
to the second
illiterate
century.
and could not read.
Sweet. So, what is the evidence that they had an oral history of Jesus in the first century?
Within the Bible.
Where?
Book of Timothy.
Okay, something that's not even written by Paul. Okay.
How do you know that?
Well, even Christian scholars acknowledge that the pastorals are not written by Paul. Not only that, but in no
that
way,
doesn't
shape,
make
or
it
form
true
does
then.
that. In no way, shape, or form does it say that they had stories or whatever that were written or that were orally passed around in the first century prior to the second century. Like, what are you talking about?
Okay, well, just because Christian scholars say something doesn't make it true.
Okay. Well, where's your evidence that First Timothy is historically reliable when talking about said oral history then?
Because oral history has been and oral tradition has been passed down.
I don't
for
give two
2000 years.
shits. How did you determine 1 Timothy is historically reliable when talking about it? I mean, oral history
What
is
do
a
you mean?
thing, but how do you know that the particular one that 1 Timothy is mentioning is real?
Because it's consistent with what we have today.
Yeah, it's because 1 Timothy is a late text that is in line with what the proto-Catholics want. That's how that works. That wouldn't be any indication that there is evidence that he is actually writing in the 1st century about this material that is being passed around. That doesn't make any sense. Just because it's in line with a theology, that doesn't mean anything about whether or not he's historically reliable when talking about the 1st century oral history. That's not how we determine something. That wouldn't
Okay,
make
how do
any
we
sense.
determine? How do we determine if something is historically reliable? Then?
Well, unfortunately, you haven't been able to meet any kind of particular standard for it. You're just saying, hey, because it matches the theology today, we suddenly get historical accuracy? That doesn't make any sense. I mean,
Okay, well,
hey,
I'm asking
Harry Potter
I'm
and the
asking you, how
Philosopher's
do we
Stone lines
determine
up
if
with like some
something is
fan
true or not?
fiction of Harry Potter that we have today. Does that mean that Harry Potter's real?
I'm asking you, how do we determine if something is historically reliable?
If there's actual people who are talking about that at the same time. There is no indication that 1 Timothy is talking about this in the 1st century. There's no evidence that 1 Timothy was written by who it claims to be written by. So no, there's no evidence that it's even written remotely close to that time period. In fact, current evidence suggests that it would actually be later, mid to late 2nd century, which would mean even the grandparents of Timothy or the author of that text would not have been around to see like oral history of Christianity spread around the time of supposed Paul. There's
Does that
nothing in
make it
1
wrong?
Timothy. Yeah, it does. It makes it completely irrelevant to the conversation of whether or not there's oral history at that time period. That's what I'm saying.
So
Like,
there
you-
was
you
no
can look
oral
to something later on.
transmission before even Christianity
We
was
do not
spread?
have any evidence
Not
of
even
oral
amongst the
history
Jews?
of Jesus within Christianity in the 1st century. When Christians are mentioned in the 1st century, or whenever they're talked about as later on as being in the 1st century, the Jesus mythology is not included with them. So
So did oral transmission stop after the Jews, and then?
no,
Because
I
that's
don't know
how-
why you're
that's
even
how
mentioning the
this
Jewish
faith was
people.
Spread then it was through oral tradition. So
I don't give two
why-
shits.
why would that
Christianity doesn't
oral
really have
tradition
anything to
stop?
do with Judaism in the 1st century. I
Are
don't
you
care.
are you serious? What do you mean Christianity doesn't have to do anything with Judaism?
In the 1st century, yeah. What's your evidence for that?
I mean, the whole liturgy is taken out of the synagogues and the worship and how they worship in the synagogues.
Yeah, synagogues in Jerusalem, like mentioned in Acts, which didn't exist until post 70. Okay, yeah, sweet man, cool.
So I don't know how you get to that specific thing and how you see that as something true, though.
Because of evidence, because of archaeological evidence, and of course, just the understanding of
Can archaeology
Judaism.
be wrong?
Can archaeology be wrong?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Can it be wrong?
That would be
Like, how
the
do you
highest
know- how do
standard
you
that
know
we
that's the
possibly
right
have.
mechanism to get to something true.
That would be the highest standard that we possibly have. Could it be wrong? Sure, but that would be the highest standard that we possibly have. What we
How do you
don't have
know that
archaeological
that's
evidence
right
for,
then?
what we don't have archaeological evidence for, would be Jesus. So
How do
congratulations,
you know
you
that
kind of
that
walked
is
yourself
right
into a
then,
circle.
though? How do you know it's right then?
Again, there's
How do
the
you know
highest.
that
That is the
archaeology
highest
is
level
the
of.
best
That is
standard
the
to use
highest
to get
level
to
of
something
confidence
that
that
is
we can
true?
have.
How do you know that?
You know what? If you want to continue asking this question, you can continue asking it on a Phil Bro live or something like that.
Why are you
But at this
deflecting,
point,
bro?
it's not deflecting.
Yeah,
you
you are.
actually.
How do you know archaeology is the right mechanism to get to something that is true?
Because that is the only physical things that we can actually like date using science. Later on, you have things, or later on down the list, you have things like writings and stuff like that. But unfortunately, writings can be edited, whereas things that actually date using like carbon dating and stuff like that would not be something that could be edited, so to speak.
How do you know carbon dating is right then?
Because it's been proven to be correct, especially within about 2,000 years or so, like really, really good. In fact, it comes up consistently as being very accurate. So if
Okay,
you
just
can't
because
trust
it
that
comes
and you
up
don't want to
consistently
use that
doesn't
kind
mean
of
it's
stuff,
right.
then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and, you know what? We'll go
How do you
ahead and
prove
send
it?
you a block unless you can give me any evidence for Jesus in the next 10 seconds.
Why are you deflecting, bro?
I'm not deflecting. I answered your
Yeah,
question.
you are.
What's
How do
the
you
evidence
know?
for
How do you
Jesus?
know carbon dating is correct? How do you prove something? How do you know that to be true?
Sounds good. See you later. All right. That being said, if you don't understand science or you don't trust science, we can't have a conversation. And that's just kind of how it goes. He wanted to be a Phil bro and not actually look at any kind of evidence. Once he realized that he didn't have any evidence, he decided philosophy was the best way to actually get to Jesus. That's not how we determine history. We're moving on to somebody else. All right. Massa 4KT. Oh, nope. I guess that guy left. Tampa Detailers. Yeah, Gnostic Rose 13 there on YouTube says, not all Christians deny science. I'm a Christian and I believe in all of science. Well, that's good.
Hello?
What is going on, Tampa? What you got?
Oh, this is my business. TikTok, but that's fine. Hey, thanks for having me on, man. Can you hear?
Yep.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool what you're doing. I obviously believe the opposite of. I've actually never seen someone claim that Jesus and Paul never existed. I guess I'll go with Paul first. Why do you claim that Paul never existed? Because the question I have, I guess, is how did Christianity grow in the first century?
How did Christianity grow in the first century? It's syncretic.
Right,
it's,
because
it's just how it kind of works. Like people already sort of kind of believe some of the things that they believe. Christianity, I believe, is an offshoot of the cult of Serapis. And Serapis is already a syncretic god that ties Greek and Egyptian beliefs together.
My question, I guess, there has to be an origin to Christianity, correct? Like a specific place. Let's call it Jerusalem. Does that work for you?
No.
It doesn't care. I don't care which place it is, but it had to originate at a certain point in time and place, correct?
I'd say yes.
Just like Islam or Judaism or whatever.
I'd say Sinope,
originates,
like Asia Minor. Yeah.
Sure. If that's what you believe, but sure.
Mm-hmm.
So how does this thing spread? By people, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, it has to, because first of all, there's no technology in the first century, so it has to be people traveling to different places, spreading what they believe by talking about it.
I mean, kind of.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, sure.
So if you get where I'm going with this, if it wasn't Paul that did this because the Bible claims that Paul was the apostle to the Gentiles, Peter apostle to the Jews. If it wasn't Paul who spread the gospel to the Gentiles, who would have done it?
Where's your assumption that it came from the Jewish people?
Well, I'm saying the Bible claims that Peter is the apostle to the Jews. Mm-hmm. Paul's apostle to the Gentiles. Are you aware of are you aware of that?
Yeah, but like I don't. Okay.
My point is that it had to be spread by somebody.
Like one person.
The Bible talks about Paul's journeys to different places, spreading the gospel.
That's fine, but
baptizing
that doesn't mean that it has to be spread by one person.
I'm not saying one person. There was multiple other apostles. All I'm saying is Paul was the apostle to the Gentiles. He wrote.
That's according to the story, sure, but I mean, there's no insinuation that because the story says something, it must be similar to that. Not really.
So, I guess my point is saying that somebody had to do that, not somebody singular, but there had to be people. Going to different places.
Sure, I guess.
Does that make sense?
I mean,
that's the only way to spread something, especially in the first century.
I mean, yeah,
it's people traveling to different places and talking about it.
But how do we get to these people existing?
Paul,
if not Paul, who? It just kind of spreads. There's no. People spread all kinds of religions.
Well, it doesn't
necessarily mean that the story that shows up later is somehow true.
Okay, for I guess a side argument to that is, do you agree that Christians were persecuted and killed by the Romans? based on outside
Like when?
outside text, not based on the Bible. In the first century.
No.
So even with outside text, I'm not talking about the Bible's what the Bible
outside
says
text?
about
The text that says
persecution or
that they
anything like
admitted to being domestic terrorists in '64. That text?
No. Any text that talks about Romans killing Christians did that
burning down Rome?
Do those exist? Yes. Does that exist?
Yeah. It's one of 6 stories of what Nero did, but they admit to burning down Rome. So that's not persecution, that's punishment.
Well, that point, I don't want to go. We can go into that point, but that point would be like that would take us on a different track. If that makes sense.
Well, unfortunately, the only story that says that the Christians were involved with the fire say that they said that they did it.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you were Nero and you did that and you wanted to blame it on the Christians, you would say that they admitted to doing that. I'm saying
I don't.
if
you
that
don't
was-
have any evidence whatsoever that they didn't admit to it.
I'm saying if you were Nero and you were in control of the.
But it's not coming from Nero.
what-
It's not even coming from somebody who worked under Nero. So,
Okay.
if it was something that
I don't-
the dynasty
I'm not-
of Nero had come and gone multiple times by the time that text was written in 116. So no, I mean there's no like
Well, even-
like somehow like loyalty to Nero that Tacitus has to provide. Like if Nero was just lying, he could have said that Nero was lying. I mean, hell, there's multiple accounts of what Nero does, and the majority of them imply that Nero did not do enough to help Rome
And
stop from burning
those-
or rebuild it.
When were those accounts written down?
In the early 2nd century.
And when did these things occur?
In 64.
So, what is that? How many years after it happened?
About 60.
60. So there was an oral passing down of the story, right?
Where there were the Roman archives, which is what people are using, like Tacitus.
The Roman archives, were those written down?
Yes.
At the time of. Do we have them today?
No. There's some pieces.
What? Why don't we have those today?
Because they just don't last that long over in Rome. That's how that works. Like
Okay,
Rome
fair enough.
is not the type of climate for a lot of that stuff to actually like be preserved unless it's in stone.
Okay, I'm gonna try to get back to my point because we'll keep going further and further to where my point was, if that makes sense. So let's assume that Paul was real. Okay, no, let's assume Paul. Let's assume.
All right.
Let me assume Paul wasn't real.
Sounds good.
Let me do that, and let me say, if I am a so-called Christian, why would I spread the so-called gospel, knowing that even if the lie is true about Romans burning down or Christians burning down Rome, why would I continue to spread this false religion, knowing that people are being killed for it?
No one is being killed for. Who are you referring to?
Christians were killed by Rome. You just admitted Christians were killed by Romans because
For burning
they burned
down Rome. Yeah, that's not for the religion.
No, but the point is that Christians, you and I admit that Christians were killed. I'm not talking about the reason
for
anymore.
breaking the law. Yeah.
Okay, forget the reason. They were killed, right?
Yeah. They're unalived
Now,
on
this
death
thing-
row here in America too because they broke the law. Yeah, but I mean that's pretty important as to why they're on
So
death row.
this religion is a lie, Christianity.
Yep, sounds good.
I'm assuming what you're saying is true.
Oh. Okay.
And I am one of the top people in Christianity spreading it.
Fuck yeah,
and I know that we burned down Rome on purpose.
That sucks.
I know that Paul never existed, and I know Jesus never existed. Why would I continue to spread Christianity knowing that it would result in my death? Why would I claim to be a Christian
Why
if
would it
all of those
result in
things
your
you're saying
death?
is true? Because Romans were killing Christians for burning down Rome, as you just said, right?
So are you continuing to burn down Rome?
No, I'm
Okay, then why would you
continuing
be
to
killed?
claim that I'm continuing to claim that I am a Christian.
Okay.
The Christians were hunted by the Romans.
No, they weren't.
As you say, then how did the Romans kill them?
How? Like,
Yeah.
how did they do it? They admitted guilt and then ratted out each other, according to Tacitus. More arrests were made upon their information. They ratted each other out. So, let alone are you somebody who's powerful within the the religion, you're also a little snitch.
I'm saying, why would somebody continue knowing that this ratting out is happening, knowing that all of these things are happening?
Yep.
Why would the apostles continue to spread the religion?
They didn't. I don't know of any apostles who existed.
Well, Christianity continued to grow,
Are you just
right?
talking about Christianity in general?
Well, I'm trying to get back to Paul, but it's kind of hard.
Christianity, again, if it comes from Sinope, and especially Alexandria, Sinope, that area, these are just the Christians over in Rome that are seeming to do this. So, I mean, okay. It's still growing in other places. Okay.
It grew in Rome very large as well, right?
Sure.
I don't understand why somebody would continue to claim to be a Christian if all of those things you say are true.
Why does anybody profess to be a Mormon if they got attacked by the U.S. Army multiple times and massacred?
Because they believe it to be true.
Okay. Does that make it true?
No, it doesn't.
Okay. Well, there you go. There's your answer. Congratulations.
Are you saying that all the Christians believe what they were saying to be true?
Do the Mormons believe what they're saying to be true?
Well, I mean, if you go on that point, we all believe what we're saying. No matter every single debate, everybody believes what they're saying is true.
So it almost seems like the only real way to actually prove that it's true is evidence, and you haven't provided any. You've just been talking about the people who follow it.
Okay, so I guess if we'll move on to the next thing. Why isn't Jesus real? Why did he never exist?
Why did he never exist? Or like, how did I get to that?
Or like how did you get to that?
Yeah, it doesn't line up with history from what we know about the New Testament or know about the first century.
I mean, that's a very broad statement. Like, what doesn't line up?
Archaeology, geography, Jewish traditions. It's written in third person omniscient. Yeah, it's pretty bad, man.
Okay. Well, I got to go get a haircut. How often do you do this?
Every weekday.
Every weekday? From what time to what time?
About 9:30 Central to about 2.
2. Okay. Well, I appreciate it, man. I'm probably going to be back on with some more evidence. I just saw your thing on YouTube and thought I'd join. It was fun. So I'm going to try to join. I guess I'll just keep Tampa Detailer so you know who I am. So
Either
it's
way,
good, man.
I'm ringing up. All right, thanks. All right. Is there anybody else? I don't think there's anybody else. Well, if there's no one else to come up and give any evidence for Jesus or Paul, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and sign off here. But yeah, thank you to anybody and everybody who stuck around longer than 30 seconds. 35-second gang, rise up. Even all you crazy cesspool people over there on YouTube. Thank you very much. Thank you. Again, as a quick reminder, the ebook is just $3, but there is Christ Before Jesus. If you're interested, there's a print version and an audiobook version. The link is here on TikTok in my bio, and the link is on YouTube profile as well, if you're interested. Yeah, and if you're on YouTube and you're like, man, I didn't get a chance, well, I will be live on, I think, Monday? Yeah, today's Friday. So I'll be live on Monday. And you can swing by. Like I said, it's usually from like 9 to 2, 9:30, 2:30, somewhere around there. I don't know. It's summer hours. And by summer hours, I mean... Yeah! That doesn't really make any sense, but whatever. I mean that it's kind of whenever I want. Oh, there's somebody who's a guest here. Oh, maybe. If they connect, then I'll talk to them. Otherwise, play this while gaming. Oh, nice. What is going on? Fruitful, period.
Hey, what's going on? Can you hear me?
Yeah. What you got?
Sweet. I just want to go back to Isaiah real quick with you. You had talked about how who the suffering servant was, right? You had that pulled up?
Yeah.
Cool. So my claim to that would be that Jesus is the fulfillment of Israel and all things Israel was, the true fulfillment of.
So
And
what does
so
that
when
have
it's
to do
talking
with
about the
Isaiah
suffering
53?
servant, also when it's talking about the suffering servant Israel, it's talking about Christ.
No, it's not. It never says that.
Even Second Temple Judaism confirms that.
No, you're not even remotely close to true. That being
That is
said,
true.
there is not fulfillment if something is talked about as already being done. And unfortunately, Isaiah 53, whenever it talks about all those like bad things that'll happen, or bad things that happened, it's always past tense. He grew up, had no form. He was despised, rejected by others. He was despised, and we held him of no account. Surely has
Right,
borne
and
our
so-
infirmities and carried, yet we
Mhm.
accounted him of stricken, struck down. He was wounded for our transgression. There's not fulfillment unless this says
And all
it's
those
going
things
to
are true.
happen. Yeah, sweet. So you don't know what the word fulfillment means, and it sounds like you don't know what past tense is either.
So just because a prophecy is written in
Prophecies
past
are not.
tense,
Yeah,
it's
that's
going
not a
to be written
prophecy.
into that.
That's- You don't know what a prophecy is. Then what is a prophecy?
Prophecy is something that is foretold of and fulfilled in
Yeah.
the future.
So is it past tense or is it future tense?
Just because it's written in past tense doesn't
Then it's
mean
not
that
a
it's something
prophecy.
that can't
A
be
prophecy is
going
talking about the
forward.
future, correct?
Right, but things were
Yeah,
also
so it
hidden.
says that if I told you that I went to the store or I'm going to go to the store, which one of those would be something about the future?
That's a completely. We're talking about poetic genre
Cool.
versus.
So I'm going
narrative
to,
genre, and
well,
you're
I
going
didn't
in,
literally
you're-
go to
you're
the store, so
talking
this
as
is
in a
poem.
narrative.
So, behold, I have gone to the store. Great, cool. I guess it's more
It's somewhat
poetic for you now.
You just talked about it as if you're Shakespeare. So
Sweet,
that's
awesome.
Not really true.
So, where in this does it say he's going to be wounded?
Well, so when we look at the scripture, we can see that it is fulfilled in
No, it's
the
not.
future
It's
in
not
Christ, and we can
fulfillment.
look back
It's not
at those
fulfillment if
things.
it's not saying it's going to happen.
If it's
So
saying
try
that
again.
these
Try
things
again.
had
Where does it
happened-
say that he will be wounded for our transgressions? Where does it
Well,
say
hold on.
that?
So from our perspective, looking back at these things, he
Well,
has
unfortunately, your
he has
perspective is
been
one that doesn't actually read words. So when it says he was wounded, that's past
hilarious.
tense. In fact, if you continue to scroll down and you continue to take a look at Isaiah 53, it says good things will happen. It says, therefore, I will allot him a portion with the great, like will. Like it does talk about future tense, but that's all good things. What you have done, my friend, is you have decided that the word prophecy doesn't actually mean prophecy. And what talks about the future could actually be talking about the past. Like that's the trick that Christians have to do in order to convince themselves that this is actually a prophecy about Jesus. What you have to do is you have to dismiss all the times right before Isaiah 53 that the servant is identified as Israel, Jacob, the personification of the house of Israel. All these times are just completely dismissed. You then insert the idea that it's talking about the Christ, despite the fact that it never says that. You have to assume that the identity of the servant has changed, despite the fact that it never says that. And then you have to take a look at past tense and say, this is actually talking about the future, even though it never does that. And then when it finally switches to the future, you have to go, oh, well, the past tense is also a prophecy and the future tense is also a No, that's not how that works. It's not how words work.
Well, so if you look at Hosea.
Oh,
says
so
the same
now we're
thing.
going to switch.
No.
Oh, okay. So
Hosea makes the
what
same
happened here
argument.
with Isaiah? Does it
Well, so
ever say
the-
anything about like
as you claim?
Oh,
to be
and
a
by the way,
Christian, right?
no,
So as a
wait, you know what,
Christian, these
I'm
scriptures
gonna
elaborate
do
on
this.
each other,
Slow
and they
down,
build
slow
upon
down.
each other.
I'm gonna go ahead and assume. You just grant you the idea that words don't mean words, because that's what you have to do in order to make this a prophecy. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna assume that this is all somehow future past tense, which doesn't make any fucking sense. So right here, when it says that he's acquainted with infirmity, did Jesus have diseases? Did he carry diseases? That's weird. It almost seems like some of these verses don't even have anything to do with Jesus, even if it was a prophecy. So congratulations, you're stupid for two reasons. Do you want to make it a third? Let's go to Hosea. What do you got?
Well, so in Hosea 6, 1-2, it talks about, in the past tense and future tense, it talks about how he will bind up our wounds. And he has been for us. And it
All
goes
right.
into that. And
All
so
right,
if you
let's
wanna
see.
talk about
Come,
past
let
tense
us return
and
to the
future
Lord,
tense.
for it is he who has torn.
Past tense, yep.
Okay.
And what's the next
so
line?
did Jesus tear? Is that what it is?
Well, so what's the next line?
And he will
did
heal
tear.
us.
He tore
That has
his
nothing
skin
to do
for
with Jesus.
us.
Where does
In
it say?
Christ, God
Where does it
exists
say? Where does it
outside
say
of
that this is
time,
talking about the
space, and
Messiah?
matter.
Where does it say that this is talking about the Messiah?
It's talking about the Lord. The Lord is the Messiah.
Cool. Awesome. How did you determine that?
Through historical evidences in the Gospels.
Okay, so it never says anything in Hosea about the Lord being the Messiah? It's almost like this
It
isn't
doesn't have
talking
to
about
be-
the Messiah.
it's not gonna
Cool.
all be in the same
So,
place. As Christians, we
okay.
derive our
So in other
theology
words,
from the
so in
entirety
other
of the
words,
Bible,
the
not
reason
just
that
one
this
book.
prophecy is about me is because I later claim that it's me, and it doesn't say anything about me in the prophecy. That's how I know it's about me. Dumbass. Anyways, do you have anything
Well,
else
these
before we
things-
go ahead
these
and just
things
remove you?
combine and they align with each other.
Yeah,
And
no,
so
they
when you
don't.
look at it and
What
it's
you have to do
saying-
is you have to never look at any identification of these particular passages. You never have to look at any kind, or you have to refuse to look at the actual tense of the verbs, and then you have to rewrite it later on. Whenever Christianity says that they were talked about, that means they were talked about, despite the fact that what they're referring to as a prophecy doesn't talk about them. So there we go. Do you have anything else that you'd like to point to, or would you like for me to go ahead and disconnect you?
Well, I mean, I'd like to make my case rather than you just talking over me, if that would be all right.
Well, go ahead and make a case. It's not easily dismissed.
All right. So when you go and you look at the prophecies inside of Isaiah that I'm claiming to be a
All
prophecy.
right. Where in
right? And
Isaiah?
so-
Where in Isaiah?
well, we were just looking at it. And
Oh, okay.
that
In
would be exactly what I
Isaiah
would be talking
53,
about.
where is the
And
prophecy?
so
Where is the
then-
future
so
tense
then-
prophecy? Where's it at?
Well, hold on. So
Where's it at?
I believe that God exists outside
Slow
of
down.
time, space,
Where
and
is it?
matter.
Where is it?
Just because it's past
Where
tense
is
doesn't
it?
mean that it's not a prophecy.
Does God also exist in a place where words don't mean words? And also, he's not the author of the confusion, but yet he gives a word that seems confusing. And also, he identifies a particular servant as Israel, as Jacob, the personification of Israel, and just magically changes it. Does he also like exist outside of time, space, matter, and logic? Like, is that how that works? Like he just suddenly
The
just
first
wants
two
us,
you were right on
everybody,
that,
to
yep.
write down things that don't make any sense?
The first two you were right on that. Time, space. Yep. He exists outside of time
awesome.
and space.
So whenever he
And
tells
so-
whenever he tells Isaiah, his prophet, to write down this about Israel and identify the servant 8 times before Isaiah 53 as Israel, he means Jesus?
Yeah, I think so. Because when
Okay,
you
cool.
go through and
So
you
does
look-
Israel mean
so
Jesus?
Can I make my case
Does
for
Israel
why
mean
I
Jesus?
think Jesus is the fulfillment
Is
of Israel?
Israel Jesus? Does Jesus mean Israel or Israel mean Jesus? In fact, Israel is a nickname given to who?
Israel is the new name given to Jacob by
Cool. So where
God.
in that does it say Jesus?
Well, so the reason can I make my reason as to why?
You know what? Actually, you know
'Cause
what?
You just
You
keep
know
asking
what?
me questions.
Does it
and
say
you keep interrupting
Jesus
me.
anywhere
So I'd
in
like to-
Isaiah?
I'd
Well,
like
the
to make
reason
my
the reason I
argument,
keep asking you questions is because you don't actually answer them because you know the answer would
Even
actually
the
make you
guests are
look
saying
really
you're not
fucking
letting me
stupid.
talk.
Yeah, that's
Even
how
the
that
guests are
works.
saying you're not letting me talk.
Yeah, I know. I don't let people talk when they're demonstrably false. Whenever you come up here and try to claim
So then
that
kick
something
me
that is
off.
in past
If you don't
tense,
want me on, then kick me off. But
Oh,
you're
no,
you're
no, I
just,
will. I will. You're up here for
keep talking over me.
Yeah, right now
not
you're up
letting me make an
here.
argument,
Right
and you're
now
just
you're up
talking to
here
yourself
for
because
yeah.
you don't want to talk.
Yeah, cool. Right now you're up here for entertainment purposes. You're not up here for education. You don't want to learn. That's the problem. Nowhere in the past tense does it ever make a prophecy. That's not how a prophecy works. And you know it. You're having to stretch the word prophecy to include something that very clearly isn't a prophecy in order for this to make any sense. You have to read words and to decide that they don't actually mean what they say. That's how it
All right,
works.
so what I was talking about, I was going from Isaiah
Mm-hmm.
53, and then I'm going to Hosea 6. So Isaiah
Sweet.
53.
Where
and
in Isaiah
6, 1 through
53
2.
does it make any prophecies?
Well, so I just said if you're listening,
Point
I
us to
said
the
at
verse.
Hosea 6, 1 through 2.
Point us to the verse
And
in
I'm going
Isaiah
through it, and he
53 that
said,
talks
Come,
about
let us
Jesus.
return to the Lord, for
Sweet.
he has torn
All
us,
right.
and he will heal
Okay.
us.
So you are now muted. I'm going to send you an invite to unmute, and you will tell me what verse in Isaiah you want me to take a look at that is a prophecy of Jesus. All right? We're not going to take a look at the entire chapter. I've already scrolled through it, and I've shown you that it's past tense. But apparently you know a particular verse that is going to fix all of these problems. So where in Isaiah 53 do you want me to look? If you don't answer with a verse, we're going to go ahead and disconnect. What verse?
Well, so in Isaiah 53, we have
Verse
the
what?
fact that he was.
What verse? Look it up, Christian.
Hilarious.
Search
All right, yeah.
fast. Come on. You got it. Now, 1 Peter 3:15 says you should always be prepared to defend why you believe what you believe when questioned or demanded of you, and do so respectfully. And unfortunately, it sounds like you're a really bad representative of Jesus.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
'cause
When you die
are
and you
not
see
doing this
Jesus, he is
respectfully at
actually
all.
going to say, "Be away from me," or "Get away from me. I never knew you. Depart from me," because you are not actually doing anything that shows that Jesus or Paul existed. In fact, all you're doing is you're twisting a word to somehow mean a prophecy. And even if this was a prophecy of Jesus, that doesn't mean that it was ever fulfilled. You haven't shown me any
All right,
evidence
so
for
let's start
Jesus
with
or Paul.
let's start with verse 1.
All right, so verse
Um,
1. Okay, here we go. This is the one that talks about Jesus, guys. Everybody, pay attention.
That's not what I said. I said let's
Okay,
start.
well, we're looking for the one that talks about Jesus.
All right, so if you want to
So we're going to try this one more time. One more time.
What?
What verse? Okay, verse 4. Here we go.
So, it
One
was
that,
our
okay, right here.
sickness that he
Listen,
himself
listen,
bore.
listen. Okay, surely he has borne, past tense, our infirmities, that's the diseases or sicknesses, and carried our diseases. So when was Jesus disease? When he was carrying a disease? When was he carrying a disease in the story?
He took our diseases onto him, onto the cross.
Cool. So where does it say on the cross that he had diseases? Where does it say this in the Gospels?
It says that he took in
Awesome. So in what verse does it say that he had diseases on the cross?
in Philippians 4 he talks about how
That's
he
not a
was-
gospel, is it?
Well, it was written even earlier than the Gospels. So
Really? Where's your evidence of that?
What there? It's very well known that Paul was walking around and talking, even amongst secular scholars, that
Okay,
Paul was
yeah.
walking around and
So you think
preaching
that
and
Paul
writing
actually
in the 40s
existed?
and 60s.
You think that it's well known that it? Do we have historical evidence for Paul? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. Everybody knows what time it is.
Let's get ready to rumble!
You want to change topics then? Is that what you're saying? We're going to jump around from topic to
All right.
topic?
So, please, for the love of God, show us who mentions Jesus, or who mentions Paul outside of Christianity. Who mentions Paul outside of Christianity?
Josephus.
Josephus mentions Paul in what book?
I actually don't know which book.
Yeah,
but I know
because he
that
doesn't.
I've read it, and Josephus does talk about.
No. Okay. What
Paul
we're going to
being
do
in
really
there.
fast is we're actually going to search this up. All right. Here we go. I'm just going to go to the. Did Josephus mention Paul? No. Would you like to try again? Keep searching, Christian. You'll find it. You'll find the proof. I believe in you.
Well, so I think the letters of Paul themselves give historical evidence.
Oh, okay.
for
So
him.
are they outside of Christianity, like I asked?
There are historical documents aside from Christianity.
Yeah,
apart
Paul
from-
didn't exist. So what's your evidence that he existed? Because you said we have historical evidence.
Well, so what do you think of the letters then? Because you're making a claim that,
that
goes
they're written by the
against
Marcionites in the second
the
century. Do you
common
have any evidence that Paul actually existed? Because you said you had historical evidence.
Well, so if you look at the naming schemes of everything, you can look and see that the
Cool. You
Gospels
said we
and the
have historical
letters
evidence of Paul. So where is
Yeah.
it?
So if you
You tried to
take
say that
the-
Josephus mentioned him, but then when I
If you
showed
take-
you that he
if you-
didn't,
if you take the
you
naming
just put your tail
schemes of
between your
them,
legs and just tried to go back to
then
Paul.
you can see that they're all right.
Sweet. In the letter from Sirius Black found in the Harry Potter books, I guess Sirius Black wrote it so he existed, right? Right? We have letters from Anna Green Gables. Does she exist? We have letters from Hercules from that time. Does that mean Hercules existed? We actually have letters to Hercules from forest nymphs. Did they exist too?
So when we're going back and we're reading
That's
these
weird.
things and we're going back and looking
It almost
at them,
seems like we don't have any
there's
historical
certain
evidence for Paul.
There's certain historical measures that we would
Cool.
see.
So
in
what
that.
historical
Those things
measure
would
do
be
we have for
geological,
Paul
and
outside
those
of
would be the
Christianity?
names.
Sweet.
So all of Paul's letters pass the geological.
That's not even a
test and
thing.
seeing
What is it made out
what
of
they go
rock?
through and they look out of.
The
Well, so
geological evidence
asking
for him?
in
Is
the-
it
in the
made out of
text,
rock?
When he's talking about different geological areas and he's talking about these
Geological areas? What is he talking about? Like the subterranean Christians or something? What are you talking about?
the geography of the area.
Oh, okay, sweet. Yeah. So what does Paul mention that is
So he's
from the
talking about
first
Cyprus,
century?
He's talking about.
He also mentions
islands, he's talking
Illyricum.
about-
That's weird. Illyricum was a place that was renamed in 8. That's
In
really
8
weird.
what?
8 CE.
Right, and so when you go through, just because different names are used on different items, the Red Sea used to be called the Sea of Reeds too, and so we have all these different. things
Fantastic,
going
man.
through, and
So what's
they're-
your
they're
historical
moving these
evidence
things
for
around.
Paul? who is someone outside of Christianity? You never answered the question. Who mentions Paul?
Well, so you're making a false assumption. You're assuming that someone has to outside of.
Okay, fine.
Paul
You know what?
claim
You know what?
That
You know
those
what?
things had to be there.
Who-
And so I think the
who-
letters
yeah.
of themselves.
Do you think that
make
outside of
historical
the?
evidence
Do you
for
think that outside of the letters from forest nymphs to Hercules, that we would need evidence for forest nymphs in order for us to believe that they exist?
I don't think that those are written in the same meaning at all. Anyone
Oh,
who
they
reads that
are
would know
absolutely.
that those
They're
are
letters
not-
to Hercules about his wife. Does that suddenly mean that his wife
Right, but
exists
if
too?
if you look and you read it, those are obviously going in, and those are.
Okay, so
mythology.
you've read the books that talk about these letters? You've read the letters from forest
these
nymphs?
random letters that you just threw at me right here, right now.
Yeah,
No, I
you're
have
saying
not.
that if I read them, I will see that they're different, but you haven't read them?
I'm just saying that.
Sounds
as
like you're
in
kind of talking
the
out of your ass,
terms
kind of like
of-
when you said that Josephus mentioned Paul. Is this what Christianity has to offer? Someone who just kind of makes up shit and throws it against the wall, hoping it'll stick?
So you haven't actually let me make an argument at all.
I've asked
just
you multiple
me
times to
different
actually give
questions.
us evidence of someone outside of Christianity who mentions Paul. I'll even accept someone in Christianity. Who in Christianity says they know Paul?
Who in Christianity says
Yeah.
they know Paul?
Give me an author who
Peter.
says, I knew Paul. Oh, really? Okay. So when
And Peter talks about Paul in his letters.
Sweet. Okay. So Peter, by the way, just so we're clear, was notoriously illiterate. You know that, right? It says so in Acts 4:13.
So have you heard of
It says he was
scribes
illiterate.
before?
Okay. So
and you also
so
assuming
what
that because
point,
someone
point,
you're
at
making a
what
false
point-
assumption that
at
because
what
someone
point
was
does,
illiterate
at what
doesn't mean that they
point
can't
does Peter say he
become
knows Paul?
literate.
At what point does any text from a scribe of Peter say that he knows Paul?
Well, I'm not saying it has to be a scribe. I think it very
Okay.
easily could have been that Peter
Sweet.
became literate
Where
later in his
any,
life.
okay, where does he ever say that he knew Paul?
He says it in his letters.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't say that he knows Paul.
In the book of Acts, first of all, in the book of
So the
Acts,
book
we
of
see
Acts
that
is
they
not written
came
by
into
Peter.
contact with each other. But then we
The
also
book of Acts
see
is
in
not
his
written by
letters
Peter.
that he refers to Paul and he
The
talks
book
about
of
him.
Peter
and he
is
says that the
listen. The book of Acts is not written by Peter.
Okay, well, if you actually would have listened to what I was saying, I'm saying that two evidences. One,
Mm-hmm.
book of Acts documents their interaction.
Okay, and the
Two,
book of
in his
Harry
letters, he
Potter and the
talks
Philosopher's
about-
Stone, it shows the interaction between Ron Weasley and Harry Potter. Does that make them real?
There's no historical evidence of them ever being real.
It's almost
or
like there's
ever
no
being
historical
anything
evidence
other
for
than-
Paul either, and that's kind of the fucking point.
That's not true. We have archaeological evidence.
Okay, we have archaeological evidence of Paul. Here we go. So what's the archaeological evidence for Paul?
I didn't say Paul. Did you
Okay,
listen?
well,
Did you
we're
hear what I
talking
actually
about
said?
Paul. That's who we've been talking about this entire time. In
Your-
fact,
your- so
Jesus
your
isn't in
claim
Acts, so
is
congratulations.
Jesus
You're
and
stupid
Paul.
for two different reasons.
So your claim is Jesus and Paul, no? Or because you're the one that's
We are
bouncing
talking about
between
Paul
different
right now.
topics. I
That's
thought that
why
was
the
okay.
music is being played,
Is
is
that
because
okay?
I asked you about Paul, and you said we had historical evidence for him. You have yet to present anything, and you keep going
Right,
back
so
to
then I'm
Acts
saying
as if
in
that's
the,
suddenly...
in the epistles of Peter, he writes in there saying that the writings of
No,
Paul
he
are
doesn't
hard
write
to
anything.
understand.
And also, by the way, he doesn't say he knows him. I just asked you, give me a Christian who says he knew Paul.
Peter.
Okay.
And I answered for you.
Peter, unfortunately, is illiterate. So no, he didn't write that. And also, even Christian scholars acknowledge that 2 Peter is not written by the same author who wrote 1 Peter, which is really weird.
Are
It's
those
almost
the
as
same
if he doesn't
scholars
actually
who
do it.
say that that Timothy isn't written by
Yes.
the German scholars
Yes.
in the 40s and 50s?
Nope. The American scholars today that are the leading scholars on this particular topic say that the letters of the pastoral letters are not actually from Paul, and also
Based
1st
on
and
what?
2nd Peter because of their content, because of their content and their style.
So that couldn't have been attributed to a scribe, because some letters
It's
of
not
Paul,
attributed
it
to a
is
scribe. I
known
don't
that
think you've read
would have
Timothy.
been- So
Also,
I have.
First
I've read it
Timothy.
multiple times.
Okay,
And
sweet.
so
So at the
those-
end of First
in
Timothy,
those
you will see that
books-
it mentions Gnosticism and it mentions Antitheses, which are books from Marcion in the 2nd century.
Really?
Or it's a book from Marcion
Where does
in
it?
the 2nd
So that's a bold claim. Where does it talk about Gnosticism in there?
is literally in this would be 1 Timothy 6. Let's see here. We're going to pull this up. And unfortunately for you, this will be the last thing that we take a look at here for you, because you've been intellectually dishonest this entire time. So we're going to go ahead to 1 Timothy
That's
6.
hilarious coming from you, bro. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah. It's almost as if I've read the Bible and you haven't read a single verse from it. Okay, so if we take a look at this, the word that gets translated as... There we go. The word that gets translated as Oppositions of science falsely so called. Right there. This is Gnosticism in the Greek. And the
Which
Greek
verse?
right over here, this is in chapter 6, verse 20. And right before that is Antitheses. Antitheses is the name of Marcion's book. You can actually see a translation, or not translation, but a reconstruction of it from Christian scholar M. David Litva. He actually has a really nice book that's out right now, just got published within the last couple months, that actually has Evangelion, the Apostolicon, and Antitheses all in the same book for the first time in about 2,000 years, or 1,900 years. But anyways, that being said, congratulations. You don't know your own book, and
That
it
is
sounds like you have a
crazy.
tenuous
That is
grasp
that is
on
a wild
what
argument. So
amounts to
you're
the
saying
English
that
language.
because the word knowledge is used
No,
in
because the
Paul's
word
writings.
gnosis is used. Gnosis right
Right.
next to antitheses.
Right. So what does gnosis mean?
Gnosticism.
It means knowledge, and
No, that's
Gnosticism
how-
is like
that's-
secret
that's
knowledge.
how they get
That's
how
what
it
that's
translated
what
into
Gnosticism
the English.
is. It's the secret knowledge.
Yep,
That's what
that's
it's
how-
called
that's
because
why
it's
it's
so
being talked about,
secretive,
man.
and it's going through.
Yep, that's why it's being talked about. That's my point.
So
Congratulations, you made my point
that is
for me.
a-
Thank you.
What? So that's what the Gnostic Gospels are, and when they talk about
Yeah,
Gnosticism,
and when were the Gnostic
there isn't
Gospels
one
written?
group.
When were the Gnostic Gospels written? And when was Gnosticism a thing?
Second
within
and third
Christianity?
century.
Yeah, so it's almost as if
when
mentioning
the
things from the
Gnostic
second or
Gospels were
third
written.
century mean that it couldn't
That's
be
when the
written by
Gnostic
someone in
Gospels
first.
were written.
Yeah,
But that's
yeah,
not when
dipshit,
that's not when
how that
Gnosticism
works.
was around.
When do you think Gnosticism was
earlier
around?
than that?
When? When did it start being an issue for the Christians?
Well, so
When?
we have
When?
Irenaeus in 170 even. So
no,
early-
Irenaeus is in 180. Congratulations.
178, I think, is what it actually is. But
Anyways, is that in the
and
first
so
century?
when he's going through and he's
is
looking at that,
178
so-
is 178 the first century?
No, but I'm saying at that
Okay, is that the
point,
end of
he
the
talks
second
about
century?
The Gospel of Judas, and he writes it down. And
Yeah,
he's-
because
he's-
that's written in the second century.
Right.
I want you to
But he's
give me
talking about it
evidence
as if
for
it's something that's
Gnosticism in
already
the
been
first
around.
century. Give me
And
evidence
it's
for
already
Gnosticism.
spread.
All right, give me
And books
evidence
were
for
very expensive to
Gnosticism in
spread
the
back then,
first
so it took
century.
a while to spread.
Give me evidence for Gnosticism during the time of Paul, if you think this is written during the time of Paul or written by Paul.
I just did. We have early
Nope,
church
you have
fathers.
nope.
In the
Early church
second
father
century.
at the end of the second century writing about something does not mean that it was around during the middle of the first.
He talks about it as a object that was
Who does he say?
well-known
Who does he
amongst
say?
people
Who
by
does
that
he
time.
say that it starts with? In fact, Irenaeus actually says that the gospel message was pure until one particular person, and that is Marcion in the 140s. In the 140s, wait for it, is the second century.
You saying that Gnosticism was pure? What do you mean by
No,
that?
I said the gospel message was pure. That's what Irenaeus says. So no, Irenaeus does not say that Gnosticism was around in the first century during the time of Paul.
I'm not saying that he said that it was in there. I'm just saying
Okay,
that it was
cool.
an
Then give me
earlier
evidence for
document than that.
Gnosticism in the time during Paul, because that's the only way that First Timothy,
Well,
as
so
you
you're
just
claiming
mentioned,
that
would have
just
to be something
because the
that's
Greek
written during his
word
time. The Greek word that you already,
Gnosis.
the Greek word that you already admitted is connected to Gnosticism, that you said was from the
It's-
first century,
that's
but you
like-
provided no evidence.
That's like saying Taylor Swift is associated to Taylor, the guitar maker, because they have the same name and the same spelling.
Well, unfortunately, you already admitted that Gnosticism
don't.
is
That's-
what's being talked about in this verse. That's why you
That's
tried
not
to
what I
say.
admitted. You're
Yes,
putting
you
words in
did.
my mouth right now.
That's why you tried to
When
say
did
that
I say-
Gnosticism.
what did I say exactly
That's
then?
why you tried to say
Because
that
that's not what I said at
Gnosticism.
all.
Listen,
If you're
that's
listening,
why
then
you tried
what
to
did-
say
what
that
did I say?
Gnosticism is from the first century, and then you ended up failing demonstrably with it.
That's not even what I stated, though. You
Cool.
just keep putting
So
words
do
in my
you
mouth and
think?
keep
Do you
pushing
think
things
that this
along.
is talking about Gnosticism?
No, it's the,
not.
the Greek
It
word
says gnosis, but it's not
gnosis.
talking about Gnosticism.
Right, other people can use the same
And when
word.
it says
Other people use
antitheses
the
right
word
before it, which
gospel,
is the
doesn't
book
mean
that
the same
Marcion
thing.
write, do you think it's
Just because the
antitheses?
Gospel of Mary is called the Gospel of Mary, or the Gospel of Thomas is
Do
called
you
the
think?
Gospel of Thomas.
All right, listen. Do you think the antitheses mentioned right before it is the book Antitheses from Marcion, or what do you think that is? What is that? What is it? Go ahead, unmute, and let us know what antitheses is.
Which word are we looking at?
The
in
word
Greek?
antitheses in the Greek, which is the name of Marcion's book.
Which is where in the translation? What word is translated as antitheses?
The word that is translated as antitheses is, well, instead placings or oppositions.
Right. So you're saying that these two words that are 7 words apart are actually a reference that Paul is making to a book written.
These books right here, or these
later.
names right here. And one of the words that's between it is of thee.
Right. Right. So opposing.
So 7 words
arguments
apart.
of
You
what is
mean like
falsely
actually
called
2 words
knowledge.
apart?
So it's falsely called knowledge. It's falsely called gnosis. But you're trying to make it look like
because that's
he's
Gnosticism.
quoting
It's falsely
this
called
book.
knowledge. That's Gnosticism. They
Right,
are
that's
against
anything that
the
is
writings.
falsely
The
knowledge.
writings of 1 Timothy are against Gnosticism.
Right, which was present and around because people already.
When was it around? Go
Well,
ahead.
obviously we have evidence right here talking
That it was
about
around when?
That it was around during the writings of Paul, during the
Oh
time
yeah,
of Paul.
so
walking around.
circular reasoning. You
Right.
can date it using 1 Timothy, and 1 Timothy is dated using it. Sounds good. All right, man. Well, you've shown to be very intellectually dishonest. Say hello to your mother for me. It's been a while since I fucked her. All right. We're going to go ahead and move on to somebody else. If there's anybody else who's wanting to come up. You know what? God damn it. Every single time that I want to come up or leave, somebody else, requests up. That's how that works. All right. Hard mode is over at least. At least I don't have to listen to the music anymore. All right. Bryant, how's it going? More and more like you need to be on the radio. Bryant left. I don't know what that was all about, but I guess he's gone. I don't know why.
Flawless victory.
Trying to accept Koro. I don't know if Koro's going to come up. We do have the person who was on here earlier. Hopefully he'd be able to come up.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I
This
don't know
is
why
great.
the other person's not coming up. I have no idea. All right,
That's
what'd you
all
got?
good.
B Media. You were up here earlier. I can't remember the exact
I
conversation.
was. Yeah, well, we were talking a little Isaiah 53, and I was correlating.
Oh,
the
right.
tree. You
Yeah. Do
said
you have any
there's no
evidence for
tree.
Jesus or Paul or anything?
I have Jesus. Yeah. Well, it's not even evidence. So I have actually more of a bigger question for you. Like, can you historically prove every theological claim Christians make about Jesus?
I'm not even remotely interested in that. Do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul?
Yeah. Well, obviously, we know Josephus called out his brother, right?
Okay.
James?
Yeah, sweet.
Right.
So did you read that passage?
You can read it for us and prove me wrong, right?
Yeah. So
I
at the
just
end of the passage,
gave
it
you-
says Jesus, son of Damnius. He becomes high priest of the early 60s. So congratulations. That's not anything to do with Jesus from the New Testament.
So that's not necessarily what historians say, but I don't know.
Well,
That
unfortunately,
might have
if
been-
you read the entire passage,
Yeah.
it says Jesus, son of
Well, you
Damnius.
might have got that from Second Opinions, chapter 9. But that's not
No, I
historical
read the
fragment.
entire passage and you didn't read shit
So-
about it.
So
You actually,
then we
what did you
talked
read? Just
about
like a little AI
Tacitus.
overview of it? Is that what you did?
No. Actually, Tacitus. So
Did you
I
read an
asked you
AI
about Tacitus.
overview of what Josephus said in book 20,
Nope,
chapter
I
9,
actually talked
section
to you-
1?
No. I
Wait,
actually asked
so
you about
you read,
Tacitus. And
so you read,
now look at this.
You
Now
read
wanna
the entire
deviate.
passage?
In our last argument,
Did you read the entire passage?
we talked about Tacitus. What did Tacitus say?
B Media, you're muted. I'm going to send you an invite to unmute, and I want you to give me a yes or no. Did you read the actual passage of Antiquities of the Jews, book 20, chapter 9, section 1? Did you read that? I just sent you an invite. Answer yes or no. Did you read it?
You have one. I asked you about Tacitus. You wanted.
Okay. We're going to try this one more time. If you do not answer with yes or no immediately out of your mouth, you will be disconnected. All right? Did you read the passage from Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews, book 20, chapter 9, section 1? Did you read that? Yes or no? You may now unmute and answer the question. The first word better be a yes or a no. Did you read it?
Are you gonna hear it? No, I don't care.
All right. Well, I understand that you got to the answer, but you wanted to be a little snarky bitch before you answered the question, so you are not up here anymore. Moving on to Tulip.
Hello again.
Hey, Tulip, how's it going?
It's going good. Sorry I got disconnected yesterday. I was on the phone with my mom.
Oh, that's
But,
yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I forgot to mention to you that I went to the Vatican yesterday.
Oh, that's right. You were
And-
over there in like Italy or some shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in I'm still in Italy. We're in Nepal right now. Um, it's like south of Italy. Yeah, we're going all over the
In
place in
Napoli?
Italy. Nepal.
Nepal is a place in Italy?
Yeah, Nepal.
Huh. Like,
Naples. Sorry. Oh my God.
oh, okay. I was like, the hell are you talking about?
Naples. Sorry. But anyway, so we went to the Vatican yesterday, and one of the things that our tour said to us was that they found the bones of St. Peter's, and I had like a bunch of questions, but I wasn't able to like get them. So she took us
What
to like
tour are you on? Is it specifically Catholic or something?
No, so my mom's a travel agent. She booked our entire family to go on this trip. I won't try to give too much information, but it's this like group tour thing. It's like it's not like all inclusive, but like it pays for the entirety of like where we're gonna go. So we all started up in like Venice, and then we moved our way to I'm trying to remember. There's so many places we stopped. We stopped in, of course, Rome, Florence. We stopped in a lot of places. So we've been nonstop for the last like almost 2 weeks. I know Venice. I've been saying Venus for the last week by accident, but Venice.
All right.
I'm sorry, but anyway.
Venice.
So yeah,
Napoli.
Mhm.
It's not Nepal. Nepal is a country like next to China
I know. My
or India, I
apologies.
guess.
I feel bad. Anyway, so during the Vatican, she mentioned about how so what they did is they said that when they were doing like some sort of refurbishment or something, they found this sort of tomb that was buried under like this sort of like flooring. And they said that archaeologists said that he was between 60, like late 50s, early 60s, and that he was like buried in this like specific tomb, but it seemed new. And there was like, wait a minute, even though the tomb is newer, the cloth that was wrapped in it was like during a specific time where it was like 600 years ago. I don't know. It was a lot of like kind of like things that
I can
didn't
tell
really
you
make
right
any
now
sense to
that
me.
if they had the bones of Peter and they knew that Peter was there, they wouldn't stumble across it. That doesn't make any sense. Like
That's the
the
thing
only
that
way that
bothered
you
me
would
a lot.
stumble across like the remains of someone from the Bible is if they were just out somewhere and they weren't actually marked. But the fact that it's in a spot that was marked and preserved means that this person was a known person at the time that they did this, in which case the Catholic Church should have remembered it. Like
Mhm.
they would have had plenty of writings going back to when they preserved it. But no, the fact that they're finding it like later on, that just means that it was someone who just lived much later that wasn't super important, but like fairly, I guess, important at some point in time. And we just kind of
Yeah.
lost writings about him. If we had Peter, the church would definitely have noted that from the get-go.
So the thing is that they are still trying to like uncover more about it.
Mhm.
Like they said they found the bones, but they never said it was specifically St. Peter's, but they were claiming that it's most likely is. But I'm like having issues with that because I'm like, you can't really cross-reference DNA if like St. Peter's never really had any like relatives, you know? And like it's just like it's kind of impossible to try to like find out if this was actually St. Peter's. And not to mention how I didn't go in there because I was like doing something else, but my parents, my dad and my brother went down to like sort of like where they kept the bones, but it's like behind like this sort of like wall thing. I'm not really sure. There's like, they said they shouldn't be having photos, but there is a photo that somebody took. It's an interesting location. It's like below the Vatican. I know I was very much. I was like, I don't get this. I asked a lot of questions. They're like, but this is probably St. Peter. I'm like, yeah, they say the same thing about Mary Magdalene being in the cat. I'm like, there's no way. There's absolutely no way.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's it's a lot, and like
I think it's similar in part. Like I haven't been to Italy. I haven't. But the last place I went that sounded a lot like this was down in like Riviera Maya, or I guess Chichen Itza. So down in Mexico, and you see like the cool like fucking temple looking thing and everything, and based on your tour guide, they will tell you a slightly, sometimes wildly, different story than other guides. It just kind of depends on who your guide is. And I remember hearing some story that I was like, that doesn't sound possible, like, or that doesn't sound accurate. And I looked it up, and sure enough, it wasn't accurate. But online, it said that there are multiple, like I started looking into like the historicity of the area, and it said that there are multiple stories that come out about like the Mayan people and stuff like that and what they did. And unfortunately, it's hard to determine fact from fiction because it's such a highly touristed area that in order to actually do studies on it, you'd have to basically shut down tourism and then like do all these studies, which ultimately they don't want you to do, because if you find out something that is going to potentially hurt tourism in that area, or find out the truth and show that it's not as cool as they try to make it out to be, then that could be detrimental to the economy there. So as a result, you just end up getting all these different stories and a whole bunch of bullshit. And even more so than the Mayan culture, the fucking Catholics. You know what I mean? Like, so you go over to Italy and they're making all kinds of claims, and unfortunately you can't really verify a lot of this because the Catholic Church is perfectly fine with the idea of saying something or alluding to something or having some rumor float out there saying something about something, but never actually truly looking into it, because that's absolutely going to decimate the view of what the Catholic Church says or the economy of the area and all kinds of things. It's just not, unfortunately, capitalism ruins everything. This is kind of how it works. But I mean, you know, it's just c'est la vie.
You know, it's also kind of interesting to me because when I was there, I noticed there were, of course, a lot of like Apple Pay stuff to light a freaking candle. I'm like, why are you paying like, I don't even know how many euros it is. And then I'm like looking around, and mind you, the Vatican is gorgeous, like goosebumps. Even though I'm not a believer, I literally like got goosebumps because it was like it's so beautiful.
It's really cool. Yeah. It's amazing what a bunch of money can actually, like, you know, a bunch of tithes and offerings for like 1900 years can actually afford you.
But my thing that really made me sad when I walked in is how many people had to die for this. Like, genuinely, like how many people had to like unalive so many people, especially like with the concept of like paganism, because my tour guide was also mentioning about like when the with like the ruins of Rome and how a bunch of these old pagan buildings were then converted into like churches, which again is like horrible. And just like these sorts of things that happen, like what you mentioned to me about like how the Romans are complete hypocrites of like unaliving a lot of people who were Christians and then completely taking that religion and converting it into their own denomination or their own rule of power to then overrule a bunch of pagans and like other people. And it's something that I really wanted to know more about, especially when I came into Italy. And I knew the day that I went to the Vatican was going to be a hard day for me because there was a lot of like things that I was very uncomfortable with, because a lot of my family members that I was with are very much Christian, and they're like, amen, when there was like the photo of the Sistine Chapel of Jesus coming. Oh, sorry, my God, I keep on getting phone calls every time. But if it does disconnect, I apologize. But essentially, with these sorts of paintings and depiction of Jesus, of like the rapture, and like you hear my family members just going, "Amen, it's gonna come, it's gonna
Yeah.
come." I'm like, it's.
It
I
does
believe that.
feel
Yeah.
weird. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm like, I believe that they truly believe in this, and that's scary. Like they truly believe about like the rapture and
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah. See, and the thing is, when it comes to rapture, and I'll leave you this because I do want to get back to some other guests really fast. But
Yes, of course, of course.
when
Yeah.
it comes to the rapture, what's scary about that is, I mean, while some people say, "Oh yeah, well the rapture's fine because it's just like something that's like it's not a real thing, but at least it gives them hope in the future." Blah 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 blah. Well, unfortunately, the belief in the rapture and the belief in the end times and stuff like that can actually be detrimental to society because there are people who truly think that, hey, we don't need to worry about, say, like climate change because eventually Jesus is going to come down and, the end times are near, so it doesn't really matter anyways. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, no, we're going to need to actually like fix a lot of problems that we have caused here because that bullshit is not actually real. And that's the problem. As Voltaire said, when we believe absurdities, we commit atrocities. And I know that it might seem benign at first, but there can absolutely be real world problems for believing in just crazy shit like that. Like it's not
Exactly.
not any good. But,
Well, anyway,
yeah.
thank you for having me up here, and I'll let you have the next guest. And thank you for the history talk.
Yeah. Thank you very much for coming up. Yep.
You're welcome.
That was a
Bye.
tulip, everybody. Tulip.
Thank you.
Let's see. We'll go right back over here because I think that I don't know what happened.
So we're going to talk about this one because you said Damien is referenced. You're right, but from what I've read, you said Damius. So you're saying
Damnius.
that Joseph.
Okay.
Yeah. So you're saying Josephus never claims James being the brother of Jesus or the Christ, right? You're saying he never said that?
No. James is the brother of Jesus, son of Damnius. Now, if you want to say that he is the Christ with something that's authentic, well, unfortunately, the word Christ is used in the Septuagint, which is the Greek version of the Old Testament, to talk about
Right,
high
but he
priest.
wasn't a believer. He wasn't a believer, clearly. We know
Sweet.
Josephus was
So
Jewish.
Christ is a word in Greek that means anointed and was used in the Septuagint to mean high priest. If you think that this is authentic, it's not really the gotcha that you think it is. But I don't
It's
even
not
think
a
it's
gotcha.
authentic.
I'm not here to compete
No,
with you, brother. Slow down.
listen. The word Christ is used in the Septuagint to talk about high priests. If this Jesus becomes a high priest,
Okay, and the point. I mean, I'm just you. You said keep reading. I did.
yeah.
So I went back.
So it's talking
right?
about the
Did
Jesus that
something.
is the high priest.
But that was corrected then, because King Agrippa. You read that whole part, right? They had to correct that. Scholars had to actually. They were going back and forth, and they had to correct it. So
I don't know
he
what you
did
mean by
say though.
corrected.
Well, there was King Agrippa. It mentions the whole process, but he does. It still says James was stoned, and he says Christ. He
Okay.
literally says the
Yeah.
brother of. He literally says it right there.
Christ.
So
Okay. So if you think
right.
that that's authentic, which I don't think it's authentic, but even if you think it's authentic, Christ is a word that applies for the high priest in the Old Testament. You know that
Right.
that just
So
means
we
anointed,
could agree
right?
to disagree. We could agree
All
to
right.
disagree. But now let's go to
Fair enough.
Tacitus, though. Now,
Okay.
granted, that was years later, right? So Tacitus goes into details about this whole Jesus. Now, that was granted years later, but he was a historian and he does reference very clearly that Jesus, well, and when he say he didn't use the whole word, but he talks about it happening, the whole crucifixion. Okay. So what's your thought on that part? Was that also like taken out of context, or I'm
The
curious.
Tacitus line is interpolated, especially since the earliest iteration of that manuscript that we have is from the 11th century, and it says Christians, not Christians, and tries to say that they got their
Right,
name from
Christus.
crisis, which wouldn't make any sense.
Okay. Well, that again, we can agree to disagree. But so
All right. So again, I don't even like the first.
ultimately,
I don't even like the. I granted that the first time. We're not going to do that automatically because agreeing to disagree is maybe on like concepts or something like conceptual things.
Well,
But when we
you do have to understand.
hold
People
up,
have to have.
hold up.
Okay.
When we actually do have evidence for something, there's no agree to disagree. It's either one way or it's not. And in this particular case, we can see that the word that is used for Christians actually has a gap in the middle of the word because this used to be an E, not an I. Here's what an I looks like. It looks like a Y. Here's the I in Tiberius. Here's the E in Tiberius. This used to be Christians with an E. This is problematic because the first time that Christians are mentioned, or the earliest mention of this word, we see is in an inscription in Rome that dates between 16 BCE, BCE, and 37 CE. So potentially before Jesus is even born, we get the word Christians. This is not good.
Okay. Well, I would have to disagree because in the end of the day,
You
it's gonna take
disagree with
faith.
what? The fact that we have CIL VI 24944?
Well, I disagree with the fact that in the end of the day, you're going to have to take it by faith. You can't guarantee
Take what
that
by
everything.
faith? An inscription?
No, the fact that like every situation in life is going to require you don't have all evidence. You don't know.
What are you talking about?
The fact
There's
that
no
at some
faith
point-
involved with looking at an inscription.
Oh, so wait a
What are you
minute. So
talking
you
about?
have, well, you have faith in about a year or two that you'll, you'll grow old, fat, and whatever. It takes faith to live, right? You don't know what's going
What?
to happen tomorrow.
No,
What I'm
I don't have
saying-
any faith of that. What are
So
you
don't
talking
have
about?
faith.
No.
So let me ask you. So you know everything that's going to happen in your life within the next.
No,
let's say,
I never
7
said
days.
that. What the fuck are you talking
Okay.
about?
Exactly. So why be alive then, right? Because like it's like if you can't live your
What?
life in faith, what I'm saying to you is if
I
you
don't know what's going to
what's-
happen next year, so I might as well be 6 feet under. That's a dumb argument, dipshit. What are you
Right.
talking
Well,
about?
First off, switch to decaf. Don't call anyone a dipshit. Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right. Secondly, all right, be
All right.
respectful.
So, anyways, you
faith
dense,
is it
you
requires-
dense piece of shit. How on
Okay,
earth
then
does
what
it ever? How on earth does I don't know what's going to happen next year mean that I deserve to be
Because
unalive
you
today,
think that
or I should
No,
unalive
no,
today?
No, but nobody's talking to you to unalive. What I'm saying is everything's by faith. 'Cause
No,
if you
it's
think
not.
that every-
Faith is the
It
excuse that
does.
people give whenever they don't have a good reason to believe something.
Right.
I don't have
but
any
you seem
faith
to
in
have
like the couple
faith
years or
that
something. That
you're
doesn't make any
gonna
sense.
live long and prosperous in 100 years, right?
No,
You think-
100 years? What the fuck are you
No,
talking about?
10 years. Like no one knows what's going to happen in a week.
I
2
don't have any
weeks, 3
faith
weeks.
in that. That's a weird claim. What are you even talking about?
So because
When have
you're-
I
you-
ever
you
made
have
the
this-
claim that in 10 years I'm going to
you
be
have this
living
mindset,
long and
you have this
prosperous?
So let me finish.
The hell
you have
does
this
that mean?
mindset that you have this mindset that okay, well, some guys change the words here and there, so suddenly it's all
No,
done.
I'm not of
right?
the
It's
mindset. I'm not of the
Yeah, you
mindset.
do.
No. Listen,
Yeah, you do.
I see it. We can see it. I don't have to have like an opinion of it. This is what it is. In fact, they put it in the fucking margins, the word Christians, because the original word wasn't there. They wouldn't need to put it in the margins if it said Christians. Why would they be like, hey, by the way, when it says Christians, it means Christians.
Right.
What the fuck are you talking about? You have no
Why
idea
do
what you're even talking about. You have a tenuous
Dude,
grasp
like-
on literally multiple languages.
Yeah. Okay, dude, you're winning.
I know I am.
go
Do you
back
have
to-
anything
yeah.
for Jesus or Paul?
Yeah, I told you. It's
Okay.
right there
You have
in
not.
Josephus.
Okay,
you
sweet.
clearly don't
You-
want to see the
No,
correction.
you
that
already
was
said
made.
you already said agree to
Historic-
disagree, which
So
I
all
shouldn't have
historians
really
are
admitted to,
stupid.
but
So wait a minute. So all historians were stupid, right?
No.
Like basically all scribes and historians
No.
were stupid when they talked about it, right? So,
Nope,
so why
never
don't you
said
teach
it.
them and go to Harvard and teach them and correct them, right? Go ahead. You know, and more importantly, how many books did you sell? Because this is all about a sales. So I'm just curious.
how many books have I sold? I've sold
Yeah,
7.
I mean, you could.
Seven.
Okay, good for you.
Yeah.
Hey, that's more than 0, right?
Yep.
But if you're all about this, then why don't you rewrite history and explain it to them? They got it all wrong.
I'm not
Because
rewriting
clearly
history. I'm
Oxford
explaining
Dictionary-
history.
Because clearly Oxford Dictionary claims to be in disagreement because you got a fringe mindset on this thing,
Cool.
right? You have, yeah, you know you are, and then you got to
Sweet.
live.
So I'm in the
TikTok
fringe,
world.
but
So-
you don't have any evidence to back up your claim? Sounds good, man.
Hey, I don't know. Hey, tell that to the historians. They went to school for this stuff. I didn't go to school. For
Sweet.
this.
What
I'm
do
not
they
here
say
claiming
is the
to be a
evidence?
historian.
Yeah, just use the historians
Well,
then.
they-
What's their evidence?
So the historians that talk about what actually happened in the explanation.
Cool.
Of
So what's their
James,
evidence?
Where their evidence is very clear that he's talking about Christ.
What is?
that James, the brother of Jesus, meaning
You think
the
that
brother of
okay?
Christ.
Do you think that James was
Hey,
unalive
I
for
didn't
his
write
belief?
that.
Do you
So
think that
you
James was
disagree with
unalive
what
for
they
his
wrote?
belief in Jesus?
What he was unalive for his belief in
Do you
Jesus.
believe that?
A lot of people were unalive
Okay.
for
Do
their
you think
belief
that
in
James,
Jesus.
the brother of
Unfortunately,
Jesus, was unalived because of his belief in Christ?
that is what history says.
Okay, cool. So why is it that the Gospels that are written after the 60s, after Josephus' story there, after the 60s, after James supposedly dies for his faith, why do all the Gospels say that Jesus' brothers did not believe in him?
No, they never said that he didn't believe in him.
Okay, sweet. So this is what we're going to do.
Okay.
We're going to go ahead and take a
Okay.
look at. We're going to go
So
ahead
we're
and
going
take a look
scripture
at.
now because this is good. Let's go scripture. This is great. This is where I can actually argue with you. History, I'm not a
yes.
historian.
Oh yeah, well, unfortunately, it sounds like you haven't even really read the Bible. So what
I'm
we're going to
teaching
take a quick
Almighty.
look at here is
All
we're
right,
going to take
great
at,
Jesus here.
Okay, we're
And
going
you
to take
touch
a
the hem
look
of your
at
garment.
John chapter 7. So I want you to explain to me how we end up
Okay, let's
with
read
this
it.
particular verse. Let's see here. All right, we're going to have to resize this a little bit. There we go. So it says, for not even his brothers believed in him. So when it says this,
Yeah.
does this mean that his brothers believed in him?
Okay. Did you know what happened after?
Cool. Nothing about his brothers.
Well, he wrote the book of James, right?
Nope. Nowhere in James does it say that it's written by the brother of Jesus.
Oh, so just because it didn't say it's
So
written
how
by
did
the
you
brother
determine
of
it was written by the brother of
Jesus-
Jesus? How did you
Well,
determine
wait,
it was?
hold on. How did you determine it isn't?
Because it never says it.
So we're gonna. Well, how do you know that? You don't know
Because
that. Did you know
I'm
that?
looking at it right now.
Does it say it wasn't written by James?
You said that it went on. He went on
Does
to write
it
it.
say it was not written by James?
Listen, I don't
I'm
have
asking you. It's a
listen,
yes or no question.
Listen.
No. You made a
No,
claim.
okay, fine.
Explain
No,
it.
Listen, no, but that doesn't mean that it was written by the brother. You said that it was. You made the
Well,
claim
hey,
first. Listen.
very clearly
Hey, listen.
could have been.
Listen. Nowhere in this text does it say it was written by the brother of Jesus, and that's the claim that you made first.
And it didn't say it wasn't.
Cool.
So, like,
So
what
if
are we
it-
gonna do? Agree to disagree?
I guess we can't. I guess we can't determine whether or not it was written by the brother of Jesus. So where
You
do
weren't
you?
there, I
so
wasn't
listen.
there.
But John says that
Faith.
John says that the brothers of Jesus did not believe in him. So
At
where do you
first.
where? No, it doesn't say it first.
Yeah.
Where does it ever
Did
say
you
that?
not remember when Jesus said he did not get accepted? And then what did he end up saying in the gospel? He says,
Where
These are my
does it
brothers.
say?
These
where-
are my sisters. You know that verse, right?
Okay, it is literally talking about this. This is
Okay.
where this says, for not even his brothers believed in him. Never
At
in the
first.
Gospels. No. Where does it say it first? Where does it say that?
At first, because he wrote the book of James. It's my
No,
belief that he wrote
and
the
yet
book
again,
of James.
yet again, you were making a claim that has no evidence, so you can't do that anymore.
It's my faith that I believe.
I don't give a
that he
shit
wrote the
about your
book of James.
faith. Where does it say that
Well,
he
then
did?
you show. Well, you have faith that you believe he didn't write it. Because
I'm just looking at the words. Never
Were
does
you
it say.
there?
You are
Were
still
you
making
there?
a
You were
positive
not
claim.
there.
You were still making a
You're-
positive claim without any evidence.
You were not there, so you can't say no.
All right.
So there we go.
So I want
So
you to
again,
give me.
faith.
I want you to give me evidence that the brother of James became a Christian in the Bible. Where does it say that?
Well, the book of James.
Where?
There we go.
Where does it say it's the brother of Jesus?
I believe it is. You said it is, and so we
Sweet.
can agree to
So
disagree.
go ahead and give me evidence. If you don't give me evidence within 5 to 10 seconds, you will be blocked. Go ahead.
Exactly.
Which
because
one?
you don't have faith. You have faith, buddy, but your faith is in yourself, clearly.
No, my faith
and
is
that's
in your
all it
mom
takes.
along with my dick. All right. So that being said, we're going to go ahead and hop off here. We are going to go ahead and quit at this point. Oh, fucking Joel. Joel, what you got? Joel? Why do you have to hop? What is this? Oh my God. Oh my God. Man, that is a banger. That is a banger. If you were born in Mexico, Spain, or anywhere close to the border, you may have been conceived to that song or to something from Jose Parradas. I apologize for giving you that information, but you were probably conceived to the music of Jose Parradas. So, anyways. All right. Well, thank you very much for sticking around longer than 30 seconds. 30 second gang rise up. I will see you guys later on. Hostess 5-3. Off by about a foot. Anyways, I will see you guys later. Peace out. Girl Scout will be down for some Thin Mints. And let me go ahead and get YouTube. So I've got to make sure that I mute that part about the song, though. Unfortunately, even though Joel came up and played the song, I like the song, but I gotta mute it whenever YouTube freaks out really about it. So whatever. But thank you very much for hanging out there on YouTube, guys. I appreciate you guys, even though it's an absolute cesspool in there. Like, Jesus was a femboy. Dude is cooked. Look like a baby arm. What is going on? Anyways, I will see you guys.